Wait for it. We're live.
Hello and welcome to Plat Chat VALORANT episode 260. Leo and Anna said that we should title this episode Everything is a Tournament, but Kurt has gone rogue and he's titled it Big Upsets in Stage 1 because we are going to talk about Stage 1 and the big games that have happened, talk about Pacific, all of that kind of stuff later on in the episode. But we also, obviously, as you can see, maybe audio listeners wouldn't realize just yet, but we have Leo Faria on as well in order to discuss the new format because there are enormous changes genuinely happening to the 2027 season coming up. How are you doing, Leo? Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I don't know if people realize, but every time I've come here, it's because we invited ourselves. So thank you for letting us come to your show.
Yeah. I mean, and the reason that we let you keep coming on is because they are actually informative episodes. So, I mean, if you just use this to spread propaganda about how 2027 is going to be good, then you'll be on notice.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. And yes, we were trying to land our catchy slogan and everything as a tournament, but, you know, it was worth it. Worth a try.
Yeah, it's a pity, honestly, that we don't have Bren here because that has been Bren's, like, he has been using that as a stick to batter the tournament format for years at this point, honestly. That just like, I think generally speaking, we are big fans of tournaments in general. Like they do tend to be more entertaining to watch.
Oh yeah, I agree. By the way, Brent is the real head of VALORANT Esports, you know, he's a master puppeteer.
God, we're doomed.
But yeah, dude, look,
concerned, he made ISO. Like that was all him.
Yeah. That's true. Actually, he's had an outsized impact on the scene.
But dude, we're excited. There are many reasons why we're doing this change, and we can talk about all of that if you want. But the most important change is because we think it's more fun. You know, we think tournaments are more exciting, and video games are supposed to be fun. So honestly, that's the key reason. So we're psyched too.
Have you ever heard that, TMV?
What?
Video games are supposed to be fun, you
really?
negative man.
Me? Well, I learned the other day about cookie clicker. I was playing catfishing and didn't know what cookie clicker was. And I'm getting people telling me that's fun, just to click on a cookie, apparently. So,
what is a cookie clicker?
I thought you were
there you go.
You
Thank you. Someone else doesn't know what cookie clicker is.
This is, it's like the biggest black hole game that I have ever played in my life. It absorbed a good, like, 2.5 years where I would just have my PC on constantly and let this thing idling in the background because I wanted to generate more cookies. It is, don't do it.
And you explain the gameplay process quickly, Seth, maybe in a sentence.
You click on the cookies and then that allows you the ability to buy clickers, which will then auto click the cookie for you, which then you can buy. I think Grandma's is the next one, which then bake cookies for you, and then you can make cookie farms, and it just goes down this whole thing.
It's an efficiency optimizer to literally do something useless over and over and over again. Yeah. Don't give them ideas, otherwise they'll put it in VALORANT. Okay,
hey, you know what?
I want us to start with a member question because every week the members are able to ask you a question, and this time they knew that you were coming on, Leo, so they wanted to ask you a question about the format, and I think it's a decent place to begin. So Magnum, who is, I think one of the people who runs Project Horizon, one of TMV's mods as well. So they do like the English community feed for the Chinese games, says that it seems to them like the 2027 calendar has less show days overall, which I think is them reading into the fact that the cups are a little bit smaller in terms of time than the stages overall. So they were saying that they suspect that means bigger gaps between the stages. Is this intentional in order for third-party TOs or EMEA clash tourneys to happen? Or is this just kind of like a logistics thing? What's the design of that?
Great question. So just to be clear, so everyone listening knows, I'll do my best to answer as much as I can today, but there's a lot of stuff we haven't finalized yet. We're still working through details because like you can plan as much as you want. Once you put the plan out in the road, that's really when you learn, right? People start sharing feedback. We're talking a lot with teams, so there's some stuff we're still ironing out, but also some things we're choosing not to share because we want to get through more parts of the process, specifically like teams and getting through RFB and team selection. But anyway, all of this to say, calendar. So look, I think tournaments are inherently shorter than a stage. So we will probably have fewer show days in total, but it's not going to be a lot less. We're doing the count between kickoff and 2 cups. We'll probably have 80, perhaps 90% of what we have today. So we're not expecting a big drop. But what we haven't announced yet is what the qualifier calendar looks like. We put out that article, of course, with the graphic. It's not meant to be an exact representation of length or how things are going to work. But our hope is that with the qualifiers, which by the way will be called opens, so think the North American Open, the Brazil Open, you're going to have a lot more competition because teams are going to have multiple opportunities to qualify, right? It's one box in that graphic, but you're going to have multiple qualifiers, all culminating into one final qualifier. Imagine it as a cup qualifier. So there's going to be a lot to play in that layer that isn't represented with kickoffs and cups. And then, yes, look, directionally, we also want to create, we're talking about going more open. It's mainly for teams, but we also want to find more ways to allow third parties to organize things in our sport. Look, Riot is known for being a first party producer, right? We run most of our stuff, but which is awesome, and we're very proud, and there are good reasons why we do it. But also, you end up with one flavor of competitive Valorant. So we're also hoping that with time, we can have more third party doing things, and we've been talking to all the big TOs. So yeah, there's a good chance it's not fully baked into the plan now, but there's a good chance we'll create more variety throughout the season with third party events.
Could you run us through the general reasons that VCT wanted to make a change in the first place? Because I think that's a good place to begin. Like, what are the problems, I guess, with the current format that have led the team to make such a big shift for 2027?
Look, we had two main. Well, first of all, 5 years, the VCT has grown so much. Like, and we're very proud, of how far Valorant has come. We estimate that we have over 50 million active fans watching and engaging with the sport. We have shared over, last year alone, over $106 million with teams because players are showing up and supporting. So all of this to say, in a lot of ways, things are working well. I think there was a case to be made for like, hey, the sport actually doesn't need a big change because things are working well. But we have observed two things that we would like to address. The first one is the openness of it all, right? Look, 5 years ago, when we launched the VCT, if you were an ambitious organization, a team trying to get in, if you were a young aspiring player, you probably chose Valorant because everything felt possible, right? It was like, this is the game, this is the place to be. But 5 years in, things have started to settle in, establish, and consolidate. And what we're seeing is that not everyone feels that way. Some folks are like, it's hard to get to the top. I'm not even going to give it a shot. So we want, you want people to believe in the dream. We want them to choose Valorant again. So that's number one. And then reason number two is it's more about, like I said, I think you'll see a common thread in all of these changes. We're optimizing for fun, right? It's almost like in a lot of ways the first structure, which look, there's still a lot of fun in it. Hopefully, we've done it for 4 years, but it was mostly optimized for stability, right? We had hand-picked teams playing in leagues, in round robins, in Riot-operated studios around the world. Everything was optimized for stability. We're now optimizing for fun. Like, what is the most possible engaging, fun thing for people to play and people to watch? And it comes with risks, right? The opposite of stability comes with a lot of variability, and we can also talk about that. But I think it's there, like, make it more fun and have people believe in the dream again, reignite the dream in Valorant.
The other layer to that I think you haven't quite touched on is that you're now making things a lot more regionally focused. So that's another one of the massive shifts that's happening, right? Is that things are now being almost brought back to where they were in 2021 and 2022 when we had like things be extremely focused around smaller regional stuff. What is the thought process with that? Because that, I think, introduces the biggest changes for teams, roster shifts, like how people are going to be thinking about, for example, the one that I keep thinking of is Aspas going to end up playing in Brazil where I can't watch him with an English broadcast? Do you know what I mean? Like, these are the questions that I'm now thinking about for the future, like this kind of stuff for OQs. That's
a great question. So look, how you slice up the world is one of the big decisions you have to make when you're creating an esport, right? There are many of them, like, is it first party or third party produced? Is it leagues or tournaments? There are like many of those big questions. This is one of them, how you organize the world. And you could go as regionally as you want or as global as you want, right? You could go Overwatch League model, you have one league for the entire world. You can go incredibly regionalized where you have 20 leagues around the world. With international leagues, we try to find this balance between quite literally representation and competitiveness, right? We wanted the league still represent a certain region. We call them territories, which is just, internal word, no one cares, but just to differentiate like North America as a region, Americas as a territory, and then the world. So we wanted to represent these territories, these continents. And dude, I think that worked incredibly well for a few reasons. The main one is it gave us a lot of competitive parity, right? I think Valorant is just, I don't know how bold of a claim it is, but I think Valorant is the most competitive esport in the world. Every region has a championship contender team. Even regions like China that are still developing have found their way into a global, into a world championship title. And I think a lot of that is because these international leagues, because what they gave us was density, right? We took the best teams in the Americas and put them together into one super league, the best teams in EMEA, the best teams in Pacific. Which means every region, every territory, every league is likely to have a really strong team. But to your point, that came at the cost of representation. And there are certain regions that are suffered from that more than others. I think Brazil is a good example. Turkey is a good example. Japan is a good example. What we have seen with international leagues is that teams started to become a little more homogenized. And that's not necessarily bad. Teams are optimizing for performance, right? But think about it. If you're a Brazilian player and then you see a Brazilian team representing you in the global stage and they have no Brazilian pros, you don't quite feel represented by that team. And again, like that's not inherently a problem. Some of the biggest sports in the world, I think like if you look at European football is a good example. You have teams in the Premier League and La Liga. I think PSG probably had 20% of their players are French. Real Madrid at some point had no Spanish players a few years back, and they were memed because of it. So again, it's fine if you want to optimize fully for I want the best players. I don't care where they come from, but our sport is a little too young for that. We need aspiring players in Brazil to choose Valorant and say, hey, if Aspas can do it, if Sassi can do it, I can do it as well. So yeah, we're trying to bring some of that regionality back because we think representation is important.
The regionality, though, I think introduces a lot of questions to ask. How are the team deciding such big questions as how many slots comes from a certain region? How do the qualifiers work for regions feeding into cups? How many teams are included in cups? How are these questions being decided on your end? What metrics are you looking at? Is it about how competitive the regions are, how big the viewership is, what you're expecting in the... One of the big problems is, how do you know what to expect when we don't have teams currently structured by region? It feels like there's gonna just have to be a lot of guesswork involved then, I suppose.
Dude, I wouldn't call it guesswork, but look, I think as with any decision, we try to inform ourselves with the best available data and evidence, and then we make a decision. And then, like I said, we put things out in the world and we see how we work, and then we adapt. there's no way around it, and we hope to make the best possible decision with what we have today. But it's usually a combination of so for example, imagine we have a cup in the Americas. How do we decide how many slots go to NA, LATAM, or Brazil? Not very differently from how we decided how many partner teams we would have from each region. We're going to look at the size of the player base. We're going to look at the number of professional, more established teams in each region. We're going to look at viewership. We're going to look at team capsules data, and then we're going to see hey, how big are these communities in Valorant? And then, like I said, we make a decision and hope that it represents what the community needs, what the sport needs. But it's always, again, this balance between representation and competitiveness, right? That's what we're trying to achieve. And we have, I want to say, historically optimized for competitiveness more. The way our international leagues are structured, when we have, I'll give you an example, when we don't have a Japanese team at a global event, which is sadly, it's been a while since we had one, viewership suffers. if we wanted to optimize for like viewership or representation, we would give Japan a slot and Masters, like, you know what I mean? Like, just say, hey, you know, every time there's a champions, it's one team from Korea, one Japan, one Southeast Asia. Like, that's how you optimize for representation. So we've been trying to find that balance between competitiveness and representation, and we'll keep trying.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool that it. I mean, I'm hopeful it could change. I'm thinking of European football, where obviously they update every year, like in terms of how many teams get into the Champions League and stuff from each region. But that would be interesting, because like there's a world where, you know, you give Turkey like 4 slots, let's say, in a cup, and then Turkey dominates the EMEA, and then it's like, oh well, that's not enough. But hopefully that you could change that, and that's good if you can. What? Come on.
No, just to say, competitive performance is also one aspect for sure, but it's one we're careful with, because if you give more slots to the region that's performing well, you can make the argument that, yeah, they deserved it, right? They deserve it because they have earned more slots, but you're also perpetuating that circumstance. Like, you're making the strong regions stronger, and we know how that movie ends, right? We have seen it with League of Legends.
What are you talking about?
and look, like, we have a lot of pride of League, right? Biggest esport in the world by far. But like, you end up with like China and Korea winning most championships. So we're also careful with that with Valorant, not to snowball any region into completely dominating the sport.
On that point, when you've got all these sub-regions, will it be like, will every sub-region have at least one partner team? Because I fear there might be a world where, if there isn't, let's say you've got, let's use Exit as an example from Saudi Arabia, right? Let's say you're the best Saudi Arabian player, but there are no partner teams from your region or your sub-region. So you then get signed by, you know, you're one of the import slots on a Turkish or EMEA team, you know, or EU team, and, you know, whatever. And then the best talent from those small sub-regions just, you know, leaves the sub-region. Is that a consideration? Is that going to be the case where like every sub-region has at least one partner team, or how's that going to work?
I wouldn't say it's a must for us. I think it's likely, but it's not a must, you know. If like a region or two don't have, that's the beauty of separating partnership from representation, right? Because now any team from any region can access cups and global events, and you don't have to be a partner. Before, the only way to be a Masters and Champs was being a partner. Now it doesn't. So partnership is going to be more about, can this team help us grow the sport, right? And we're being very direct with them. The ways to do it is to win games and to have fans, right? You need to be competitive and you need to have fans. And we think those two things, by the way, are incredibly locked. You can be very popular and not perform well, but that usually leads to you losing your fans. So we think there's a high correlation. But anyway,
you don't need to say Sentinels, but we were thinking it.
Yes, sadly, Sentinels not going through the best time right now, but I believe in them. But yeah, so
one game with Victor, it'll be fine. Have some faith in my boy Ewok, all right? Goddamn,
dude. Like, the thing about being great is that people expect great things from you. You know, they didn't make Masters 1, and for a team that's constantly winning, that's a disappointment. But you get my point. So hopefully in this new world, being a non-partner is not only going to be viable, but it's going to be awesome, and you can thrive and you can be at all the big events. So yeah, not necessarily a must.
I mean, one of the things that we haven't quite touched on is that there are a lot of events. Like, that is one of the other massive pillars of this, is that you're trying to take VCT to more places with more big moments. The concern from our side when we're looking at a plan like that is we already have actually quite a lot of moments where players are missing out because of visa issues. And specifically, this seems to be happening with Brazilian players trying to get into the United States. And it has happened quite often with players from the Philippines trying to get into Korea as well. Those seem like the two big. I suppose there's been some issue with like Russian players getting to Berlin as well in the past, or other spots too. The more cities you go to, the earlier people are going to have to figure out these issues. And also with open qualifiers, suddenly who even knows who's going to these situations? So how is that something that's going to be solvable if we're struggling even now to get players like Erda to Americas?
Great question. So look, like I said, in the past world where we optimized for stability, today I think we increased our appetite for risk, right? The decision we made is, hey, we're okay with things being a little bit more chaotic or things to be a lot more fun. So all of this to say, it's undeniable that we're going to see more challenges and more issues in this new world. And we'll have to be okay with it. And I'm not saying like players are not making events left and right and like anything goes, but the idea of a player or a team not being able to make it, I'm telling you right now, it is going to happen. It's not an if, it is going to happen. And it is a given of this model. That said, the big unlock on the whole visa situation is the duration of your stay. So let's use the US as an example. When you're playing on a league and you have to be in the US for months at a time, you need a very specific type of visa. And this is also true in most countries around the world. It's a sports or entertainment visa. In the US, it's called a P1. And that visa, it's incredibly hard to get. It takes a lot of time. It takes quite a bit of money. So for a player coming from LATAM or Brazil or anywhere into the US, it is hard. And players every now and then miss the dates, right? In a tournament world where you're at a location for 2 weeks at a time, perhaps 3 weeks at a time, you can come on a business visa. In the case of a US, that is a B1 and a B2 visa, not a P1 visa. And those visas, depending on your nationality, but most nationalities can get visas that are 5 to 10 years long and multi-entry, which means once you get a visa, you're good for 10 years and you can come into the US as many times as you want. So that's really the biggest unlock, right? You don't have to live in the country. There are no more hub cities. You're not obligated to live in LA and like tax implications, employment, labor laws. So that's the unlock. So dude, look, I urge everyone out there in the world, if you want to be a Valorant pro, get a fucking passport. It is your responsibility. It is your responsibility. If you want to be a pro, you need a passport. You need to be on top of your visas. Riot is very involved on global events, right? We're going to handhold you. We're going to do all the things. For cups, very similar to ILs today, it's your responsibility to get your ass there. So like, you need to be responsible. Like the people, every now and then they don't show up. Visas have been responsibility of teams for IL since the beginning for the past 4 years. And look, I don't want to throw teams under the bus, but most of the time they mess up, right? It's because they miss a certain information or the agency they hire don't fill up the stuff properly. But we also see, especially with more events we saw last year in Pacific, some teams would say, hey, apply to your Paris visa now, right now. In case you qualify to Paris, you're good to go. And then they say, well, we're going to wait, right? Because if we don't qualify, maybe we can save the hassle, we can save the work, maybe we save a little bit of money. But then they qualify to playoffs in Tokyo. And now they're in a situation where they have to surrender their passport to get the French visa, but they also have to travel to Tokyo. So again, I urge all of you right now, be smart, get a passport, be on top of this. Because if you don't, you're going to miss out on events. And we're going to bring the next available team to fill your slot.
How early is VCT, is Riot going to be informing people about where the cups are? And in order to apply for these visas, you would want to be doing it, like you said, like plenty ahead of time. Are we going to know where every event is? If you're an open qualifier team that doesn't have an organization and you're filling these things out yourself, you really think you've got a shot, you're applying for a visa, like, are they going to have all of the info ahead of time to be able to do that kind of stuff? And if so, what will the timeline look like for 2027 info?
Love that question. So a few things we're doing to help. The first one is we're going to start announcing regions, location of events a lot earlier than we do. Our hope is to announce 12 to 18 months in advance. So we usually announce around champs, right? We're going to start announcing that earlier. This year is still going to be around champs, but I'll say more. But our hope is to get in a cadence where we're announcing earlier. Every year we're announcing the entire roadmap earlier so people have more time. But the other thing is to say is we're also going to be a lot more mindful of the moments in the calendar where we have smaller gaps. We're going to bring cups to countries that where it's easier to get visas, right? And that's going to start with kickoff next year as an example, because we're going to have a lot of teams playing qualifiers in Q4. They don't know if they'll qualify. It's our first time doing it. We're likely to bring kickoffs to regions where it's a little easier to get visas overall. So announce earlier, be mindful of calendar and visas where countries where it's hard to get visas. And the third thing, like we mentioned, I think we mentioned that in the article, the moment you qualify, we're going to act very fast to give you access to things like invitation letter as well as money, right? Teams are going to see a good amount of money if they qualify to cups, and we're finding ways to make that money available instantly to them. It's like, you know, to be paid by a big company like Riot, you need like a legal entity, and you need to be vetted, and we need a bank account. Like, even that process of registering you takes a while, so we're finding ways around that, like giving teams a prepaid card where they can start spending money immediately and things like that. But
in order to fix the issue of, if you're a team that doesn't really have the money to be able to get your team to an event, you still that doesn't become a barrier.
That's exactly right.
I wanted to ask a little bit about regional stuff again, because there are plenty of people out there who, I mean, I think the Russian players are the best example for this. Because Russia is so large as a country, you have some players who are on the west of it. In fact, most of the Russian players are going to be on the west side, where they could feasibly play in Europe. But there are plenty of players who live on the very east side of Russia, where it's much more feasible for them to be participating in, you know, some kind of like Asian sub-region where they have better ping, that kind of stuff. You've also got places that are completely isolated, like Australia, for example, where you don't really have the ping to be able to play with anybody in an open qualifier. If those regions are not competitive, how do you see them feeding into the system overall? Are we at risk of isolating regions like this? And Africa, I think, would be another great example too. Are we at risk of isolating these regions so that they wouldn't have a feasible route to entry, or how does that get solved?
So look, let me just talk about this philosophically for a minute, and then I'll answer your questions. I think people historically think that, hey, if we do stuff, people will come, right? If we're like, hey, if we build a league in a certain region, like, you know, in South Africa, people will show up. It's usually the other way around. When we see demand, when we see enough players playing the game, then we go do stuff. And I say all of this just to explain that if we don't have an entire league or an entire open for your region, it's probably because the community is not large enough. So at some point we have to weigh where to put our calories, right? And we always optimize for reach. Like, hey, how many players can this thing, this product, this league, this event serve? And it's very hard to justify doing those things where communities are small. So
sorry to interrupt for a second, but are you looking at game data at that point of like the amount of people who are literally playing from that region?
That's exactly right. That's the main indicator, right? We have pretty detailed data to know how many players from each country, even within a country where they're playing from. So that's the main indicator.
Okay.
So with that said, we want every player around the world to at least have a path, right? Osh, for example, Oceania, it's not reflected in our materials right now, but they will have a path through SEA. Okay. The SEA Open will feature I'm spoiling a bunch of stuff. Like, this is what I'm not supposed to talk about, and I'm sure I'm going to get some angry messages from folks later. But SEA, for example, will likely, I'm going to add likely, so I'm not fully committing, will likely
allegedly.
The plan is for SEA to include the SEA Open to include an LCQ, for example, and so OSH players will have a path. Now, if they qualify, you're likely gonna have to get yourself physically to Southeast Asia. You know what I mean? Like somewhere into that region. This is where things like
Bali's right there.
Exactly. This is where things like Premier will still be active and help give teams a path to the opens. So yeah, look, we want anyone to have a path. It doesn't mean we're going to have a league or a specific open for every region, but you can always you always have a way into any competition. But for these more isolated regions around the world, you inevitably need to get yourself closer. There's no way, other than creating, again, like I said, an open for them, but there's no way around it.
I had a question about the opens themselves and how much agency is being given to like the TOs that are going to be running these things, and like how much control is Riot looking to exert, and like, you know, I assume that there's a baseline of like this is our expectations, and I'm kind of curious like where that's at, because obviously the idea of, okay, you know, there's fewer days with, you know, with the cups and the globals, but then there's also these open qualifiers, and I can watch my favorite team. You know, I can watch Aspas, you know, pound his way through open qualifiers in Brazil to make it to a cup. But are those games necessarily going to be available for viewers to, you know, to be able to absorb this content? Like, how much is Riot looking to, you know, dictate to these TOs? So like, what can we kind of expect, you know, broadcast wise for those?
Good question. So the one thing to acknowledge, by the way, this is also part of the less stability, more variability of this plan. Players, like fans' journey is not going to be as linear, right? Because today you watch kickoff, you watch Masters 1, you watch Stage 1, you watch Masters 2. Like the experience is very linear. In the future, it's not going to be linear, right? Like the hope is that everyone watches kickoff. After that, it's up to you. Like, hey, I might go watch the opens in my own region. I'm going to watch the open from this other region. But all of these open will culminate into a later moment of the open. Imagine like the cup qualifier at the end that bring teams up. We also talked about it. Partner teams will be plugged into the later part of the opens. So we don't want MIBR, right? Aspas playing with 5 friends in a dream on the round of 256. So they're going to plug in at the later parts. But our hope, our plan, again, this is me choosing my words, our plan is for every time a partner team is playing, that game is broadcasted.
Right.
Everything before that, we're not going to produce a whole broadcast around it, but we're going to give folks all the tools to do it themselves. So the plan is to allow a clean feed, as well as for players to stream their own POV. And we're hoping to see more content out there, but every time a partner team is playing, we want a proper broadcast around it. Now, will the Brazil qualifiers have an English feed? Honestly, probably not. You know, not decided yet, but probably not. But now the kickoff, where all the teams are going to be playing together, absolutely. The Cubs, absolutely. The qualifiers, probably not.
I just want to dig into something that you said there as well, which was that the people would have an opportunity to, you know, watch those earlier games even if there isn't a broadcast of it. So are you referring to the open qualifiers like before their broadcast with the partnership teams, that people would still have an opportunity to, you know, co-stream those with a clean feed, that kind of thing?
That's right. So imagine that an open qualifier starts with 256 teams, right? And we have a round of 256, 128, 64. And then imagine that partners are plugged in at round of 32 or round of 16. That's when we broadcast. Everything before is not broadcasted, but to your point, people can choose to do it themselves, you know? People can choose to, stream their games, do a community cast.
Right. But a community cast would require an observer, and I mean, that's like a jobs program for observers, no? Like, that's kind of crazy. If I mean, listen, that's great, but that would require a lot of people in the observer slots of those games.
Well, for some games, we might provide a clean feed. For others, you can just stream your POV, which I know is not ideal. But I mean, think about the number of games in a round of 260, 256. Just imagine the number. We're talking about a shit ton of games.
Right.
We can't humanly, it's not humanly possible to produce broadcasts and have observers for all of those matches. So we're going to allow people to just stream their POV if they want, instead of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to jump to the reward structure a little bit. So you guys have been talking about kind of how some of the incentivization is going to work for partners versus non-partners as well. One of the big things that stood out to me in the announcement was the idea that if teams do well, who are not partnered, they might be able to outperform in terms of monetary value the like poorly performing partner teams. It feels like VCT is trying to attract people into the scene that might have otherwise not been predisposed to get involved because things were very partner focused. What are the kind of spots at which a organization would be having an enormous amount monetary success if they were not a partner team? Like, what is the, is it like they make a Masters and suddenly things are looking gravy, or would you have to win everything in order to outperform the partner teams? Like, how are you envisioning that?
So look, with our current system of partnership, we unintentionally created a system of haves and have-nots, right? If you are into partnership, things are incredible. If you're not, things are really rough. So we want to make it viable. We want to make it interesting for people to invest, even if they're not a partner. The VCT has what's probably, and I know this is another bold claim, but one I firmly believe it's true. VCT probably has the most successful esports digital goods program in all of esports. Since 21, here's a number I don't think we've shared yet. We have shared over $250 million with teams, over $250 million. And it's a lot of money. Again, all thanks to players who show up and buy team capsules in the Champs collection. We started with $10 million shared with teams in 2021 with that Champs collection. And that number grew 50 to 80% year over year. It was like 10 and then 20, then 35, then like 55. Last year it was over $86 million, right? Because VALORANT grew so much and the sport grew with it and those items grew with it. So all of this to say, we have a huge pie that's only available to partners today. We're making that pie available to other teams. Now, being a partner will always be better. There's no way around it because you get more benefits, right? You have the stability of a base type man. You have team capsules with which non-partner teams will not have. But in our vision, if we're designing things correctly, the bottom of the pack of partner teams and the top of non-partners should overlap. Now, could a non-partner team make as much as the best performing partner? Probably not, right? Because team capsules do so well, it would be hard. So all of this to say, that we were designing the reward system, most of the compensation comes from a stipend for qualifying to stuff, which means if you are a non-partner team, you qualify to a cup, you'll see a good amount of money. You qualify to a Masters, you're going to see a really good amount of money. You qualify to Champs, you're going to see a great amount of money. So if you have a non-partner team who's doing really well, they're qualifying to stuff, they're making cups and global events, they should be thriving. They should have like a really good business and be able to pay players and to have a good operation. And then on top of that, we still have all the things like prize pool is still separate from that, a game changers incentive to support teams investing in game changers. But yeah, most of the compensation is attached to qualifying to stuff.
Well, one quick question. I think this was included, but champs points still exist, right?
They do.
Yes. Okay, cool.
They do. And it's now going to be a crazy math exercise to make sure they function well.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay, but I'm not sure you're going to answer these questions, and so feel free to say we're not ready to answer that yet, but I have to ask.
Please.
How many partner teams are there going to be?
Not ready to answer that.
Oh.
And look, that
how big will the cups be? How many teams will be in a cup?
Not ready to answer that.
Yeah, I thought
But look, those things now for real. We learned so much in the first round of partnership, like in 23. We had all of we had a lot of certainty. We're like, we're going to do these number of teams, this number from this region, this number from this region. And then we went through RFP and interviews and we're like, oh, we're going to have to change a bunch of things. So we're just trying to be smart now, give ourselves optionality, not commit to anything. So
will there be the same amount of partners in the 4 big regions, though?
I was about to ask that.
Like, will China have the same as Pacific and EMEA? Or
yes.
could that be different? Yeah,
we'll keep that consistent. Yes.
Okay.
We'll keep that consistent.
I wanted to ask in a similar vein, how are you making decisions in terms of languages that open qualifiers get broadcasted? Is there a metric for, like you said earlier, will we have an English broadcast for Brazil? Probably not. I mean, is there any metric by which different regions would earn a spot by having a certain amount of interest, or because they're the bigger regions, or how would that decision end up getting made?
So the process is probably not very different from how we look at languages for international leagues today, right? It's like, where's the audience for VCT Pacific? What languages do they speak? And if they meet a certain threshold, we we produce a broadcast. So if you think about, let's go back to Brazil. Brazil has the Brazil Open. What's the audience for the Brazil Open? If we assume that it's going to be 90% Brazilians, 80% Brazilians, it probably means that Open is going to have a Portuguese feed, like an official Portuguese feed, and that's it. So we're going to ask ourselves the question for every one of the other Opens. Like the European Open will probably have at least three languages, right? Like English for sure, French, Spanish, maybe a fourth language, and that should cover what, like 80% of the audience. Like, we're good. Now, like those three languages cover 60% of the audience. To cover 80, we need a fourth language. We add a fourth language. The Turkish Open, if I had to guess, 80% of the audience will be Turkish, so a Turkish broadcast suffice. So that's kind of how we go about making that.
I want to jump around a little bit here just to catch on some points before we let you go. Another question that I had was regarding the Cubs. Just how long are we envisioning the Cups? I want to make sure that information has been out there as well before I ask further questions.
We want them to be short and punchy, like a global event. So think like 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, right. So that was the information. That was what I was assuming. Now, kickoff is currently about 5 weeks long with a triple elimination format. So we're looking at something a bit more condensed than kickoff. Is that because you're looking to broadcast on more days of the week? Like, for example, America's right now only broadcasts on 3 days of the week. Masters, when we go there, broadcasts on a lot more than 3 days a week. So you could have a situation in which it's much more densely happening, or it could be because you're, chopping things down from triple elimination to double elimination or something like that. So what is the vision for these cups in terms of density and format, roughly speaking?
So honestly, our global events today, Masters and Champions, are probably the best reference. So if you think about Masters, it's a 12-team event that happens in 20 days or so, with few dark days in between, right? Few days where we're not on. So to your point, we're gonna be online most days of the week.
Right.
So yeah, again, trying to be short and punchy, right? That's what makes tournaments good. You start and there is a quick path to resolution. That's also one of the big whys we're going to tournaments. We think they fit, honestly, the lives of our fans better, right? Like it's really hard, especially for a young audience, to ask people to be engaged in a story for 5-6 weeks until you have a payoff. The tournament gets to resolution a lot quicker. It gives you shorter cycles, more trophy lifts. So they're supposed to be short and punchy the same way a global event, the same way a Masters is. So yeah, if you look at those formats, double elimination, they're probably more on the side of where cups are going to be.
Another question around that as well. We know that partner teams are going to get to skip ahead in some of these situations for open qualifiers.
Right.
If you had a team that was not a partner team but performed extraordinarily well, let's say they make it to champs, let's say they even win champs, right? If you want to take the extreme example, is there a system planned where good non-partner teams also get to skip ahead, or is that reserved for partners?
There is, not ready to unveil it yet, but absolutely. We want, if you're a non-partner team and you're doing well, you shouldn't start in the round of 256 for an open qualifier. So we want to give you some advantages. We're even debating. I'll just give you one example. Like if a team, depending on their performance at Masters, they might even skip the OQ entirely and go straight into cups. Imagine a team wins Masters, they might just go to the next cup. Now, there's also a trade-off here, right? Because if you're skipping matches, it also means you're playing less. So if we give teams too much advantage, we might start hearing, well, I'm not playing enough. So it's also a balance act between those two things. But absolutely, we're accounting for that.
I think this is probably a quick one, and if there's not enough info to share, then obviously totally fine. But do you guys have any idea about what you want to do with like patch cycles with this kind of system? Like, would you basically just say like, right, we're gonna run the OQ, and then if we're gonna make a change, it's gonna be for the cup, and then there's gonna be no changes during that. How aggressive or more reserved do you think you guys are gonna be with these kinds of approaches? Because obviously, like, the Waylay nerfs right now, like people are playing on different stuff at the moment. Yeah. So how do you look to approach that for next year?
Let me also give you a 30 philosophical answer, and then I'll answer the question specifically. Look, Valorant is a live service game where we're always balancing mastery and novelty, right? So it's not one of those games or sports like, if you think of football, hasn't changed in 100 years. It's a sport that is resolved, and all the engagement comes from how good can you get. There are other games out there that are all about novelty, right? You're asking yourself, what's new this patch? What's new this season? Valorant sits in the middle, where we have both novelty and mastery, and that's part of the recipe that makes our game awesome. Which means novelty will always be part of Valorant. And if you want to be a pro, if you want to be a coach, if you want to be in our sport, you have to be able to deal with it, right? If you want a game that is resolved and it's not going to change, Valorant is not for you. And we're always going to prioritize making changes that are better for the game at large, right? The tens of millions of players playing Val every day. If they need a change, we're going to make it, and the sport's going to deal with it. Now, we have always tried to be as careful as we can with timing those big changes. The rule of thumb we give ourselves is every time there is a new change, we want to give teams 12 days at a minimum to react and to prepare. Now, that said, we break that rule almost all the time. Like, we do like 10 days, or like 9 days, but we always aspire to do that. Okay, now answer your question specifically. The calendar, again, in that image, it's not showing the number of breaks in between those blocks, and we will have a healthy amount of them. And our hope is to time changes as we do today. Stuff is still going to happen. Like Waylay is a good example, not to get too much into that, but that change was supposed to be in a earlier patch. There was a delay, didn't make a branch cut. It had to be moved to the next patch, and we had two choices: not ship it and keep Waylay the way it was for tens of millions of players, or just ship it and deal with it on the esports side. We're always going to choose the latter. So those things are still going to happen. Unfortunately, it's the nature of a live game and live development. But we're always trying to do our best to time. The way the patches work, we have big patches, smaller patches, right? Big patches are usually like launch of a new map or launch of a new agent, a major balance change. And then we have smaller patches that are more about like map rotations and then minor tweaks here and there. So if you have a smaller window, smaller patch, big window, bigger patch, that's the philosophy, and we're going to keep trying to do our best.
The final thing that I wanted to ask about, I don't know if the others have a couple more questions. The final thing I wanted to ask about was based on age stuff. So there's been a lot of questions about this in the community, because there was I don't know if it was a leak or a report or whether it was official, that the age restriction might end up going down in 2027. Now, as far as I'm aware, if you're traveling in a lot of different places, you are going to be in a weird situation with this, because there might be some countries in which you can't have that happen. So could you provide some illumination on age restriction in VCT 2027?
Yeah, so that was a leak. We haven't said anything publicly about it. I'm happy to speak to it right now, but for legal reasons, I have to caveat nothing is final, right? Because we will share roster construction. I mean, and also, like, to be honest, we're still in the process of sharing a lot of this with teams. So I'd also want to be mindful of not, them being like, what the fuck, I'm learning about things from Twitter or Plat Chat. So we haven't yet shared roster construction rules with teams. I will tell you the one thing we're trying to do, because today we have different rules for challengers and IL in this new world where there is no tier 1 and tier 2, right? It's a single tier of competition. We're trying to have one set of rules for everyone, which will be hard, because the moment teams, non-partner teams, are not, for example, at a cup, we have no mechanism in which to govern them, right? A non-partner team is under contract with the Riot for the whole duration of the partnership, a TPA, a team participation agreement. A non-partner team only is when they reach a certain moment in the competition. So if you make a cup, we're going to have a competition-specific TPA, and that comes with the requirements and a number of things. Before that, it's going to be harder. We might still do something the later rounds of open qualifiers. So imagine, again, if you make round of 32 or round of 16, that's when a lot of things change, right? Like that's when we start to broadcast. That's when you might need to sign a TPA. But anyway, we're trying to have one set of rules. So age is a big one. Today, challengers is 16, ILs is 18. We're trying to consolidate that into 17. So yeah, whatever leak, whatever the leak was is correct. Now to your point, it's gonna come with risks because in some parts of the world, you cannot play video games professionally, be on stage and with prize pools on the line as a minor. And we're gonna again ask teams and players to be the judge of their own, actions. Do you want to give it a shot, knowing the risk that you might not be able to make it? Even this year, we have been very open about Path to Champions, and we're incredibly excited for it. But depending on your age, you might not be able to go compete at champs in China. And we're not gonna go to these regions because, a few players in our ecosystem can make it. So again, this is also us.
Sorry, I just find it like the idea of the counter argument there of only going to places where you can compete as a child is just funny. We can never return to China actually because we need the children to be able to play the video games.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and also
foolproof Riot permission slip. You give parents to sign.
That's just very for the children working.
Oh my god,
that's true.
They yearn for Valorant.
And look, and also like even honestly, even going to any region is challenging, right? Because if you're a minor, now you'll need a legal guardian, and there are ways, there are mechanisms for that. Sometimes teams have their team manager sign as legal guardians and whatnot, but it's still challenging. It's still a challenge, and it's why historically we have set the bar at 18. It's not because we were too precious about it, but like I said, there's a number of things we're still going to communicate to teams as far as roster construction rules go. Another one that's been a big topic since we announced is nationality of players and what the rosters need to look like, right? That majority of 3 out of 5. I will tell you right now, we're not trying to blow up teams' rosters. If that's the result of this process, we have failed. So we're exploring some mechanisms, for example, grandfathering in existing rosters, so teams don't have to blow up their rosters. We do want in the long term to have the benefit of representation, right? So like long term, the vision is that yes, Japanese teams is comprised mostly of Japanese players. Turkish teams is mostly with Turkish players, but that doesn't mean we have to get there immediately. We're still working on the rules because we also don't want it to be abused, of course. But anyway, all the construction rules will be shared relatively soon, probably earlier with teams during the RFP process, and then I want to say around summer, like June, July, with the broader public.
Okay. Yeah,
I've got one last one.
Go on, TMV.
Which is about the bundles. Now, this isn't really even maybe a question. With potentially, again, you didn't say how many partner teams are going to be, but if potentially there are less partner teams overall, would it be possible? And I know this isn't all your kind of sphere either, right? Like the team who makes them has to make them, and it takes a while. But if there's less teams, could it be possible to get unique 2023-esque bundles? Because those, I yearn for them, as I'm sure many others do as well. And also, you now only have 2-year contracts, so if someone complains, just kick them out next time.
TMV would rule with an iron fist.
Yeah. Hey, that's the energy we need. You want a job? Dude, look, no promises, but the bundle's gonna be fire. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be really good. I think, yeah. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but we're cooking some good stuff. Those cards were great. I think no one, no question, everyone loves them. The whole thing with digital goods, it's been also a balancing act for us between fandom, doing something that's awesome and teams feel like something that represents them, and revenue, right? And truth is, if you ask teams what do you want, most of them will choose the money. And I don't blame them because, look, running an esports team is expensive and it's challenging, and I don't blame them for choosing that. And I say that because most of the revenue comes from team agnostic stuff, like the season capsule and the champs collection, which is the lion's share of how much we share every year. And that's largely what dictates how much effort and calories we put in each one of those products. So if team capsule is generating a smaller amount of revenue, we put less energy into it. And that's why we end up with templates instead of something unique. Also, the one thing I will say back in 23, I think I said this publicly before, the process isn't as straightforward as one would imagine, right? It's not saying, hey, teams, here's a space, right? It's like 400 pixels by 1200. Create your art, send it to us, we'll put it in game. Sadly, it's not like that. The first rounds of art we received for teams were at varying levels of quality and polish. Some things were like, we're not going to put this in game. So we took a lot of...
Oh, please share those. Please.
That would be great.
Do you remember the old
10-year
Sentinels one?
retrospective, and we get to unveil these? I think that'd be sick.
I do remember the old Sen one, but I'm thinking of like, do you know that when New Zealand did a flag redesign and they had the one with the lasers shooting out the Kiwi?
Yeah,
I mean,
wow.
I'm thinking stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
show me the worst. Like, just a child has drawn this.
Yeah, exactly.
When that woman tried to restore the painting of Jesus. Just made him look like a mole person.
But honestly, like, it took lots of rounds. Some of the cards had to be redesigned by Riot.
But what I'm
entirely.
saying, Leo, is if they do that, just cut them. Just say, well, that's not good enough. Just get rid of it. 2 years now, you're gone.
You failed to put up enough.
Yeah, if your art isn't good enough, you're gone.
You're gone. Jesus, this guy's.
Anyway.
Okay, Leo, we're gonna let you go, but I want to get a hot take from you. I don't know if you've watched the games this week or if you have a particular team that you're big on or low on, but can you cook up a hot take for us? We're about to talk about Pacific, but it can be about any of the regions. Have you got an esports hot take for us based on?
Okay, I'm gonna give you first
games?
what's probably a not so hot take, which is I think MIBR is gonna go on a run. I'm biased to my boy Aspas.
Okay.
I think that team looks great, but again, I don't think that's a hot take.
It's cold. It's cold.
It's cold. What is probably a hot take, and look, love and respect to those guys, but Nongshim's not looking so great right now. So my hot take is I don't know if they'll make the Masters.
That's
good
what
thing
I'm
Chobra
looking
isn't
for.
here.
That's better because we're about to bring Chobra in.
Exactly.
I hope they do because I think their story is incredible, but they're not looking so great. So we'll see.
Okay, that's a hot take. I like that one.
Just for the sake of content, okay? To be clear, don't come after.
Nongshim
Make
sending
it
angry
short.
emails.
Actually, if Nongshim make it to Masters, that will make a great show.
You would. Yeah, I'll have to eat my words.
Leo, thanks for coming on the show. Appreciate you.
This is
talking
awesome.
about 2027 with us.
Of course, this is
Yes,
great.
thank you.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate you all.
All right. See you
Cheers.
around.
Bye.
We're going to bring Chobra on to talk about Pacific next and get his reaction to slander, honestly, from Riot towards his organization.
Yeah.
I don't know why would Leo ever say that? It was so out of pocket.
Slander.
Mr. John Riot has just taken down your team.
I don't think we're making it to Masters London. I think that's a nice cold take. I mean, Leo just knows facts. What can I say? It's
He's
not looking
changed.
good.
Can we?
Not
It
looking
used to
good.
be blind hope in the face of adversity, and every twist and turn
you
with
know-
RRQ. You have
No,
one
I'll tell you-
stumble with Nongshim, and you're just like, yeah, we're fucked. It's not going to happen.
Well, I tasted victory and my eyes have opened and I'm seeing the truth now. But what's really happening is I've realized that normally I join the Plat Chat chatters after Pacific, right? So I hang out a little bit afterwards, listen to you guys talk about EMEA. And usually by then I'm delirious because it's like 3 a.m. So I'm just having fun in chat. I'm sitting in there at freaking midnight and I'm realizing chat is dumb as hell. Like, holy, my God.
Don't speak about our viewers like that, Chobra.
I had to
How
say
dare
it.
you?
Listen,
him off.
Nongshim's
Send
not
him
doing
down.
well. I'm not going to be able to watch party as many games. Listen, life's just not going well right now, right? You can't stop me on my rampage.
Let's start with Nongshim, man. I mean, we've got other games to talk about, but I think let's begin with Nongshim RedForce.
I'm going to grab something from my door real quick while you guys get into this.
Okay, please do. But I need your opinions later, Seth. But we'll start with Chobra, obviously, because I think it's the best place to begin. Where do you even start with this game? I guess I'm going to begin with TMV, actually. You called when we were doing Vodfather's episode that this could be an upset. Like, we were all looking at this week of Pacific and thinking there are no upsets. This is a week where we're going to guarantee everything. Now, we were wrong multiple times, including this game, but we'll talk about maybe even a bigger situation later on. But this game, you thought looked one of the more losable matches.
Yes.
And then Francis plays Breach on every single map, and they go back to doing their like last year solo Neon stuff with Double Initiator. TMV, is this the future that you saw with Nongshim losing?
I didn't see them necessarily playing the comps that they did. I do want to give Nongshim some bail, actually, to start off with, which is that they lost 6 out of 6 pistols and 3 bonuses. And I mean that's shooting them some bail in one way, but you can also just play better in those rounds and win them. So that is a bit of a double-edged sword.
That would be advice.
Yeah. But still, losing 6 out of 6 pistols, I mean, you're not going to have a good time.
TMV, it is not.
It's a problem. It's a problem. But pistols, I think, are more random. Like, generally speaking, teams, like, no team has consistently for an extremely long time been amazing at pistols. Like, you are going to see some variability. So it's not ideal, but that's what happened. The Breach stuff, though, is definitely completely in their control. And look, I don't know, Chobra, like, maybe you can talk to the team. If you need some consulting, I'll give it to you for free right now. Breach on Haven and Lotus's win rate is atrocious. I don't care. And actually, a theme of this show is there going to be multiple teams we're going to talk about who are what I'll call the ex-Yoru teams, right? The teams that played Yoru the most, right? Your Nongshims, your BBLs, your Gentlemates even as well, your Envies in Americas, right? And we're probably going to talk about all of those teams and like what they've done for the Yoru and how most of them, it's not looking good, right? Even if they're winning games, they're still not looking great. And I'm just going to say it right now, like Breach, I mean, by playing Breach, like win rate wise, historically, playing Breach on Haven and Lotus, you might as well just say we're starting 3 or 4-0 down. Like, because that's what his average win rate, like it's like 40-ish% on these maps. It's not good. You could play pretty much any other agent and it would be better historically than playing Breach on these maps. It does not work. And even though I would say Francis's Breach himself, like actually playing the agent, isn't like a terrible Breach. It's not like he's awful at the agent and can't play it. He's maybe not the best Breach in the world. You're pulling a face there, Chobra, but I didn't think like, oh, this is the worst Breach I've ever seen. There are some other people who are playing some agents that can't play what they're playing. We'll get into later. But that just can't be the way you go. It can't be the direction you're going. It's the worst direction to go in. You could pick an agent out of a hat and you would find better stuff. I mean, literally, they could have picked any agent out of a hat to say, Francis, you're only playing this. And it genuinely would have been better.
It really would, wouldn't it?
You just copy paste your thumbnail from your Jet video and just say like,
I mean, well,
Yoru greater than Breach as well.
Oh, I mean, Yoru definitely greater than Breach. There's no, if you want, I mean, I've got literal years of data to back that one up. You don't need anything else. Anyway, Chobra, you go.
Chobra, it's time for the misery.
I mean, I was so mad watching this game. The Lotus specifically, because here's the thing. Actually, even if the data is bad, I think in theory, I'm more willing
Don't fall
to
for the
live with
trap,
Breach
Chobra. This is what happens. This is why Breach gets
on.
played on this map. In theory, it looks
on
good.
Haven.
And in
on
practice,
Haven.
it's losing.
No, not Lotus. On Haven, just because, hear me out, just because there are more obvious ways to at least install it if you have the player quality to actually carry yourselves afterwards, right? I'm not saying it's good, but like I'm willing to live with it if you have the player quality to drag yourself out afterwards. But on Lotus, especially with, okay, can we just, you know what, let's just go to the clip. I sent a clip to Kurt. If this is at the very beginning, this isn't even the worst one, it's just the first one I found. So this is round 4. Nongshim's already got a kill on Rubble, right? And they've made some extra noise, so they've done an okay fake, and then they're coming to take out the chamber. All right, you send the Prowler. It eventually tags. Domby's running, but Francis and Extros are busy throwing util, so Domby has to stop running on a Neon to take the shot, and then he gets taken out as well. And then it's like your entire run in Santiago was built on Domby being a tank. We all call him a tank now. I've spread the word and truth about Domby being a good tank, and then you're like, our tank just stops out of fuel. You know what? We'll nerf Neon ourselves. Everybody wants Neon to have less fuel. We'll just have Domby stop running on the agent that is supposed to run. And the reason he does that is because it's because nobody else is there to trade. Because if you have both Extras and Francis pulling util out from 50 meters out, Like that's just not going to work. Like if you're going to play the breach, you might as well play it like Forsaken used to on Lotus, where you throw the flashes early and then he's freaking lurking in mid and fault lining from across the map, and everyone else is with Dombey. You know what I mean? Like that would even be better. Like I just like what makes me mad isn't even the breach. What makes me mad is they went to breach to like ruin their identity.
Yes.
And their DNA and what they're good at. And it's just so frustrating. Also, shout out to Young, by the way, because a lot of bad chamber players would just instantly rendezvous in that clip as soon as they see the fault line. But he's actually like, no, my job is to actually take one with me. And then he just swings out wide and gets the extra kill.
So
Young
damn
is
well.
amazing.
Yeah,
Like,
credit to him.
Nongshim still had their issues, obviously, but Young,
Yes.
this would have been a much different story if Young was not playing the way that he was on this map.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
How does it change your opinions of DRX? Because one of the weird things about last week is that they won, but we saw one of the maps. I mean, we only saw them play their like new identity on one map because Fracture just plays so differently in terms of the compositions to other
Don't get me
stuff.
started on that Fracture again.
It-
I mean,
but-
the Fracture defense side is still shocking. Why are they picking this map? It's still a horrendous approach to a Fracture defense side. They don't know how to play the map still, and they're still picking it. Now, yes, their Fracture attack side is pretty good, I would say. And the rest of the game, like with Young on Chamber particularly, it's looking better. But they keep fucking picking Fracture. I don't know if Termy's just got some sort of fetish. He loves losing.
A Fracture fetish.
A Fracture losing fetish.
Mm.
They don't know how to play the map.
But they're 1-1. They're 1-1.
Yeah, no, they're not. Oh, well, they're 1-1.
they
Oh,
are.
they're 1-1 against the worst team in Pacific, and then they lost this despite winning both pistols.
Yeah.
You
But
can't really claim that though, because they have the same win-loss record as Nongshim. So our secret the worst? Or is it Nongshim? We don't know. We'll have to wait and find out.
Okay, Seth, they've been the two worst teams in Pacific.
that's crazy. But how does it change your perception of DRX if at all? Like, do you have? Let's ignore the Fracture a little bit. Like, it is a bit of a
Please.
a problem potentially. But let's ignore the Fracture and just look at the other three maps that we've seen from DRX, where they're playing, more of the double duelist, more of the chamber kind of stuff as well. Are they a team to be feared in Pacific, or is this Nongshim RedForce tripping over themselves?
I think if you keep getting performances from Young the way that he performed there, I mean, that whole series, honestly, he was great. He just ascended into like a godlike being on Lotus. But even like prior to that, he was still very good in the first two maps. If you're gonna get consistency from him like that, then yeah, this is a team to kind of be concerned about if you're in the group.
Yeah, I think definitely a contender. Like, I don't know if they're quite at like, okay, they're gonna contend for like top 2, be in the finals for both stage 1, stage 2, that type beat. But at the very least, I'm gonna try not to get too mad saying this. At the very least, they're finding their identity. They have a color and they're sticking to it. They got a main opper that can play a Sentinel called Chamber, and then now they have Freeing just helping be the extra bait for Hyunmin. You know what I mean? Like they clearly have a very base plan that they're trying to work on most maps. And you love to see that. Like they know which direction they're headed. So I think when you consider the player quality and the history of the coaching staff, they should definitely come back to at least being like proper gatekeepers for internationals within Pacific.
Mm.
You know what they could do, Nongshim? You could have, because you want the op. Op is good. Francis is a pretty good aimer. You could have Francis play Chamber.
Oh,
But
you don't even
you
want to
want-
get me started on that.
You want
know,
double
could-
duelist still, right?
Mhm,
Who has a long
mhm.
history of playing duelist on this team?
Yeah, and guess what? Guess what? Do you need an initiator to fill that spot? Oh, I wonder who was playing initiators before. Oh, I just can't imagine a team would have this flexibility. Nobody has that. In case anyone's not catching on, Francis could play I don't know if he can play Chamber, but he could op. Ivy used to play scan initiators. X-Ross used to play duelist. Granted, mostly Yoru, but I don't know. The way he grinds, he could probably play anything. You could probably play Reyna.
I
And
was-
make it
I
look
mean,
decent.
Seth
I
was
was
talking
talking
about
about
RB.
RB.
I think, as well.
Oh no, I don't.
Yeah.
Well, that's a different story because
No,
then
dude,
the
it makes
IGL
so
Actually,
much sense
while we're
because
here, move Danby onto
he's played
Killjoy.
like every duelist, so you put Danby on Phoenix and RB on
Yeah,
Neon.
Put RB on Killjoy. I mean, listen, literally,
No,
you
put
can
Danby
mix
on
this up
Killjoy.
so many ways. No, don't do that.
But
Fucking
Neon
idiot.
on the, but RB on the Neon.
Don't.
Yeah.
Danby on
No,
the Killjoy.
don't.
No, good
Yes.
idea. Good idea. Let's play solo Neon again, but mix around the roles so RB's on the Neon.
And then actually
Good
sign
idea.
Texture and put him on Killjoy as well.
Or we could put Danby on the Chamber and then keep Francis on Breach. I don't
Yes,
think it'll work.
yes.
I don't understand how this team has had so much success with double duelist
What?
stuff, and then no.
After waiting for the rest of that.
With the double duelist look, and doesn't understand that going back to what they were losing on previously with the solo. Like, this is last year's Nongshim. This is last year Nongshim, where they were getting brutalized playing solo duelist. They
My
need a second
only-
player to scale in.
My only hope is that they were like, we don't have much time. What are you eating? That is a loud
loud?
crunch. Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry, it's nachos.
Oh, well, that justifies it. I'm okay with it if it's nachos. The only hope would be that, okay, fine. Like, obviously you didn't have much time. A lot of the teams who were, decent or lived long enough at Santiago that depended on you are mostly struggling, right? You mentioned some other teams earlier as well. So it's like, okay, you're
You're in a good
trying
group?
to. No, you're working with what you got to just buy time, except unfortunately, because some genius coach decides to put Karon on Phoenix, you don't have much time, actually. That's
Right.
the timer's run out. So hopefully they just lock in and just
Well, Chobra.
throw something else at the wall that's just more straightforward, like a Phoenix.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I'm
have
on
to be
board with that.
complex. It doesn't have to be complex.
I want to get your take. Leo's hot take was, I think it's quite reasonable that they're not going to make it to Masters London. I want to ask you, are they even making it to playoffs, bro? They're 0-2 right now in a group where, KRX are getting some wins. Gen.G, we're going to talk about that later, but they should never, with how they were playing in week 1 and kickoff, have gotten a win, and they already have one. So who the hell knows? Like you said, Karen Phoenix. Who knows what's going on with
Global's the
Gen.G?
top of the group.
Globals,
Well,
yeah.
I'll do you one better, Sideshow. Is Nongshim even getting a win in this
A
group?
win? You're
I mean,
that
I don't know.
doomer? You're that
I don't know.
doomer. They play against Team
Thank you,
Secret.
thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Kurt. You're doing my job for me.
They're not going to lose to
No.
Team Secret. I don't even watch
Oh.
Pacific right now because I'm busy at work, but they're not losing to Team Secret. It's not happening.
I'll tell you how it could happen. Is if they throw everything at the wall and they get bodied by Gen.G this week, I legitimately see a world where they are mentally broken.
They're not losing to Secret.
And
bro.
Secret. That's the one week.
Clip this.
Secret's
Kurt,
like, you know
can
what?
This will be
On
a
the
great
power
clip.
rankings, Nongshim was still first coming into stage 1, and so that's the team to beat. I could see it. I mean,
You
I'm
can
just
see your team
I
going
imagine
0-5.
The only thing that makes sense is that you're speaking it so that you're creating like the anti-curse. Like you're talking about it so it doesn't happen. Like that's the only thing that makes sense here.
No, what's really happened is, quite frankly, it doesn't matter if they get one win or not, because they're not going to be in playoffs either way. And I'm
Just gotta keep doing it.
Actually,
No,
you say that, Chobra.
I'm
It does matter because
legitimately-
they might make champs on champ points, and so
Well,
every
yes,
point
it
might
does.
actually matter.
it
Yeah,
does
it might,
actually.
yeah.
You are correct, but I mean, right now I'm just depressed and not thinking that far ahead.
Yeah. No, that's reasonable.
I mean, I think obviously the objective answer, or I guess like the on the ground answer, is it just depends on how they play this week. I mean, and I know that's like the dumb answer, is because obviously if they lose and the other results, then they're already out of contention for playoffs. But I would say even just like, let's say it's a close 2-1, but they look like they found their identity, then I'd be like, okay, I mean, maybe there's a world for a tiebreaker, or at least you get 2 wins to round it out and you're okay on champs points. Like, I'd be okay with that. Like, I'm okay with them losing. What makes me mad is they're losing being not them.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
makes
The
me
fashion
upset.
in which they are losing.
Yeah.
They're also
Yes,
close losing while being so
Yeah, so they have
not
the
them.
player quality. They're
Yeah.
good enough to.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it's a particularly frustrating way to lose. I feel for you. But also, I'm rubbing my hands a little bit with glee that somebody's having a tough time, because I've been trying to prey on TMV's downfall with Foot, and they keep fucking winning at the moment.
Yeah,
So
I
we-
hate
you know,
that too.
And you've
So
been
Bambi-
Me and Chobra's teams,
Chobra's been
it's just
eating good.
opposite. Like, I need
Yeah.
Nongshim to keep losing, so they
Yeah.
fucking keep winning.
Only one can do well at any single time. I want to rattle through some of the other games before we get to the other massive match that happened, which was Gen.G Paper X. Because otherwise we're going to talk about the two interesting games and then talk about a bunch of boring shit. So let's go through the more normal
Boring
games,
shit.
I guess,
Yeah.
first. Let's start with T1. T1, they get the win over DFM. This is a rematch of a game that happened in the middle of the kickoff bracket. T1 got the win there. They get the win here. DFM during kickoff, we were looking at them with quite a lot of promise. They even at some point seemed like they were in a top 4 kind of situation where they might have been able to make a run to Santiago. Obviously, that ended up not quite being the case, and T1 was the big game in which that was proven false. How do you feel about these two teams?
If Kurt could just show the timeline again on Pearl. I mean, this game was close on Pearl, but the way DFM's approach to their defense side, just look at the defense side, Kurt. You notice every round that they win is a defuse. And the spike got planted when they were defending in every single round apart from one. And often they were not like, oh, it's a 5v2, so, let's give up the site and play for, let's play it safe. They were just like, it's a 5v5 retake. Now, as you can see, their retakes actually did fine. But I knew as soon as I saw that first half of them just giving up that much space, this team is doomed. They are not confident if they aren't holding hands with someone else. They will not challenge anything. They will not, try and fight for space alone or try and find a timing to, push out somewhere. That's not happening. They're huddling up like little penguins in the cold and saying to T1, you do whatever the fuck you want. And T1, maybe it took them a bit of time to kind of realize this and realize what was going on, but eventually they did, and it started costing them. And I just don't think, they were playing scared. And you won't win if you play scared.
I think that in combination with the first maybe quarter, maybe a little bit more than that of this map as well, Izu was off. He was not hitting shots that he normally is good for 100% of the time. And that gave pretty big windows for a lot of those retakes to come through. Because he'd just be holding an angle and it's they're gonna peek into Izu, he's dialed in, he's just gonna headshot them. And oh no, look at that. He's completely and utterly whiffed 3 feet to the left. How is that gone and happened? I'm still concerned for DFM. I'm less concerned than I was from the first week. But I still do have my worries. This isn't the form that I want to see this team be in, and it's a form that I know that they can be a lot better than. I was very worried when they went into this match and they were like, we're going to play the same composition, but then have everybody play a different role. I thought that this was going to just completely fall flat on its face, and it did look improved. They were actually utilizing the double scan util a lot more than they were in the first outing, which doesn't, I guess, take too much because they basically never utilized it in their first series. But it seemed like they did have a better understanding of how to actually pilot this composition. But there's still just some uncharacteristic mistakes.
I've got bad news for you, Seth, on that front. People playing this style of comp so far in stage 1 are 0-5. The NRG comp, NRG just lost with it yesterday as well. It's not doing well. Pretty much, it loses to it's lost to double controller, double senti, double duelist.
It's not my ship. It's paper thin.
No, that's so fine. But I just mean
I have no,
they're in a rough spot.
Losses that'll potentially be coming of this. So
oh yeah, I'm not expecting you to start breakdown and crying because I told you a comp DFM we're playing maybe isn't ideal.
All I can say, I hope to God that the adage rings true and the captain does go down with the ship. Get rid of paper thin finally.
That's crazy.
But the thing is with DFM, Kurt, if you could pull up their fixtures, their games, their next 2 games are against ZETA and VARREL. It's Japanese, VARREL are kind of Japanese, you know what I mean? But it's Japanese S derbies. If they're gonna do anything, it's gonna be in these next 2 weeks. This is their chance.
Yeah,
I would argue that these next 2 matches and the ZETA VARREL one as well are actually arguably the most interesting matches of this group because that will determine who gets that 4th spot into playoffs. So in the narrative sense, it is quite interesting. My biggest fear for DFM, well, second biggest, the way they play the map on Pearl is pretty horrendous. But my biggest fear is that their mental just shatters once they lose. Like it's just they are just husks on map 2 after they lose map 1. And obviously, like against the T1 one, like I get it. You know, it was OT. You thought you played a little bit better, which they did, like Seth said. But you gotta be able to just like get your head back in the game, right? And this sucks because now you're probably thinking, well, we got to fix like our defaults, we got to maybe retool our comps, and we have a mental issue. So like, where do you prioritize? It's not a great spot to be, but it is a trifecta that is really gonna hurt their chances. But maybe they come in with better confidence just because of their fixtures, and maybe that helps them out.
I do want to talk about VARREL, but quickly, because we haven't discussed anything on T1, are there thoughts on how T1 played this game that Ben mentioned?
Yeah. Can you imagine if the balls were switched and Nongshim was in T1 spot? Man, I think about that every day.
Are you saying it was rigged potentially?
Would they win in Omega?
I don't know about rigged, but Nongshim would. They would definitely be in playoffs already in Omega. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's such a fucking conspiracy theory. It's so stupid. They put Nongshim ramen inside of the bowl, so he grabbed it. He said, "Oh, this one's boiling hot. This must be them."
No, I don't think that. I just wish, I just dream of it.
Yeah.
But I think T1 looked a bit better. I mean, like Buzz looked a lot more, comfortable. He looked to be back in his groove. I would say that nothing really changes in my view of T1. Like I do think they'll just get better and better each week in stage 1. I think they'll have a better time figuring out their own flow. I think there's still question marks about Meteor, like if he's going to be able to find peak prime Meteor.
Yeah.
That's a big question because that will kind of change the narrative on are they world favorite, international favorites versus, they'll get to an international. Yeah.
One thing I would just quickly say about Buzz is, unlike we were talking about with Nongshim and like how they need to just go to double duelists and stick to their identity, all that stuff, Buzz does a really good job at playing solo Neon and like survive, like knowing when he needs to stop and not just overheat and send it and die. Like there's a lot of times where his entry pathing and the way like he's pausing midway through is like really good for a solo Neon. But Nongshim shouldn't do that because Danby's an idiot.
I feel like he's always kind of excelled about that though. Like even like I think Buzz is one of those players that gets ridiculed a lot because people say like he doesn't frag that heavy, even though like prior to Santiago, he was the global kill leader for internationals. But and obviously he's been to a ton of them. But he's like always had that selfless play style is how he's always described it, where he will be that entry. I think he's learning a little bit more restraint now. And when he knows when he needs to send it, when he doesn't need to send it, etc. But he's always been that player so just willing to dive in and hopefully get at least a 1-to-1 trade, but then garner the info for the rest of the team. And I think that he's still doing that same exact thing that he's been doing for the last several years, but he's just doing it even better now.
Let's move on to talking about a different game. I want to jump ahead here a little bit and talk about RRQ against VARREL, because I think that's such an important conversation about some of the other teams that are happening in Omega, because VARREL looked like they were going to be basically just like an easy team to put away repeatedly based on what they've done in kickoff, what they've done week 1. Have they inspired a bit more confidence with their performance in this match?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I've pulled up some. Yeah, but I pulled up some rounds of their deadlock. Maybe NRG want to take a little peek at this, because some of the things that they were doing were like genuinely quite interesting. The way that they were using the deadlock wall, and the RRQ were confused, and RRQ, it took them some time to figure out. It wasn't just like normal, I'll throw a grav net with a tail missile. There was some of that, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. But like I've got 3 different rounds here of like different ways that they use a deadlock wall in a strange way that RRQ seemed to not fully understand. So the first one, whenever you get it up, Kurt, is this one. If you can just put up the map. So This one is their bonus round, and you see they throw a deadlock wall there in the middle of the map. That's the attacking deadlock wall to kind of stop rotates, from vents over towards B, right? So no one can rotate there. And this time they're going to use it. You can see the sky there. This time they're going to use it as the timing of that wall is going to go down for the sky to perfectly then lurk up through mid and ultimately win the round, right? So this is kind of the first iteration that they used it, and it worked very well. And obviously in RRQ's mind, it's like, well, there's deadlock wall there, so there's no late lurk. So when they're going for this, the wall now drops perfectly timed for the sky to walk in and get some kills from heaven. And RRQ, are completely, oblivious to the fact that that's going on, and the sky goes through, gets a couple kills, right? Next clip, round number 17. They use it in a very different way. This time, they're going to send that same deadlock wall in mid, which again looks like it's just cutting off rotations. But instead of a late lurk, it's going to be a kind of different late lurk, where they're going to have inserted the jet already in past their own deadlock wall. Again, you can just go to the map cut and kind of speed this on. So you can see the jet is already there, right? The jet gets to this point, and now they're like, okay, I'm going to lock you in with them. Obviously, this has its risks, because if RRQ re-clear this, the jet's in some trouble. But your hope is that they don't. They then go towards A, and again, you can just kind of skip through this. By the time they get to A, the jet now comes on a late lurk, and again, if you just skip through, is eventually going to get some free kills in towards heaven here again, right? So again, a slightly different way of doing it. Free kills there for the jet, a nice use of it. And then the next one, they have even another one in round number 22, this time with a different wall again. That again looks like, a bit of a strange wall. You might be like, oh, you're just blocking off the attackers from doing stuff. But round number 22, they're going to put the wall over towards A, in towards the entry towards A heaven. And you might be like, that's a shit wall, right? Now you can't go through A heaven. You're blocking off your own A split, right? It doesn't make any sense. But again, if you just come to the map cut, it might even be they've done it before. I think, you got to go back.
Disappeared.
Yeah, so they start the round looking like it's a fast A hit, right? And they've put the deadlock wall there in towards heaven. But actually, they got a double lurk through mid, and this is all just a bait, and they're going to rotate all the way back, right? With two people ending up in spawn. So, again, just like RRQ, and you see, RRQ, they put their deadlock wall in A, they're stopping us rotate, flood over to A, they're doing an A exec, and we end up with a map that looks like this. And again, they end up, winning the round with multiple people in their spawn. So I thought that VARREL had some cool ideas, right? This is a clear example of a team who has actually thought, oftentimes when teams pick off agents, my main concern is that it doesn't ever look like they have come up with a plan of why they want to pick that agent or things to do with said agent. Yeah. But this time you could see that VARREL clearly did have some plans with it and did have some ideas that were kind of unique and cool that confused RRQ and made this game close. So that's cool. And they still lost.
Yeah.
I mean, it went obviously to overtime and split, and then Jemkin decided that that's exactly when he always wakes up.
Jemkin is good.
Yeah, Jemkin is good. I mean, Klaus and LP were doing their darndest to get VARREL to a third map, and Klaus almost breaks 30 on the first map, and then in OT, but Klaus or LP, sorry, and then Klaus breaks 30 in OT on the second map. So I would say better, a bit more promising. Also, it seems like they're getting closer to finding their Ascension style in the current meta within Tier 1. So that's good, steps in the right direction. The biggest question mark, I think, for VARREL right now is Zexy, right? You're going back to a comfort pick of Jet. I'm okay with that if it's comfort, but then you got to prove that it's comfortable, and it's not looking like it in the composition. So, where do you go from there is the big question for them.
Yeah. Well, what do they do from there? Because Zexy's had now 2 bad weeks in a row of looking like a detriment. What would you do?
You know what? Go Phoenix. I'm just gonna recommend Phoenix to everybody. Just go Phoenix. Get a note that gets you another life. Just I mean, I think the Jet is with the way they're playing for VARREL, right? With if you're kind of accepting that they're not going to be contending for a Masters title or whatever, I'm okay with the Jet as long as he understands that he doesn't need to frag. But I think there's a little dissonance right now where he's kind of torn and upset that he's not able to perform, and that's holding him back further of just dive in, buy space, buy time, right? And trust your teammates to frag out. I think he's just not used to that, and I think that's a conversation they're going to have. And maybe once you have that conversation, you realize you can do it better on other agents that aren't Jet, and you evolve from there. But if you're playing this way where you've got great players, teammates that can trade very well, like Klaus and LP, and then clutch factors like Zuna, then you don't have to. You just have to stay alive, really. So hopefully that's something that he can, take a look at Buzz, or the way Nongshim was playing before. Hopefully that's something that they can, take pages from.
Are you feeling better about VARREL or DFM?
Oh,
VARREL.
They play in 2 weeks'
VARREL.
time.
VARREL.
Yeah.
yeah.
One of the big differences to me is that VARREL are trying shit and sometimes falling flat on their face. DFM feel like they're not trying stuff. In the sense that, like, they are just unwilling to ever take a risk. And that feels like a much bigger barrier to me, because that's a whole, like, mentality of how your entire team is formed. So yeah, I mean that might be a playoff determiner, or it might. I mean, it probably
be.
should be a playoff determiner.
Probably will
Yeah.
be.
I mean, unless Zeta just, actually
Yeah.
stomps them both, and then it's over. But
Which could happen.
it could happen. Zeta's looking good. I mean, for now, I would say out of all the performances, I still have more trust in Zeta. But I think Zeta VARREL could get interesting, because VARREL might just be like, we can also frag out in this matchup.
Oh, I think it's going to be a slop fest, but like a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll definitely be a slop fest.
I want to talk about. I mean, some of these games could have been.
We can speed run these. We can speed
But
run.
yeah,
I mean, do you want to start the sentence with "I want to talk about"?
no, we
Yeah,
must.
we
Speed-
must-
speed run,
must-
speed run,
we
speed run.
must talk about these. Global Esports, they beat Team Secret.
Science wins.
The superstition is over. Science beat
Yep.
religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that
Atheists finally get a win.
that's the
Yeah, I mean-
headline? There's nothing
Yeah,
to
that's-
discuss further.
Yeah, that's the headline. Even Javi afterwards, and I truly believe this, having watched the game in the press conference, was like, we didn't even show anything, which was very apparent, because he just constantly overheated, and that's why it even dragged on longer than it should have. So
Yeah.
literally, GE was just like, we just fight better, and they did. And then Javi was like, they should have signed me and Patman 2 years ago, and they didn't, and here we are. And so there you have it.
Yeah, I think like Secret do look better, but Rimuru is still taking time to kind of get used to the stage. I could have pulled up clips, I suppose, but I feel like this would just be like
Speed run.
kicking sand in the face of somebody who's already crying. Like it's
It is, by the way, an indictment of how Team Secret are playing that you are now the person throwing them bail. Like
That's
that, like you've gone the full looped back to
But-
pity.
But I have always held the opinion that I want them to be a good competitive team.
Bollocks,
But
absolute bollocks.
I've said that so many
I know
times
you've
on
said
this
that.
show.
I know you've said it. I don't believe you. You're thriving on their failure.
No, because I want to be able to boldly and confidently say that every team in my region is good and can
Right.
beat anybody else.
Yeah.
And
And at the
there's a
moment,
couple-
That's not true.
I can't say
it's not true because of Team Secret and bloody Nongshim RedForce. It's so
Exactly.
annoying. It's so
Exactly.
annoying.
There he goes. The teapot's gone off again. So I think we were seeing a lot of just like kind of like scared play from Rimuru at times, especially if he got put into a position where he had to clutch. He would just be really slow, really hesitant to make any kind of movement or decision. And you want to see that confidence. You want to see them just be able to be like, I can win this and kind of go for it. Even if he falls short at the end of the day, you want to see him just like take the initiative to go for that play. So I think that's something that they're still working through. Obviously, Sylvan, good ace. I guess we could say that.
Yeah.
He had a good ace.
Oh.
That's it.
Yeah, let's
That's
go to the
fine.
next one.
That's
go to the
fine.
next one.
Move on. On to the next.
Well,
Sense.
yeah, I wanted to watch the rest of that round, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, full sense. Full sense. They got rid of Zeta Division, didn't they? You were saying earlier that Zeta, is there still a world in which they come back and destroy VARREL, DFM, end up winning the Chinese trifecta? But I fear the curtain has already fallen.
Chinese.
Sorry, did I say Chinese? I'm in Japanese trifecta.
Oh no!
Wow.
The brain is farting. Unfortunate. It's
We've
a
had
bad
another
mix-up.
incident.
But this game, I mean, this is one of those tier gap games, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, mechanical just skill diff. I think one thing is the way that Killua was playing the sky off of Primy's movement and like giving space for Primy as well. That actually, oddly enough, I know there was a skill gap, but this made me think, oh, you know what? Okay, fine. Like maybe Sky can get more value than I thought, because I firmly believed in the patch that Sky was a bit of a trap. Like she's fine, but she's not actually like that much better, or can completely replace the Yoru like some people were speculating initially because of just the cooldown refresh. Because in my head it was like, but everyone's still playing 4-1 double duelist burst. Like you're not really getting that third Sky Flash anyway. But because they had that backup, you would oftentimes see Killua actually util dump like right off the rip. He'd even like start with Trailblazers some of the rounds just to get extra space, and then they'd actively move around it because they have someone like Primy, and then now and then they would actually have a third flash as well for extended fights. So overall, I thought it was quite convincing. I was also very impressed with Primy's waylay, because oftentimes something that Primy used to struggle when he first joined Talon was again feeling like I need to be the one that's getting the first frag, right? Like I need someone else to come in with me. But now he's like just dashing about, knowing that someone else is going to trade, and then he can get double kills. So he's learned that if he just waits to treat doubles,
he's doing great at that though. For the longest time, going into that split, he was 13-0 first kills, first deaths.
Yes,
across the just in the stage. So obviously that's one series, but still to go, your opening series and not die first once is still pretty impressive. And then I think he ended up getting 5 first deaths in this map alone. So he just like tanked that really good looking stat a bit. But Killua is so good, dude. Like like you can't big that guy up enough, to be honest, because not only is he just fantastic at setting up the rest of the team and allowing for Primy to excel, he's just also so fucking dangerous by himself. The number of multi-frags that he had during the series, I put him in my build diff. I was shitting bricks because everyone on the rest of the town are talking about like all these different punishments that they're going to make me do if I lose the build diff thing for the week. And I picked Killua, and I'm just watching him with every single kill. My grin is just getting bigger and bigger. I'm like the Cheshire cat, just like, yes, Killua, fucking bring me back from the depths. And he did.
For the record, not only was he cheering on Killua, he was hoping on the downfall of Primy so that Killua could get more frags.
Oh yeah, go fucking die first every round. Like everybody else took Primy. I needed him to eat shit, and I needed Killua to have fucking a triple Michelin star meal, and he did. It was great.
Now, this is the kind of mentality, by the way, that leads me to believe that you are not genuine when you say, I just want Team Secret to be good. You have such pleasure in the downfall of others, Seth.
Well, this is more about the downfall of the other talent.
That's true.
Playing a game against each other.
That's true.
So the players are just an unfortunate...
Who did have to do this terrible
they're unfortunate,
thing?
like,
It's at the end of the stage, right?
Oh, was at the end of the stage?
So it's the end of each week.
Oh,
whoever has the lowest score. Mika Fabs lost. And she was the one who was just like, oh, we should all just join forces and ensure that Achilleos loses. And I'm like, go fuck yourself now.
And what is the punishment?
I think it was execution last time we talked about it. No, I mean, it could be anything. You have to wear something silly on broadcast, which is why Quack had like a durian thing on his head.
Yeah.
It could be something like that. It could be you have to tweet something, you have to do a TikTok dance, any of that kind of stuff. Everything that I don't want to do with every core of my being.
Is it possible that Paper X also had to do a forfeit challenge this week, where they where the forfeit was
Something's forfeit was playing Neo.
Yeah. Let's talk about this game finally.
So,
Wait,
perfectly fine and adequate the first time he played it.
When was that first time? Was it last week?
Last week.
Yeah,
and he was fine.
It was fine.
No,
but
I don't remember it.
Neo's overblown.
Before we talk about Paper X, can we just watch this clip real quick? Kurt, I just sent you a clip, a link. Because yes, Paper X also floundered around, especially on Lotus, but we gotta give credit where credit is due. To Gen.G really putting in the work.
Do you need this with the audio?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
Yes, really putting in the work to just prove the smartest people around the world.
Oh, this is you
Valorant.
little motherfucker. This is you getting credit for your Karen on do list shit.
I don't.
Man's
I didn't say
trying
anything.
to gas himself up.
I didn't say anything. Thought about this as well, and like with the Yoru gone, et cetera, what could Gen.G do to change it? Just put Charon on Duelist. Send Zinx back to Sentinel. That's his main. Put Charon on Duelist so he can just go in and frag out. He's got an insane match record on Phoenix. 1 game.
Wow.
But 337 ACS. All right.
pretty high.
This guy knows what to do. He
Playing
knows how to
against
go in and
Redwater.
frag. That guy knows what to do. Charon knew what to do. That guy knows what to do.
Now,
thing
I
is-
hate this take because he played it on 1 out of 3 of the maps. And I wouldn't say that he was, even though he top fragged that map, didn't he? I wouldn't even say he was, oh no, he didn't top frag that.
No, he didn't.
Did he? He was close though. He was close.
No,
at
yeah,
various
he was
times.
close for
But
the
bro,
most of it.
It was Ash who won them that game, in my opinion.
Yes.
Like, Ash was outrageous on
Yes.
Haven, like, had a biblical game.
Yes, but
yeah.
here's my point though, because I'm not actually trying to take credit for them putting Charon on it, because surely
That would be very
there's
strange. Well, yeah, no
soloists
shit.
not
That would be
listening.
fucking very strange if you were taking
no,
credit
that'd
for
be.
that.
Well, I don't know. Nongshim's kind of desperate right now, but
They're just fucking Gen.G, like, what? All of Gen.G are just watching Plat Chat and like, you know what, this fucking guy's a genius.
Wait, this guy's spitting for real.
But yeah, I have played 1 game of Phoenix in my career, and I was fucking dominating.
no, but for me, what was apparent was that they were a lot more fluid. And that's what I was trying to say, is that they need someone vocal on both sides of the map, because Lakia is having trouble adapting quickly enough, and Texture is having trouble being both the entry and the entry fragger and the opera and another loud voice for the team.
And the chamber
so-
for a little bit
well,
of Haven.
Yeah, yes, but I mean I think that worked out this time, is that they put him on chamber where he can be a little bit more self-sufficient. He was a little awkward in the beginning. He eventually got into his groove, but since Zinx can just follow Charon around now, like Ash and Lakia can also do their thing. Now, all credit to Ash, like dude clearly has been grinding, and
He's scared
I
for
mean,
his
so-
job.
Took that benching personally.
yeah.
Somehow it does. I hate it as a philosophy to like bench a player in order to get them to perform better or whatever. But holy shit, does it seem to work with the Korean teams that have done it? I don't get it. It just psychologically does not seem to make sense to me. But I swear to God, every time you bench somebody and then bring them back on one of these rosters, they're having life games.
T1 did it in LCK multiple times last year, and then they won the World Championship. So, with horrendous fallout from their substitutions.
Is
as
this the
well.
1v3 they lose? Oh my god.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is a good way of bringing in Paper X. But yeah, Karen was amazing. In
Ash
fact,
could
Kurt, if you
lose.
go on the just the Haven alone, there was, I mean, I know it went into OT, but there was 12, I think, clutches in one map.
Yeah, there were a
Well,
lot
like,
of hero
Paper
plays.
X had 8 clutches in one, and Devi had 4 alone.
Yeah.
Like, for those of you who don't realize, like,
Mhm.
most games don't have 4, let alone one person doing 4 actual clutches. Like, it was an absurd game, Haven was in general. And really could have gone either way. I mean, yeah, it felt like just different people stepping up, like Ash stepping up. Oh, here's a Karen round. Devi was having multiple rounds. Jinx was starting off pretty hot as well. Like, it was a truly bizarre game. And then to take you through the rest of the story game, I mean, Fracture, again, just another team looking a little lost on Fracture, and Paper X looking good on Fracture. It looks like a strong map for them. And again, Jing was fucking insane again this week.
He's just at home on Fracture, man. He always puts up insane performances.
And I would say, like, here on Lotus, I do think... Oh, sorry, Lotus. Here on Haven, I think that something and his performance is a big story in this game because he had a bad game. But, like, I felt sorry for him because you could kind of tell that he was tilted. But the things that were happening to him were very tilting.
Don't give me
Like,
this.
no, everyone... He was dying through... Like, if someone spammed through a smoke and his whole team was there, he would die. He was going in first. Oh, I'm going in first entry. Oh, I'm run straight into a judge. Oh, you didn't trade me. Like, there was a lot of... He was also having a bad game. I'm not saying he wasn't. But I think part of it was that he was getting tilted on this first map because bad things were happening to him.
Okay.
And I've watched you play Valorant and tilt. And we've all done it.
Yeah.
We've all played Valorant, and it's like, oh, died to a spam again. And you're just like, fuck this game. But unfortunately for him, he can't just leave.
Okay, so you are right that there were a lot of unlucky moments happening, and the casters were talking about it quite a lot too. But I think what got missed is he started the first 5 or 6 rounds not getting unlucky, playing like dog shit, taking awful fights on defense. And then the unlucky shit started happening to him, where he started to play a little bit smarter, and he still was getting owned. And yeah, he did have a couple of unlucky moments then. But like, he was playing like ass to begin the game. It's
Yeah,
not
but
like
that
he
happens
started
sometimes.
playing perfectly and then got on tilt. He's like taking the world's worst fights over towards Garage. I can't remember where else he was playing some like.
There was one in
horrible
round 2
peaks.
where he just goes alone into a lobby.
Yeah.
Against an eco, and Alex, they cut to the camera, is like, why is he alone? More angry than that.
When he was playing, there was a round on Lotus as well, which maybe you could argue that the tilt is still there, but if it is, that's a big problem. But there's a round on Lotus where he's contesting over towards Rubble, and he just like walks at them, no slide, miles away, trying to kill them with a judge. It's like, bro, have you played Neon before?
No. I think that's his team's fault. We can watch that round. I did a video about it today. Round number 3. Oh, that's his team's fault. The team call doesn't make any sense. The execution of the plan makes no sense. Like if you go back and watch it,
you neon wall to take Rubble, and then you slide into them with the judge. You are sliding there 100% of the time, or you are clearing back Rubble if you hear a teleport and then sliding into them. Not using the slide is horrible micro.
Whoa,
okay,
sorry,
sure.
Mike,
You know what else?
What round was that? Sorry.
Round 3. You know what else is horrible micro? His teammate throwing a fade horn in his neon wall, so it doesn't reveal anyone.
Yeah, sure.
What are they doing? But then also, you know what else is horrible, Michael? Just fucking leaving the guy, pretending like you've won the fight because you put up a neon wall. The other 2 players just fucking leave instantly. Oh, this is on Lotus, sorry.
Lotus round 3.
On Lotus.
I think.
So what's the plan? They haven't conditioned the A fight at all. Like, they haven't won an A fight yet. There's no reason for Gen.G to be like, oh, well, we can't take this A fight. It's their bonus round. And I agree. Like, yeah, he's just sliding out his wall. But why is he there in the first place alone? With no
I agree.
detail?
They did it the same on Haven too. They were sending him alone.
Doesn't matter if he slides, he dies.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't die there. He kills both of them with the judge if he slides into them. In my
There's
opinion,
5 people there.
There's 2, I think.
I think
pull up
you
the map.
might
There's 1,
be
2,
talking
3,
about-
4.
Hold on. Slide here. 2 people. He would have killed them both.
It
He
is.
would have killed
arguable.
them both.
Yeah, but
they fade horn in their own neon wall that doesn't reveal anyone for him. The other 2 are already gone.
No, I know.
These players are
I
making
agree.
noise.
I agree. It's horrible. But what I mean is, you've got a very uncomfortable player as well that you're putting too much on. Like he's part of their attacking default on Haven too is that they do the same thing where they send him alone A long. In what world is he the juggernaut? Look at him. He's never played the agent before. What are you talking about? He's the juggernaut that's going to 1v5 them over towards A. What are we doing here?
yeah, I think just both of you guys are right. The team play was bad, but also if it was someone who was much more comfortable, and doesn't have to like think about everything you have to do on the neon, then he probably gets at least one, right? And drags out a little bit more time or whatever. Like we see at least some more action. So I think both are true. There were multiple times on Lotus where it was like, okay, you could have done like a quick jump slide to try to get one kill at least, and you were just not seeing that. So it's very obvious that he's not comfortable on it yet. Personally, I'm still not too worried because he kind of had maybe not as bad in the first games, but similar path with Yoru. Like initially, it wasn't that great. Yeah, and then eventually he got there, and he was one of the better ones within the region. So I'm not too worried about it long term, but it is a lot to put on the guy. It is a lot to put on the guy.
He has also been bad this year, really, though, hasn't he? Because he wasn't even playing that well at the start of the year compared to last year.
But my problem with this, though, Josh, he is struggling and has. But like on Lotus, the map that they got farmed on, like Forsaken and Ivy also had Envy also had bad games. Like it was Jing against the world, and Divide would pop up every so often. But like they got fucked because like everyone on Gen.G was aiming better than them by a mile, apart from Jing. Like something could have had a great performance. They still probably would have lost. Gen.G, like Karen was running around the map and doming everyone. Even Lakia was winning his fights.
But it makes a big difference when your Neon starts 0 and 10 and their Neon starts 14 and 7. That makes a big, big difference.
Well,
but the
yes
rest of the team
and
didn't
no.
help either.
Yeah, like I don't think it would have changed the actual outcome. I agree with TMV on that, but I guess the optics of it would have changed, right? Like fans would have been like, well, we just give him another week because something and Jing are still fragging and the double team is still good. Like you might have had that narrative, but I mean, I'd like to believe it's because as far as I understand and from what we've seen in the comms, like something is generally one of the more vocal voices as well within this team. So if he's tilting and uncomfortable and that's affecting the rest of the team and they start just going back to old PRX, just doing their own things, like it's just this domino effect. And obviously you can't really pinpoint only one issue, but I guess the best case scenario is that's the problem, right? So you just have to like slowly work it in. Either way, I'm not like worried for Paper X in terms of at least getting to playoffs and having a decent chance. But because I also do think Gen.G was just like playing way better than the Paper X was. So
dude,
Like for instance,
What-
if you
how
didn't- like,
did
my
they play
my
like
argument against you, Sideshow, is
oh yeah,
he played Neon on Fracture, didn't have a great game, and they won 13-3. So how did
Yeah.
that happen if he's such a problem?
yeah, they have a massive gap in terms of how much better they are at Fracture for sure. Like Gen.G don't understand that map to the same degree. My concern here though is that Paper X actually do understand Lotus. They have been amazing at Lotus before. The map knowledge, the map approach shouldn't be a problem. Now it was, it absolutely was. I mean, you're right in terms of the issues that you're highlighting as a team overall, but this has been home territory for Paper X basically. Like this is one of their best maps, especially regionally. They tend to slaughter people here. I don't understand it from Gen.G's perspective though. What witchcraft did they perform in order to go from coughing baby rattling deathbed to infecting the world with their super
Yeah,
virus?
to Shio's coughing baby.
Yeah. I genuinely don't get it.
it.
Like the Phoenix looked like it was well thought out. They actually had really nice ideas with even like the Phoenix Molly is one of the biggest pieces of utility that the Phoenixes are using at the moment, and Karen's was lovely. It wasn't just the shooting. Ash has a god game. Zinx is playing incredibly, by the way. Like we just showed the Bucky 3K that he gets there. I mean, that is Neon mastery, the way that he's playing that situation. Who have they blood sacrificed to do this?
Foxy 9.
Fuck, I had my mic muted because I was eating a fucking nacho. I wanted to get there first. But yes, Foxy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I feel bad for him, but somehow bringing him back in only to bench him just works wonders for the teams he's on. So I really feel for Foxy 9, but man, if that's his legacy, it's one a hell of a successful one because it's working. It is working. So like, I don't want to see that happen to him, but it is, and it's working. So like, I mean, funnily enough,
You want to make it a Masters London? Ben Sturka.
Funnily enough, I don't think this is true with the Foxy 9 scenario this year, but last year they brought in Suggest. They had him sub in for the first week of the stage, and it almost did feel like everyone knew Suggest was worse mechanically than Foxy 9, but it was almost as if Solo just wanted Foxy 9 to be able to see what he wants, like live in server in terms of style and play style and comms, and then Foxy 9 got better. So, I mean, maybe it was something along those lines. Who knows what it was? Maybe they're just constantly retooling, but
Well, so
it worked.
this actually was asked a little bit, or a variation of this topic was asked by Victoria to Ash because they had him on the analyst desk at the end of the series.
Right.
And she had asked, like, what are you doing basically when you're on the bench, after you've been told that you're not playing that week? And he basically did say, like, yeah, I'm actually back, I'm watching Foxy play and I'm kind of, seeing the way that he does it or whatever. And then I'll go and talk with, Solo. This is obviously a very abridged version of this. And basically he gets a stronger understanding of what the game plan is supposed to be and how he is supposed to be playing that role. So it basically is similar to that. And after last week, they just, did scrims with both the players, and then Ash performed better, so he ended up getting slotted.
To be fair, we don't know if maybe they played the first game with Ash and he pops off. Maybe they look good. Maybe the coaches just trolled the first game. You're coming at it as if they were bad and then good, but maybe they were good. But the
Speaking
coaches
of
trolled
the-
them.
Wait,
were
speaking of the
horrible in
coaches.
kickoff.
Yeah, but they've had time.
Yeah. But speaking of the
Yeah.
coaches, there was a clip of Solo in Fracture where during the replay, he says in Korean, he's like,
Oh, yeah.
이상한데? And what that means is like, just something's not right. Like something's weird. Like that's what it translates into. And it literally felt like Solo was watching this and his mind was breaking of like, this isn't the TAC FPS I used to know, because both teams were just running it down against each other and getting, and coming out on top with like one person alive. And I think it might just be also a case of Solo like coming to terms with the game has changed. It's no longer, he used to play the old FNATIC
Especially on
style of like,
Fracture.
wait out the clock, et cetera, et cetera. So, maybe.
My big questions for this match are about how it whether it has relevance moving forwards into the future for both teams, actually. So just to
Gen.G
start with
probably a lot more
Gen.G.
relevant.
Yeah, so to start with Gen.G, though, talking about Solo basically said last week, like, we're playing all of our old shit. So presumably they've actually, like, this is the new direction for them to play. Karen playing Phoenix on a couple of the maps, you know, Ash coming in and not being stuck in Astra jail, which I think is huge for Ash. Like, it made a big difference for his performance. Not playing Yoru anymore, like, thank fuck for that, because Zinx on Yoru last week was atrocious. So for Gen.G, are we now believing that they're back?
I think I need
Next
to
week
see,
will be a good test.
I need
Right.
I need a larger data set to make a judgment. I need to see more, make sure it's not just a flash in the pan. But like what I have been seeing, what I did witness this week, makes me very hopeful for them to be on a return. I think it's still going to take a lot more iteration. I don't think you're necessarily going to be able to get those kinds of performances out of Ash reliably. Like, he's not going to clutch that many times every single game. So you need to shore up a lot of things, but we kind of saw the progression of, you know, Karan bringing out the Phoenix for the first time, the second time, I guess, technically, like, and looking very good on it, as well as like just actual growth of like texture playing Chamber on that opening Haven. Because to start, like, he was booty cheeks, and then he got to the end, then he just looked like God. So I think if they kind of like come in where they left off, then yeah, I think Gen.G is going to be in a very good spot.
There's also like on Lotus, like the calling as well was really good. Like the
Yes.
the ideas and the calling mid rounding was good as well. So they can keep that up. I mean, they're playing Nongshim. That's a free win on Lotus.
It's a free win almost everywhere.
Yeah. What about Paper Rex then? So for
Not for Acture. Not for Acture. It's not for Gen.G.
No, it's not a free win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paper Rex. I mean,
They play Secret
Listen,
next
it's-
week, so
yeah, I mean, surely that'll
Confidence builder?
give them confidence. Yeah, I
But
think
also, it
the
doesn't tell
schedule
you
works
anything,
out
I
for them.
think.
no,
Like,
but it's confident.
but
it
that's
gives
fine
it gives
for
something
them,
more
though.
time to practice Neon.
Yeah, I
You
think
can
for
tell you a
Paper
hell of a
Rex,
lot if they lose.
well,
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, if they
that
lose,
too.
then we're panic stations. Yes. but-
Yeah, but if I think this for a team like Paper Rex specifically, I think having a week where it's not going to tell you much, even if they win, is fine and almost perhaps better, because that just means they're going to get their reps in, get their confidence back, and then we know mechanically like they can obviously to be at the top. So, you know, they just need to kind of find that. I mean, they did that throughout kickoff as well. Like, it was always like dicey, and then they looked good, you know, at Santiago and looked a lot more comfortable. So I think this is
Did
one
that
of those
before
teams where it's
Toronto.
like,
They barely made it into playoffs.
yeah. This is just them. You know, I don't think you have to be too doomer. Listen,
Well-
there are other teams that are plenty doomer. Paper X is not one of them.
And I suppose the follow-up question would be, are they on the right track with putting something on Perma Neon, even if it looks bad right now? Because you can make a very good argument of just give the guy time and he's going to get good, because he's normally a movement-ish player, right? Like, when you look at how he plays Jet in particular, he is very fluid with movement. So this is only his, I just looked it up. He played 3 maps of Neon. He's played 5 all time. So he just played the majority of his Neon experience right in this game. But it will take time. Like, he looks a long way behind, in my opinion. His movement is poor. His knowledge of the like mechanics and abilities, and even the judge usage, actually. I don't want to get all sliggy on it, but he doesn't even understand how to use the judge properly. So he's got a long way to go, but is it the right direction? That's more important.
It was with Yoru. Took him some time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
think it
do think
probably
it-
is.
I think it depends on how much Paper X, or how soon Paper X thinks Neon is going to be hit with a
Right.
nerf. Because I actually think if Sentinels are buffed, most teams won't play as much Neon. But a player caliber of something, like if he gets comfortable, and the style of Paper X, they could still work it, I think, right? If Sentinels or Initiators get buffed, like, they could probably still live with it and buy time. But if Neon gets nerfed, it's like you're putting in all this time, and then you're going to have to like relearn it, or, you know, pivot again. So
Because
yeah.
the other option as well, by the way, is not just that like things go to shit. It's that Jing plays the Neon, and then something plays maybe like Phoenix, something like that. You could play Neon Phoenix on a lot of these maps that way around, but then you don't get the Jing raise, which is where he's been going nuts.
Yeah. I think you've got to keep Jing on what he's doing, because he's just absolutely frying right now. I actually think if you were going to change it, you might even change it with Forsaken playing Neon.
Forsaken?
Yeah.
Oh, but something
but-
can't really.
But on
fill
certain
in
maps,
for
like
him, can he?
on Brim maps, for instance, that could like he's played Brim. Something's played Brim before.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, but
yeah,
hear me out. What you could do, and because he's played it before, so what you could do is you could have Jin go back to the Neon, which you mentioned, and then you just go solo duelist, and then something he plays the Breach, and now like on maps like Haven, Fracture,
hate
Lotus,
you.
I think that this could have legs. I think this could really work for them.
I think we're
Yeah,
doing
the
a great
Masters
podcast where
winners
we
are
just
using
end up
that.
saying like every team. What if they just changed every single role? What if they just
God.
completely moved
There
around
are-
every role?
I mean, there are
Did
a
Did you
lot
know
of
this guy in
teams-
20? Did you know Mako used to play Julius?
Actually,
still
put
waiting for
Jing
that,
on-
by the
put
way.
Jing
I
on
know you
Neon
are.
and
You're
then
gonna bring
back-
that up if he ever plays Phoenix.
Yeah.
Put Jing on Neon and bring back Mind Freak to play Race.
Actually, yes, yes.
That's there you go.
Yes,
That's
a
the play.
throwback.
I personally think something the biggest reason for having something on the Neon is because I think Jing shines so much more as a fragger and a trader, and something can manage to be that space creator and still frag. Right, I think Jing kind of struggles to sync those two identities up together, and the difference between Jing like purely fragging and then having to slightly space control. I think he's just so much better at purely fragging, and so that's the argument for having something learn these other roles or agents, because he maybe inherently, in theory, stands that position better.
Okay, well, it's going to be interesting to see them in a couple of weeks when they play against Global GE, but
Yeah.
next week should be a bit of a slam dunk for PaperX. Let's go into some of our predictions and start talking about next week, though. So I genuinely don't understand this, but let's take a look at the viewer report card. The match of the week last week, hot ass. Allegedly, we had Team Secret against Global Esports.
It was the
as
test of
match
science.
the week. Oh, it was, right? Yeah, of course. This was science versus religion, wasn't it?
What was it, Sideshow?
Science versus religion, no?
No, but what was it?
Oh, sorry. This was. I can't believe that you're the one still forcing this bit. I've already given up on it. It's match of the week. There you go. There you go. There you go. But 90% of people thought Global was going to win. They don't believe in the red light, green light, and for good reason. This one was too strong, even for the darkest of superstitions. Let's go into.
Oh, he was broken as soon as they beat Gen.G. Over.
I'm sure people are still going to bring it up, though, if they start doing it again. There'll be some revisionist history as to why this one didn't
They'll
count.
just say, well, no, they'll just say secret or beyond science.
A glitch in the Matrix.
Okay, let's have a look at these matches. I'll tell you when the next match of the week is coming up, and then you can vote on that in the community tab.
See, it's a good bit.
The first match that we're going to predict, though, is Full Sense playing against a VARREL.
Oh, a blank. Chobra
Why
didn't
is it
bother.
blank?
That's
Why
so
is it
strange.
Classic
What the hell?
Chobra. Couldn't be
Hold on.
bothered.
A mystery
I
of the
got
universe?
a mystery of the universe. I don't know what happened. But we can
That's
discuss.
crazy.
I'll fix it while we discuss.
Maybe
Chobra,
Chobra
Why are
really
you,
does
why are you
hate Full
firing
Sense.
blanks, Chobra?
Yeah.
Did you go for Full Sense, Chobra? Presumably,
I think so.
right.
If I was still thinking
You just
straight.
let whatever Kurt tells
Yeah.
you predict.
Yeah, I'll just go with it. I mean, if VARREL comes up, we'll just ride with the narrative that I just hate Full Sense and tie pro players, I guess. You know?
But this game, slam dunk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, our guarantees got absolutely destroyed last week by Pacific, I think.
Glitch in the Matrix.
Yeah, but I guess we'll thumbs up for the screenshot anyway. We'll do like a fake.
Yeah, this
version of
is a
Plat Chat
guarantee.
here.
So we're gonna do a screenshot.
Oh, there we go.
I just looked at the back end.
just
I'm
as
not sure if Chobras are all gonna be messed up. I'm not sure what happened.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Hopefully they're not screwed
Right.
up.
Mystery
Wild
pick.
card, bitches.
Well, let's see what he picked for this next.
I mean,
one.
the next one is 100% a guarantee. So it's PaperX playing against Team Secret, even with PaperX losing to Gen.G. Surely.
Why is it happening? Oh, come
Oh.
on. That's so annoying. I don't know why it broke. I'll
Kick
try
Chobra
fixing it. What if I do kick Chobra?
Damn.
No, I
Yeah.
don't. I
Yeah,
genuinely
what if
have
you
no
did?
idea why it's bugging.
That's all right. That's all right.
but-
We can get a live reaction from Chobra. Oh, for
I
God's
wasn't
sake.
ready for that. Now I'm blinking.
I
We
assume
don't need to
you
talk
did
about
go
this.
for Paper X. Chobra.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Okay.
This series, I sleep.
The next series, though.
Oh, okay. Let me
It-
fix this. Let me fix.
Aw.
Okay, well,
Can we
actually,
just
then
talk
we're
about
gonna
this
do.
match real
Yeah,
quick?
we're gonna
Or
do
just
20
talk about
minutes
Paper
on Paper X Team Secret for a second while Kurt fixes things. I do actually. Let's talk about the upcoming match before we show the predictions because it's more interesting to discuss, which is DRX versus Global Esports. These are. This
What is it?
Yes.
KRX.
What is this one?
This one's match of the week.
Dude, I'm trying to fix stuff, and you want me to fly a banner?
No.
People
Oh
to know.
my
We're just
God.
trying to fuck
People
with
to know.
Sideshow. We're not trying to mess with
I'm
you.
flying the banner, dude. It's match of the week, baby. Hold on, I fixed it.
What
I
is
just
it,
gotta run
Kurt?
something. It's not my slogan, man. I can't be stealing that.
Oh, boo.
We'll get sued.
This upcoming game is match of the week. Do we need to buy more time, Kurt, or are you ready to run the?
Dude, I think I fixed it. Let's see if something else broke. Look at all that.
Oh,
shit that I
Well,
fixed.
we're seeing
All right.
everything.
All right.
Massive leaks, operational security down the drain.
Yeah. Hopefully that showed my IP. That'd be awesome.
Pokemon Rule 34. What was that?
All right. Let's run it. Match.
Let's
3.
try it. KRX versus Global Esports.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
I
fixed.
knew it.
Nice.
I knew it.
I'm glad that this one isn't a guarantee because I think this one would be wrong to
Yep.
guarantee it. But for audio listeners, Achilleos has gone for DRX. The rest of us have gone for Global Esports. Achilleos, the floor is yours. Why is DRX taking this one?
I think Termy's really gonna want this, and he's got Yong, who is this young up and comer, and I wouldn't be that surprised if at this point Termy pulled him aside when they were signing him, like before they even signed the paperwork, and he just went, "Look, son, I need this win, and if you can't get me this win, I'll fucking end your entire career. So you get out there." And you practice and you get ready to play against Global Esports because if we don't come home with that victory, it's curtains for you. You'll never work in this fucking town again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do we
Okay.
think there will be a fist bump? I think we should start there before the
Do we
game.
think there's going to be a fist
No.
fight before the game? I mean, both are
Yes.
possible.
There has to be a fist bump, man.
There's
I'm
no
gonna
way
be
there's a
so
fist bump.
livid. I'm going to be so livid if there isn't.
What?
Why?
The whole. What would have quashed the beef? There's been no
Nothing.
resolution. Yeah, exactly. So
Nothing
of
would
course
have
there's not going to
crushed
be a
it,
fist
but-
bump.
Oh,
It's going to be the same
What-
again.
I hate
Will
it.
think
one
the
go in
only
for
way-
it though and one refuse? That's
Oh,
gonna be
now
the question.
that's yeah. Because also the EV
I think that's highly
is
likely.
if
I think
you're
that's
the
highly
person with the
likely.
beef, if you hate them more, actually the best thing is to go for the fist bump, hoping
Yep.
they don't, because then
Yeah.
they look like the asshole.
Yep.
Manners maketh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only way that there's a fist bump is if it's done by proxy, which is what I proposed to do back in kickoff when it looked like
what?
they were
Like
going
you
to.
and Seth stand in the middle of them.
So
fist bump them
basically,
both.
we'll have Termy and Frost will start out on stage. They walk out, their players come out, and then after the players are on stage, I will then walk out, stand between them, shake one of their hands, and then turn and then shake the other person's hand.
I want them to play skirmish against each other.
Oh
Frost
my-
and
oh
Termy
God.
1v1.
Ooh,
Also,
that
Termy
would
would
be
Termy
fun.
would cook him though, wouldn't he?
I would think so, but
I'm not 100,
Yeah, that's a
percent
good
but like,
question.
isn't like because Termy used to be a pro, no? But like a
Yes.
long
Termy-
time ago.
Yeah, but a long
Yeah.
time ago. And Frost also like
Same, yeah.
should be pretty good.
I think Frost
too,
is
yeah.
decent, but I don't know how good he is at the game. Actually, I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure because his background is that he's been like a manager for orgs. No.
the thing is,
No,
Termy would just
coaches.
send.
He's coached like across multiple.
Yeah, I know,
games.
but
And-
like
and
way, I'm
managers
talking
as
like
well,
way
yeah.
back in. Yeah, way back in. The
Yeah.
past.
Termy would send Glow to do it because he wouldn't want to be sitting across from him. I'm sure both of them actually wouldn't want to be sitting across from each other in the skirmish, even though they literally get to shoot avatars of the person that they hate.
Yeah, yeah, dude, it'd be fun.
What a
It
game.
would be fun. Global. Just one note on Global. Why are we picking them as the favorites? TMV or Chobra?
For me, it's just a personal hatred of their fractured defense side, but
Oh, you think
That-
the
that-
Fractures
that
that
just
probably
a
will have
means to
literally
loss?
no bearing on the game. I just don't like the way they play fractured defense side.
Okay.
Global look good, and it's a 50-50.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, I
alright.
think Yeah, I think GE will also just they should have enough ideas on how to like target one person who's popping off on something like Chamber, you know. So like Young might be good, but they'll either avoid him or they'll have some wacky comp that just punishes him hard. So I think they'll have. I think they've been prepping for this match, is what I think, because of their schedule.
Well, yeah, their schedule is like 2 free wins, and then you're playing against DRX.
And the biggest game of all time.
Yeah,
Yeah, really.
yeah, 2 free
According
wins.
to your
and then
coach.
the beef bowl.
The players are like, what the fuck? Isn't this just week 3?
Yeah. Let's go into the next game then. That one's match of the week. You can vote on it in the community tab and decide
what?
who you think. Match of the week.
Yeah, I can't wait for Sajid to lose his voice while casting because he said match of the week for too many times.
So
I
you
can't
go-
wait for him to be on an America's broadcast and go, you know what, Bren? This is the match of the week. And then just go back to a normal cast.
But this is, you can vote on it in the community tab to decide which team you think is going to win. Let's go into the next game, though. The next game is ZETA playing against DFM, the Japanese derby. And we're split 50-50, which is cool. I think DFM are favorites here. So I want to hear from the 2 ZETA believers, who are the 2 Pacific representatives as well here, with Chobra and Achilles. Why ZETA?
My brain honestly does say DFM, but just kind of based on what I've been seeing, like I don't know, ZETA just looks like they're hitting a little bit different, and DFM are just kind of at a loss. Like I don't think ZETA really knows what they're doing, but they are kind of like still looking better.
They're doing
as
something.
they go about it. Like I don't know. I think that there's some decent promise where there kind of hadn't been before. Like the step ups that we've kind of been seeing from, I'd say Shota in particular. After that last series, I was like, okay, like if he's gonna play like this and Absol's gonna be playing the way that he is, all it really takes is like XCL getting util in the right spot and Sugar Zero occasionally putting on the cape for them to be able to win maps. I know that this is going to be a game that both teams really do care about. DFM has had the upper hand, I think, at least like maybe the last 2 times, maybe more, that they've squared off against each other. And I think that ZETA is going to be really pissed, and they're going to try to reclaim that mantle. So I think that this is going to be a big one for them.
Yeah, I also just think ZETA actually takes space on the map, and DFM sits and twiddles their thumbs.
Yeah,
So
everything we're talking about DFM, like not wanting to fight, like Absol is ready to fight. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
For good or worse, like he is ready to just slide in and challenge. And
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the story of the game, is like DFM are trying to play in a very structured way. It's becoming passive instead of structured and controlled. But I suspect the reason that I'm favoring DFM and consider them the favorites is that I think ZETA are going to make too many mistakes with their aggression, where it actually just feeds into the way that DFM are playing. But
very possible.
who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I also do think Shota and Absol, but Shota perhaps a bit more. Like there is also personal motivation, because this is your chance to like take some of the spotlight away from May, right? Because within Japan, after May joined DFM, it was like, well, Shota's the next big thing, and then it was Absol, and it's like, well, you're looking good right now. You're riding the momentum. Yeah, give it your all.
Sure.
Shut him down.
Yeah.
He was benched and then he came back.
Yeah.
And now he's
That's the
pounding.
narrative.
It keeps
Wow.
working.
That's
Yeah.
the narrative. It's
This-
working.
Dude, when Tens comes back again, Jesus Christ. Like, we'll never witness anything like it.
The next game honestly could have been a match of the week, a candidate. I'm getting less enthused about this bit that I came up with. It's been forced upon me. But the next game is a genuinely really good one, I think. It's a rematch of an incredibly important game from kickoff that saw T1 end up making it to Santiago. It's RRQ playing against T1. And I'm the only RRQ
Wow.
believer. Everybody else going with T1 here. So now I've got to defend myself. I suppose one of the reasons that I'm feeling all right about RRQ is that I feel like they have actually been tested in their games by... When I've been watching the RRQ games, I have not felt like, even though the games have been close against teams that are at the bottom of the table, I haven't felt like it's because RRQ suck. I felt like it's because I've been seeing the other team do something good or interesting or step up their level. And so
Right,
I'm
T1's
still
incapable of
maintaining
that.
faith in RRQ. No. I'm not saying that at all. Not saying that at all. But the T1 games, I feel like I have been watching them stomp teams that don't have a clue, right? So like, and that might seem a bit weird because they both played against VARREL, but I think the VARREL team that they played against was very different in terms of what they actually brought to the server.
100%.
So I'm just looking at like RRQ, I think have played some close games, but not necessarily because they're a worse team. Doesn't mean they're going to win. That's my own defense.
I mean, honestly, I kind of thought that this was maybe going to be a 50-50 as well between these two squads. I think that both teams can win on any given day. Like there's so much talent between both of these rosters. I think this is widely going to come down to just game plan and who can maintain momentum, because I think it's going to be a long slog of a series. But I think that if you're able to kind of endure through, then that's, whichever team can do that is going to be the one that walks away with the winner. And I do worry a little bit more about RRQ in that regard, given that they have been playing such close games against teams that are on paper easier, and they've barely been able to scrape by with those wins.
The beef in this game could be generational for Gen.G.
It could be. Yeah.
As well. Like this could be
If
the
Jemkin
start
doesn't turn up on the stage with a cigar in his mouth, I'm going to be disappointed.
The admins have got to be watching T1 like a hawk for this one too. If I was one of the RRQ players, I'd start taking a headphone off just to fuck with them, just to see what happens.
Oh man.
I would
should be a great game though.
Can we license, who sings that song? Smoking in the Boys' Room. Is that Motley Crue? Can we license that for this for this broadcast?
For the walkout? Just for the walkout.
Do you want to go that smoking in the boys' room?
Let's look at our final game of the week. Final game of the week is Nongshim RedForce playing against Gen.G. And I'm the only Nongshim believer, bro.
Are you actually though?
Chobra must be pissed.
What do you mean? What's the question here?
Well,
do I
my
genuinely
question
believe?
is, do you believe just because you think they have the player quality, or do you?
I think they're going to change something. I think you cannot play 3 maps of Breach, lose a game that you really should have won, and not make a change to what you're doing. Like they've had a different approach to this new meta week on week on week, right? They started with running Francis mostly on the Waylay. They didn't like that. They're moving mostly to playing the Breach. I'm banking here on the fact that Nongshim move again, maybe to playing something like Phoenix, that kind of idea, just looking at what other teams are doing. If Nongshim play like they did this week and Gen.G play like they did this week, you guys are all right. But I'm expecting Ash to have less of a generational game and Nongshim to actually change off the Breach in order for this pick to work. I just don't think you can look at the Nongshim game. I'm worried, though, that they cope in the same way that we did when we opened that topic about Nongshim. And they're like, well, we just lost every pistol and a couple of bonuses. It's just fucking, it's just luck, isn't it? Let's just run it again. But as long as they don't fall into that mental trap, they should see that it's obviously clear they need to shift something.
I appreciate you saying all this, because really me voting for Gen.G is me just kind of rebelling and letting them know that if they don't change anything, they're going to lose. Like, this is me sending a message, right?
It's a form of protest to the
this is my
capitalist
civil
overlords.
protest to the noodle overlords that something's got to change. And I agree, but that's also my fear. Like you said, it's not even just the pistols. It's the fact that these were, like, overall, obviously the very last map wasn't so good, but overall, like, they're 2-1s, right? You've got overtimes on Fracture. Like, clearly the player quality is good enough. So if you think, nah, we can get by, Gen.G had a career match, they think that, I think they're in trouble. But yeah, if they change anything, I mean, listen, if they change something and they lose, okay, I gotta be careful.
Depends
with
what it is.
But
I mean, let's be real.
Yes. But
I mean, I said about the
okay.
agent pick it from a hat, but there are some that would also be bad.
Go on then.
Yeah.
Name one agent that would be worse.
Well, what's funny is I think Reyna would genuinely be better for them because it would fit their style
Yes, actually.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
What would be the worst thing they could probably
Mix.
play?
Mix would be the worst thing they could play.
No, because they could stim Danby and just run in together.
Yeah, alone, and then he'd have to stop to shoot.
Nah,
and
the
still
mix
wouldn't
would run
matter.
in as well.
Like even Clove would maybe be all right.
Yeah,
for them
Clove
and
would
their
actually be
style.
better than Breach.
What would be
It's
the-
tough to it's tough to think of a character that'd be worse. Honestly, I mean, a second Sentinel would be worse.
Yeah,
Like if
probably.
Francis just played
Yeah.
Killjoy,
Like
or
Cypher
something.
Killjoy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be worse.
Cypher Killjoy would be rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, ISO I think would be bad. They've also never had great success with ISO. ISO wouldn't go well for them. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that does it. That's our hope. That's our plea to the Nongshim overlords. Please change something. And we're gonna finally we're 2 hours in. Let's finally
Yeah,
end
let's
the
fucking-
first segment.
Can I just say
You're the
something
one
Oh,
who
real
no,
kept
quick?
let's
asking
slow us down.
questions to Leo.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I just want to say one thing. I'm glad you guys asked Leo about the age thing for next year for VCT 27, and he said for now, right, the plan is to try to consolidate the age and potentially 17 years old. You know what's crazy is Gen.G signing Siesta or Siesta, however he wants to pronounce it, and we all thinking like, well, he's still got 2 more years.
Yeah.
What if Gen.G just had the foresight and he
Yeah.
gets to play next year in March?
Wait, but
Would
how
be
old
crazy.
is he?
He's turning 17 next March. He
17,
just
yeah.
turned
Turning
16.
17 in March. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be
Yeah, they signed him when he was
insane.
15 years
Geniuses.
old.
He's on
Yeah.
a 2028 contract as well. I mean, that is mental, to be honest with you. But yeah,
Especially when
genius.
they don't even know their opponent team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Achilles and Chobra. We're gonna boot you both off though, and get in Kaquka
problem.
and Mini to talk about EMEA.
Okay,
Briefly.
bye.
I
Goodbye.
Have you got somewhere to be, TMV?
What a life.
This guy's got a life. What a loser. All right, let me
Does
get
he though,
in here.
or is having a life?
Some of us don't have a deadlock addiction.
Ah, bro. Okay, you have a pub quiz addiction. My strange
Doing
sick
one pub
addictions-
quiz a week is not an addiction.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. You live the
That's
most
a fairly
British life of
normal
all time.
facet of British life.
Yeah, you're a Brit who the only thing that's not British about you is that you don't get drunk all the time. Other than that, like you are the perfect Brit. You follow the Premier League, go to pub quizzes all the time. Pale skin, ginger hair. I mean, it's
You want me to say?
sorry, we're just roasting TMV.
Sorry,
Kaquka.
yeah,
hello, Kaquka and Mini.
We
How
need
you
to
doing?
finish the EMEA.
Hello.
Oh, I can't hear Kaquka. Perhaps you're
Yeah, we
muted.
can't hear you, Kaquka. You might be muted.
Or doing the world's best mime impression, one or the other. I'm not sure. Minnie, how are you doing?
How am I doing? Pretty good.
Fucking hell, it wasn't supposed to be
Pretty good.
existential.
The problem is that I'm slightly on some kind of spectrum where if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you my absolute honest response.
Right.
And my honest response often is I have to think about it. And so it means that, you know, even if like the stage manager once just asked me what my favorite color was, and I was like having an existential crisis just before going on desk, like what is my favorite color? I don't know. I have
people
no
who
idea.
have people who have favorite anythings, my brain just simply doesn't work like that. I don't have a favorite food,
don't-
color, drink,
You don't
whatever.
have
Like I
any
like a lot of
favorites of
things.
anything.
No, but I have,
and he's like, oh, you
I have
guys
things
are
that I
the weird
enjoy.
ones.
I have things that I enjoy, but I don't pick one as like above others. No, not particularly.
So you don't have favorites.
Favorites, yes, not a favorite.
If you're like on a desert island and like it didn't affect your health and you could only take one food substance and eat it for the rest of your life, and not to do with the repetitiveness of it, but just the flavor of it and just the enjoyment of it, what would that be?
No idea.
Oh, hello.
No
Oh,
idea.
hello.
Okay.
Yes, we've got you,
Yeah.
Kaquka. Maybe some kind of like Indian or Thai cuisine thing. I'm not sure.
So you're capable of answering the question.
I just don't think about it in that kind of terms.
Okay.
Anyway, let's
What's your
talk about
favorite color,
EMEA.
Sergio?
What's
Yeah,
my
we
favorite
need to know
match?
I want to
favorite
know.
color.
I had a question.
Go
Did
on
you
then.
win? You said you go. It was a TMV that went to a pop quiz.
Pub
Like
quiz.
We finished
did you win?
second. Yeah, finished second.
What was your
About-
team?
There's only 2 teams
No,
participating.
There's about 20, 25
representing
teams.
EMEA. We're only second. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, TMV's yet to lift the
Yeah, I was
trophy
doing a
since
FNATIC
2023.
cosplay, actually.
Yo, Foot looking good. Maybe
Yeah.
it's his. You know, maybe it's his turn.
We'll talk about Foot in a bit, but I want to start with some shite actually. Let's begin with GIANTX playing against Pacific. Kurt's losing it, yeah. Kurt's losing it. All right.
This is a rough way to start.
Yes, it is a rough way to begin, but don't worry, we're going to get onto the better games later on, I promise you. But Pacific plays against GIANTX. GIANTX still struggling to figure out what their identity is, I think. They got Westside playing a lot more duelist and stuff. And GIANTX do squeak out a victory in this match. But yeah, it's a lower level one than some of the other games in EMEA, I think.
Yeah, I think their identity should just be this double duelist. I think that Pro, kind of like what TMV was saying earlier about the double initiator Pro, how it's like 5-0 in terms of losses. I actually just think that these teams just don't know how to play Pro. Like, I think that comp is really good if you actually do take multiple parts of the map. But every team that runs this comp, and especially GIANTX, are basically just death balling, and that's not the strength of the comp. The comp is supposed to get those extremities, push back Ulpers, get a lot of map control. But every single time I just watch one guy and be long, just be chilling the entire defense. I'm like, well, what's the point of this comp? The other thing is that GIANTX are playing much more death ball. Like, they have actually changed their attack style. They're playing much more aggressive and fast than just grouped. And that suits double duelist. And I don't think it suits playing double initiator. You just have an abundance of utility for no reason, essentially.
Were you happy with their performance on the double duelist maps then? On Haven, on Split?
I mean, it clearly isn't like they aren't going to do. They're not going to go to London or anything.
Right.
They
Anything. Anything.
they're not going to do that well, but it is their best route right now.
Okay.
They are going to probably have to make roster changes if they want to hit the kind of levels they were last year at the end of the year.
So you say about stage 2, where their off season starts.
Their off
Yeah.
season. Their off season is about
narrative.
to start. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I was getting ready for the desk. So on Saturday morning, because I don't do anything else, I went and I was like, okay, let me think of GIANTX, because with TMV you do not know, but you two do know. Like, there's a lot of matches and a lot of things happen during the day. You don't remember everything, so I just go, and I go on Split, and I got until round 2 watching GIANTX. I watched round 2 and I said, this is enough. Like, the mess that happened in just 1 second in that second round of Split was enough for me to say, I'm jumping ship. I jumped ship. It was, the thing is, like, I think that for GIANTX, they had issues. They had problems that they still needed to work on and fix. And on top of that, Kurt, what are you doing? And on top of that, now they're faced up with we have a roster that does not fit this meta, and we need to work on those things on top. But this one here, after they win the pistol and they decide, okay, first approach is great. We're like, okay, we leave one player holding one part of the map, we play in 2, and we wait the first 40 seconds to see if there's any aggression. Up until here, great. Like nothing too crazy. But when they go on to execute, CNET might be the smartest player on Earth. But there's like, we send the dog, they have everything. But the dog doesn't clear backside because the neon wall goes up. So Ara hears that he's not clear, so he goes back and tries to check. But the hinder falls in from his same team. And on the other side, just so you have Pacific, who have rotated at the same pace and have control over the side. And everybody has tried to overcompensate, but nobody compensates anything. And that's it.
Yeah,
that's how far I got into Split.
There's a rule that I had with Durka that he wasn't allowed to use his satchels on anti-ecos,
Yeah.
and what they've just done is the equivalent of that. I tried to get Jing to follow that rule, but that was a bit harder.
that's a tougher challenge. Yeah,
That was, yeah,
that's
a
tough
bit
challenge.
harder, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
I mean,
but there
we
was-
don't. Yeah, go on.
There was multiple like waylay. I mean, I agree with you, Minnie. Like the double juice, especially the Phoenix. I think the West Side Phoenix twice in a row has looked good. Like it's good. I would almost be willing, to just be like, maybe just try it all the time, because like his waylay, that was a good example of it there. But there's also, I think, a couple other times where his waylay util was like catching. So I was trying to, run in on Neon, but then the waylay util is coming. Like there's I think a couple ults that he used where like Ara's run forward and he's hitting with the ult, and then Ara's just like obviously has to go nowhere, and then you're like panicking because your duelist is slowly falling from heaven down to the floor, and it's like, I'm not sure the waylay. I agree, double duelist is the way, but I wasn't maybe 100% sure. on
I'm
the
surprised teams are keeping to, because waylay was nerfed in EMEA this week. And
yeah.
I was surprised that teams were doubling down on an agent that has such a high skill ceiling, especially when it's like West Side playing it.
Yeah.
Like the Phoenix win rate right now, I just checked earlier. It's like in VCT alone, I think it's like 60% non-mirror in terms of rounds, which is ludicrous.
It was the
And it's
highest in
such a-
kickoff. Yeah.
It's so also like low skill, like high skill floor, which means that you get the best of both worlds. Like it is winning and also it's easy to play.
Yeah, I mean, don't tell Aves that it's got a high skill floor. But yeah, I do generally agree with you. We don't have to inflict further pain on ourselves, Kurt, by watching more of these rounds. Like we
I mean, Mitch and Tom were losing their mind. I think
they really were. Mitch and Tom
Yeah,
had like
there's a couple of times where you can hear, like, especially in this kind of games, Mitch has like his one-liners. I cannot remember any from this game, but you can tell there is a moment where he like loses it and
Yeah.
it goes down from then.
Yeah, no, he actually they lost the plot during some of the matches from EMEA this week, but I can't. Let's have a look at this ultimate then. Yeah, all
I
right.
think this. Yeah, he hits him.
I think
I'm
on
trying to do it, yeah.
Pacific side, it's just the case that they're just the worst team in the league. Like in terms of like player depth, in terms of just like everything, like
Yeah.
it's not.
I
I
agree.
can't. That sounds like brutal, but that's the reality, and so they're doing quite well despite that.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I-
honestly it's like it's a good thing when you're
Yeah.
you know, because
I
every
love
week
doing
we're
that.
just
Where I
like,
get to
oh,
play
they're
with
all
a
right.
team. I get to play with a team really badly, but it's actually a compliment, which is what I keep doing with Team Liquid. I'm like, I don't really like this team, but because I don't like them and they do well, it's like me basically just keep praising their kind of system and the coaching staff and stuff.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about Pacific a little bit. 7 going on to the duelist was something I was asking for. He didn't have the best game ever, but I do think that like that is a winning condition. It's just having CNED 7 popping off.
Map
and-
1, he was playing amazing. He got like 2 aces in the first map, didn't he?
Oh yeah, that was true.
Kind of frying. But then,
Yeah.
he didn't play as well later. Let's move on to a different game, though, man. We don't need to spend 7 hours on GIANTX Pacific. Fuck me. Eternal Fire against BBL was a bit of a banger, though. And I think it's a real difference in terms of the teams and the like some of the expectations, but they've come from the same place. This is a rematch of, or not a rematch, sorry. It is a rematch of many times that they've played against each other in Tier 2, but we didn't get to see them play in Ascension because of the strange format in which they didn't actually compete against each other. What a banger. Where do we want to approach this? I feel like I want to start with the Lovers Rock Yoru discussion, or at least get to it at some point, but we got to touch on it, no? Like,
The easiest
This-
low light in our region at the moment, eh? Putting Lovers Rock on Waylay. Oof. No,
it's
eh?
tough.
No,
They have been affected massively by the Yoru nerfs. And they don't seem to have a good solution for it right now.
No, I think it's tough because Lovers Rock is kind of a sniper abusing. Well, I mean, the easy route for a lot of teams, and even the Pacific segment, which I'm watching, I think a lot of the answer is just Chamber. I
Chamber?
think for those
Yeah.
people, the only problem is it puts
Jet.
Kraven on. I mean, Jet is the safe, like it's low skill ceiling, I guess, approach. Whereas I think Chamber has a lot more depth to it than Jet.
Yeah, but right now
Um,
they need to get into playoffs. They don't need to become the best team in the world.
He played Jet map 2 and still lost, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. I don't know.
And if that's a low ceiling, imagine with a higher
They
one.
need to get into playoffs, but then, like, my approach would always be hit the ground running and get momentum. I don't want to fuck around. Like, if you think Chamber's the option, it's not exactly that difficult to play. Just, yeah, like, you don't want to play Jet and then just go to playoffs and realize that you're not going to be able to get to London. So my approach would be Chamber, with Kraven having to play a lot more Viper, probably.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah, it
that
gets a
is
bit more tricky on like
weird.
maps where you might need like a full-time Sentinel. But
And that's the thing. BBL are in, of the teams that have been hit by the Yoru nerf, I think they are in the most uniquely bad position because their Yoru specifically is very much a sniper, as you were saying. Like there are certain, like, you know, for instance, you might argue that, like, you know, Francis was a bit of that, but nowhere near as much as Lovers Rock, right? So he could play something like Phoenix, but putting someone like Lovers Rock on Phoenix, which, you know, as we're saying, is like some great option. Maybe
It
for
also
this
doesn't
team,
fit their pace. You
Yeah,
know, I
doesn't-
feel like
doesn't
maybe
seem to make sense.
he's trying to also compensate and help LaRock in some situations that he was able to do before. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you.
No, that's fine. Yeah, but then as you say, they've also got like a Cypher one trick, so they're in like a unique spot in terms of trying to figure out. But like I mean, Josh, you've been on this as well. It's not like on the first map where he's playing Waylay and obviously not doing great, but you've been on this beat about LaRock can't play Neon. And that's a problem for them as well,
Yeah,
right? That his
definitely.
Neon stats
Yeah.
are way worse. So I mean, the stats show it pretty well on that map as well. They've got both their duelists, you know, bottom fragging, having terrible games on Pearl.
Yeah, no, it's really rough. I mean, LaRock should be the carry of this team, I think. And I think Lovers Rock just kind of has to take a back foot, in my opinion, to getting LaRock on his best, most impactful role. sometimes they could get away with it, like on Breeze, where LaRock is playing the KO and you still get him with really high impact and you can play Lover's Rock on the Jet. But it doesn't look as good to me even then compared to just having LaRock run around on Jet and fucking pound everybody.
I think I would just have LaRock on a Breeze as much as humanly possible. And then like on maps where like Breeze, he can still play the Jet, and Lover's Rock would have to pick up Neon probably on that one, or even just Chamber. But I think it's just one of those things where it's kind of the funny thing of kickoff, where it's like they've had all that time to practice everything, and then the reality hits, and Team Liquid are the only team that kind of understand the process of VCT to some extent, right? Like they've adapted
Here we
much
are
quicker
again.
than
One more year.
than the other teams. So yeah, that is the main struggle of VCT. It's like, yeah, you had a fucking 5 months off season and your team is the same as what it always has been, but the big boys shine when you have that 10 days Leo Faria nerf coming in. And yeah, I think that's a problem. I think the Neon nerf coming forward though as well, like that's another consideration where like I do feel genuinely sorry for some of these teams having to, I mean, even like with Zeta, I was calling the Waylay nerf, and I did call it correctly apparently, as Leo was saying, but then Riot themselves for some reason pushed it, and that really screwed over loads of things for even Zeta. So it's like, yeah, I do feel sorry for some of the teams too.
Let's spin it to Eternal Fire though, because I've been very impressed by this team. I thought it was hard to know if they were completely the real deal from the beginning of this stage. Week 1, they were firing, but it did also feel like it might have been a bit of a one-off because it was just so intense. Like the way that Echo was playing was like, surely they are not going to get the same value out of this guy over and over again because he was utterly dominant. I know he's great, but he was fucking insane. This was, I don't know, it might have been better from the squad compared to what we saw from them even last week when they were firing. Like the ideas were lovely too. The Phoenix value was good from Fabian. I'm impressed by this team.
Yeah, I think that one of the points that I made about like Ulf as a team coming into VCT was that I was worried that like they had a death pool that meant that they played Neon Breach, and I was worried that they wouldn't be able to find that second duelist in their team to kind of fit this meta. And Fabian's done like a phenomenal job. Like I didn't think he'd be quite as good as like, I mean, he had 250 ACS this game plus 11, 1.3 rating. Like I don't know how consistent that is going to be. Like my eyes are on him to continue up like a pretty decent performance, but I think it's just really good. And I think like it's just the way they play and kind of the aggression and just the kind of grouped chaos. It's just like watching a very good APAC team in EMEA. I'm not saying that they would necessarily beat those APAC teams, but like stylistically,
it's that style, yeah. I agree with
you.
you.
All the things that many teams are struggling with, it just works wonders. Like you see teams like, for example, Team Heretics, that they're going back to us looking at them feeling like they haven't played together for a long time, which in this case, kind of true. But I feel like they have that kind of, even with AZ coming in, I think that they have that kind of chemistry, which is like they thrive in that kind of chaos. They want that. They want to be extra aggressive, and they're the ones that currently do it the best in our region.
I do think we have to talk about BBLs. I'm coining it a Turkish existential crisis in this game, where it was like it's partly genuinely existential generally, but it is Turkish in the sense that like the derby really affected them. Like I think me and Bear were on the desk for the segment, and we could like see BBLs just like face drop, and Eternal Fire were laughing so hard that it was hard for us to even have a conversation. Like we could hear them just laughing.
Right.
And so the derby definitely got into their head at a time in which they are at their weakest. Like all of the things came together. And like the interesting thing for me is like BBR are a case study of like the opposite of my coaching style. They have a bunch of egotistical players that know that they're really good and talk about it all the time. And my approach with like my teams has been shut the fuck up. We're awful. Let's just like play Valorant and pretend that we're bad, but like we kind of know we're good. You know what I mean? Like be a bit more humble about things. If I hear that you're in practice, that you're whining about some Turkish guy peeking you, shut up, you're worse. Like that's my attitude. Whereas their attitude's like, no, we're just better. And like it's just interesting to see if that's going to fall apart completely, because it looks like it's snapping right now.
Go on, Kaquka. Yeah.
So yeah, I was gonna say like watching them on stage. Do you know how BBL is, where they're just like standing all the time and this and that? LaRock's face, looking for. He didn't even want to look at them, and then he would win around and he would stand up, being like, "Look at me," and I was like, "Damn, I mean, like in the middle of something." It was like hostile to be in right in the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it,
Comes with the
Could-
good and the bad, you know, like if they might have the balls to go up against very big opponents and not pay them that respect or not be
yeah,
scared of that. But it's also a weakness in the sense of like when the ball is dropping, who within the team is going to pick us up?
yeah, yeah. They definitely they seemed extremely emotionally driven in some of these games. Minnie, can you talk a little bit more about why you had that approach with FNATIC? Because I think a lot of fans tend to view this through the lens of whether or not it's like cocky, arrogant, humble. Like people tend to put a moral lens on it a little bit,
Yeah, I know
rather
what you
than
mean.
a psychological lens. And actually, what's important from a coaching or performance perspective is how your mentality affects your play and how you're making decisions based on your confidence, attitude, that kind of thing. So, what are the psychological reasons why you wanted FNATIC to be more humble?
Good question, and I feel like I'm not going to answer it succinctly enough right now, so I'm about to come back another time. But I think that it's just about like your day to day. Like everything comes from your practice, right? Like we practice a lot, and we want really effective practice. So not even during tournament time, but that kind of day to day. If you start thinking you're better than everyone, you basically just stop practicing as efficiently. And so I can tell when certain players are, you know, in a scrim and kind of like not taking things quite as seriously. And I think because our practice system was so good and like there was actual value to playing everyone. Like even if someone's beating you really hard or if we're losing really hard, there's still a lot of value to be had and lessons to be learned. Whereas like if you had any kind of sense of ego, you're going to disregard improvement.
Mm.
And then also, I think it's just on game days itself, you kind of set yourself up for failure potentially. I mean, it is different with the FNATIC I coached where, especially like in those later years when I had that approach, we were genuinely better than almost everyone.
Mm.
So I wanted to make sure that we didn't think that way so that on game day we can keep into a fairly sane mental check. And I think the players I had were extremely egotistical to some degree. They might not always show it, but I think that, you know, particularly Alpha, I didn't want them to. They're gonna have that ego anyway. They didn't need to push on that ego at all, if that makes sense. I'm
Sure.
gonna try and put them down, but even with me putting them down, they're still gonna be Alpha. Still in interviews, gonna talk shit sometimes. He's still gonna on stage like, no, he's better. And it was just about minimizing the negatives of what could be an ego-driven player. Yeah, I think in other teams it's probably more about keeping egos down because team cohesion, if that makes sense. Whereas I think in our team we all got on so well professionally that like the big egos didn't matter in that sense. So that's probably another logical reason. I'm also just extremely pessimistic curse kind of person.
He's British. What do you mean? Yeah,
Very
you could
British.
presented this with I'm British.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like I've genuinely answered that like my favorite teams to play. The least favorite teams to play against were the teams that the community thought were bad, but I knew they were good. I was just like, I can't be
Such
asked to.
as?
This is the problem. I couldn't when I answered that question, I couldn't think off my head like who. I think back in the day it would have been Honk, which was like Salah and Strong's kind of teams. Where I was just like, the community doesn't really know this team, they're not popular.
Yeah.
But they could absolutely beat our like 2021 team or whatever.
Yeah.
And kind of embarrass us if they wanted to. So those are the teams I just hated, you know. So that kind of puts
Yeah,
my perspective into why I was so stressed all the time. Don't
Yeah.
coach as much
Strong
anymore.
hasn't been picked up yet. Now that you mentioned Honk, but yeah, EMEA has definitely things to work on. I have a question, Minnie, because Jeannie earlier today, when we were having the meeting preparing for this week, she said something about their kid didn't do in an interview saying that EMEA is shit, that our teams aren't good, that this and that. Do you think that you have the leash for some of these players? Because what you're saying about controlling their emotions and like managing how they view their opponents and how they see themselves in correlation to that. Do you think that is something that many other coaches have? Or do you think that it is something that goes overlooked?
I mean, Dirk is probably capable of making those comments whilst I was his head coach, I guess. But I don't remember him making many cocky comments like that. I think
No, but I mean, do you think that skill, the bringing players down to earth, and
Bring his
just
players
making
down,
them
that's what we
respect
need.
everyone.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe just a natural part of the vibe. Is like, again, me and Boaster come from a fairly humble place of both being noob Counter-Strike UK boys who, you know, both had shit jobs and decided to
Yeah.
make it in Valorant. So
You
like, I
came
think
from the bottom, so you know what it's
yeah,
like.
so
You
like
don't want to
part
go
of our
back.
story is like we know what it is like to work a crap job or know to be in the pits of esports hell. And so anytime I hear a player complaining about anything, you know, about our 5-star hotel rooms and shit, I'm just like, shut up. Like, or even FPS issues. Like I saw there's some tech issues in Americas. And like it's a balance between I know there are some problems potentially, but also get on with it. I played on 50 FPS. Like, who cares?
Sure. I want to move us along because it's already a long episode, but
we'll be here all day.
it's a good discussion. I want to talk about the match that was probably the most anticipated this week between FNATIC and Vitality.
What would you call that if it was last week? What would that be last week's?
Match of last week? I don't know what it would be. I don't know. Boaster is Vitality's daddy, and it's happened again. Papa came in and spanked the boys. This feels to me a little bit like the game that we were just discussing, where one team, I guess, wanting it more is a weird way of framing it, because I'm sure the Vitality guys really did want to beat FNATIC, but like there is just a dynamic between those grudge matches, rivalry matches, whatever you call it, that makes the game play out differently. I think this was a nutty performance from Boaster in particular, actually.
I think that there was a bit more pressure on Vitality because expectations, but I do agree. This is something very funny that happens with Boaster, and is that any other given day against any other team, he wouldn't take those duels. He wouldn't walk the way he was walking. He wouldn't open angles the way he was. But by the end of that match, he was their daddy, and he knew. He was bringing presents for Christmas. It was amazing. Everybody was just coming in to say hello. So yeah, good for him.
I like the fact that you could see multiple times the Vitality comms were like, it's Boaster, swing him, and then he kills them, and they lose the round because they're taking bad duels against him. Because like, I've definitely heard in team comms people doing that kind of stuff to players that they don't respect. In terms of the fragging, obviously, they do still respect Boaster, but like, they actually lost some really pivotal moments based on that.
I actually have an anecdote here that is kind of throwing Milan under the bus, but he once sent prep to me, like, because I was looking for assistant coach, and he sent some examples of prep. Okay. And one of the pages was an anti-strat about our team, and one of the pages was essentially just rush Boaster's site because he's a noob. He didn't censor it in the way that you probably should when you're like doing it to me. You know what I mean? It was it was like very much in the brutal language.
Maybe that was his way of shooting his shot, you know, being like, I'm the only one that's gonna tell you things how other teams see it. And he's like, Boaster's here, we go there.
Yeah.
It'd make it quite far into that process. So you know, maybe on the radars.
Maybe that's helped him coaching FNATIC because he knows that you need to reinforce the site that Boaster's on a bit more or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
But,
overall, I think
this is actually a good example of this. This is I think it was Sliggy talking about this last week with the Harbor A defense. And like, if you just show the map cut, like, because Boaster was getting caught out quite a bit.
He was anchoring
A,
wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, this is an example where he's not on A. He was still on A a lot of the time, but he wasn't like the main defender. Like where the KO is now, he wasn't playing that a lot. He was a couple times and did get caught out once or twice. But like, just having something a bit different, showing that they tweaked it a bit, I think was good. Because like, you'll see in this round, like the fact that he's able to, when Vitality do eventually go A, like he's able to, you know, use the wall to help his teammates. He's not the one taking the first fight and dying on site. Like I thought this was good, something that they clearly changed. Because like again, if you skip forward cut a bit, like by the time Vitality actually come into the site, he's in a much better position for a Harbor to actually, you know, help his teammates and, you know, do a good wall rather than being stuck on the site, being chased down by a Neon and dying.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight this too. This was actually something that I wanted to talk to him, because me and him did like the little thing after the match win. Basically, there was an early round where he was on that site with Kayak, and then Kayak just bailed him, completely baited him, and Boaster died. And I thought it would be quite funny to show that to Boaster, because then in later rounds, he just said, fuck that, I'm not playing it, I'm going to go hide at middle and just flood either side. So I think that is, yeah, definitely some kind of adjustment. I was a little bit concerned that they had basically chosen an innovative comp last week with the ISO Harbor, and then he just sat a site throwing wolves randomly, and I was a bit like, in some respects, I appreciate they've improved stuff, but at the same time, like the bar was set quite low for a team that I think is supposed to be creatively good and strategically sound. It sounded like they threw a lot of comps at the kind of practice sessions. I didn't get through to the theory side as much, and I think this team has a lot of room for improvement because of that, if that makes sense. Like I trust Boaster's process of cooking stuff up, and I think that week 1 wasn't the best I've ever seen, and so slow improvements are going to happen, I think.
What do
It
you
was
think
still a
that-
close game though. Like it wasn't an easy 2-0.
Yeah, I mean,
by
Vitality
any
could have won the
stretch.
first map, by the way. Again, they lost both pistols and a bonus. Like,
Prophet looked very uncomfortable on Harbor.
yeah, he did.
I was going to ask you guys, what do you think the level of the game was like?
I think they lose to top America's teams and Pacific teams right now.
I suppose more like within the EMEA as well.
I think this is probably top 3 quality.
Right, yeah. I was asking, like, does it live up to the hype of these are 2 of the absolute best teams in the region playing against each other kind of vibe?
I think it did hit that, but it's like so early in the stage, if that makes sense, that I still think that FNATIC especially will be improving a lot, if that makes sense. I'm not sure where Vitality's improvements come
Why
from.
FNATIC in particular?
Because we have seen time and time again, the more time they have, the better they are. And again, like the bar was set so low for me, especially on a map like Breeze, where your read last week was they weren't good on the double duelist maps because of stylistic stuff. My read is they're not good at maps they don't understand as well.
Yeah.
And I would say maps like Split and Lotus are fucking like bread and butter. Bosa's got the fucking full matrix in his head of how to play that map. Even if it's not looking 100%, he's at least got the blueprints. On a map like Breeze, I don't think the blueprints have been instilled from, the years of amazing coaching staff that he's been surrounded by.
Yes.
Yeah, there's the cockiness. Now he can bring it out.
Let's move on to the next game then. So the next one in that same day was Liquid playing against Heretics. Now,
sorry, I need to tag that because I've heard there's been some murmurs that I've changed as a person since stopping coaching.
Okay.
And I think that's
I'm not gonna let
because
this go.
there's been some players since who didn't realize that I am a cocky asshole. Like I got a huge ego. Like Bayer knows that like I genuinely think I'm very good at my job. Like I've got no doubts about it.
Right.
But when I'm in a team environment, I'm like very humble and kind of like nice, and all the interviews are going to be professional, not kind of in my team by saying anything stupid. But behind the scenes, I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking good. You know what I mean? And so like, there was like some rumors going around with some people that like I've changed as a person because I won some trophies and like, oh, I did the PaperX thing and like Minnie's now a way different person. Like I was always
Can I give my 2 cents?
I was always that asshole.
Hold on. It's like, I'll weigh in.
Can I give my 2 cents? I think you think you are way more cocky than you are. I think you are a humble person. I think that you know a lot. Your problem is that you're a cunt. So that's but that's it. I don't think you're as cocky as you think you are.
What is the cunt part about? Is it because I'm mean to other people's teams or what? Because I don't think I'm mean enough.
I think we might be here all day to hash this out.
This is a therapy session, bro.
I mean, me and Bayer, like I understand that coming from that angle, but like in terms of like Valorant teams, like I know, I get the sense that coaches really don't like me talking about it. Because
because you're the most awarded coach in our region. So of course, when you don't talk nicely about someone, it's not. Sorry.
Oh no, yeah. Don't forget what they think.
Hide it. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Well, just say that everyone's
If they're
really
worried
good.
about being exposed by someone who's smarter than them, that's on them.
Yeah. Just
I
don't.
agree.
Why are you upset that people respect you? I feel like this is now therapy. Maybe we should.
Let's
because there was someone who probably close to me said that I changed as a person, which is kind of a bit of
everyone changes, bro. Everyone changes over time. No one's the person
like a
that
negative in a negative way. Or something.
See the glint in your eye, lifting that lock-in trophy.
Just criticizing and not being on their side, and maybe they did not
maybe
expect
it's
to
just
hear your thoughts
I
like that.
probably criticized their team or something, and then they just
Yeah.
No, I am a dick sometimes, so I appreciate that too.
The only you would say those things behind closed doors. The problem is that now you do it.
Now you're a podcaster, as Frost famously says, you know?
True.
I tell everyone.
true.
So.
Liquid Heretics. Let's tackle Liquid Heretics.
Oh no,
so,
not now.
Mini's therapy session was
Yeah.
better than this.
well,
Can
yeah,
someone,
this is tough.
Like I think we did I in particular did a very poor job of flaming Team Heretics that week.
Well, let's
Can we start?
Yeah,
Team
let's
Heretics
start
and,
with
like, actually
Heretics,
break
for sure.
down like how would you have approached the desk, Josh or Bear, like with Heretics going into this game, or you know, like.
Well, I mean, you've got to give the context of how they've even landed in this position, right? I think they've been really strange.
Josh, we don't have time for that. Okay, you have 5 minutes. What are
No,
you talking about? What context is this?
Well, we can do it here, but Neil has been really interesting in the way that he's been framing it, because he's been describing it as a mistake, but not one that he thinks was like a bad decision. It's weird to frame it like
a
this, but
gamble.
it was a mistake because it failed. It wasn't a mistake because it was stupid to do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the way I think that they're thinking about it. Because, you know, things had to work out so that Comeback wasn't still comfortable with the English, had a different read on how they were playing. And at some point, you just got to cut it out and, like, go in a different direction. My fucking worry about all of this, though, is why have they decided to run 3 days of trials and pick somebody up rather than going for a long-term solution and just kind of tanking stage 1? Like, bro, you are not winning games like this. Therefore, you are probably not going to London. Therefore, make a long-term decision, not a short-term decision. That is my big
What do you
worry
sorry?
about
What do you
this.
mean by long term versus short here?
So
what
they
do you-
they trialed for 3 days and picked up
Okay.
a duelist after 3 days. That is short-term. Like, you are not casting the net wide enough and looking into other options and looking into, you know, different
You're
regions.
saying play
and all
Weber
that.
for a week if you have to.
I'm saying do the Navi thing, and yeah, maybe play Weber if you have to.
Oh really?
But where, like, you essentially just tank stage 1 a little bit so that you can guarantee.
Could they
that you
not
make
have just
champions.
like kept like this is the thing? You presume that the situation with Comeback must have been slightly more untenable than what it was, if that makes sense.
Well,
Because
what,
you're
sorry?
if
Yeah.
the option is we could just play for Weber for a little bit. They could have just played with Comeback for a little bit.
I don't think that was an option for them. From what they've said, it ended up.
Comeback wanted to
being-
stop after stage 1.
Yeah, but
And
then
Neil was immediately like, "Well, let's just kick him then."
yeah. So
Well, he's not stopping, is he? Sorry.
Well, then yeah, maybe you carry on with Comeback. Yeah, and he's not stopping. He's not stopping. Kakuka's got the drama. I mean, the
But
T is.
wouldn't this
the
be
T
the
is
funniest
good.
thing? Like, seriously, Team Heretics has to be cursed. So you get rid of Miniboo, who is your IGL's brother, right? And then he goes into Team Liquid and moves on to going to Santiago, now looking good. Miniboo, never the problem. So, and then you also have Comeback, who was with BBL. The moment he left, they did not feel the sting. Comeback went into Mates.
Yeah.
Comeback went into Heretics. BBL
Yeah.
goes to Santiago. Now, if Comeback joins Navi and they make a global event, Team Heretics, just like hire some kind of like spiritual, like, you need to cleanse your
But what?
everything.
But like, that's why I keep asking, what are the material reasons for Heretics being like? I really like. I love being on the desk because I usually am able to kind of highlight the material reasons why a team is losing or
Can
not.
I?
And I
go
am
through this a
struggling
little?
with that a lot.
So one of the things that Neil said specifically, because there's a lot of vague posting about this, why did they drop Comeback? But one of the things that he said specifically was that they had a difference of opinion, and they on their approach to the game, fundamental difference, had to go in a different direction. Now, one of the things that he said was that it was in advantage positions, and this was just coming out of the Navi game where they'd been up, especially on Lotus, in a lot of 5v4s, and they'd lost a ton of them. I think they lost something like 6 5v4 rounds on that map. 2 of them were to generational clutches, the 1v5 and the 1v4. But I went through and I looked at, because there was that little nugget to look into, I went back and looked over the whole of Lotus, looked at every 5v4 that they lost. Comeback hunted for an ace in the 1v5, which I think is extremely reasonable behavior. Like, yeah, it's not optimal, and maybe you wouldn't want players to do that, but players are going to do that, and you can't.
Jing was
I
on
think it's
one in a
optimal
1v3.
with Comeback. I genuinely think that's probably optimal for Comeback.
But if we ignore that, because that is just something that everybody would do, everyone's going to go and hunt for the race, whatever. Comeback had bad fights when they were up in 2 of the rounds. they were playing a 5v2 and he over peaked, but he'd also killed the other 3 players beforehand by
Did you
playing
audit Team
immaculately.
Heretics?
Yeah.
Like, did you
Why not?
when you
he went
heard this
deep into-
information,
yes.
you went being like,
This
let
guy
me actually
feeds
see
off
if
drama.
this is true.
Yeah, this guy.
Yes,
feeds
bro,
off it.
absolutely. But
Yeah.
the situations in which they were losing the 5v4s were where they had given up the whole of A and were playing set retakes, and then Rien's died before he could use his utility. Like,
Okay.
I could not see any world in which comeback was actually the problem in advantage situations. So I feel like it's got to be his like response to
Yeah.
the VOD review.
Yeah,
like the
that's-
way that he
yeah.
thinks about the game is like the coaches must have said, you know, I don't even know. At this point, it's
Why didn't
speculation.
you
right?
say
But, like,
this? And he would have said something like, oh, I didn't think of this, and that. Maybe he made up an excuse at the moment. I don't know.
I think it's more like the coaches are saying we should play it in this way. Like we should give up the site and play set retakes when we're in a 5v4 or something. And Comeback's like, what the fuck? No, we want to be pressing our advantage, or like something like this, where it's a very fundamental difference. But I don't. The actual details of it are all speculative.
Yeah, I agree that like my gut instinct before, like I didn't go through and do that process. My gut instinct was, oh, a disagreement about playstyle. That means that he was chatting back in a VOD review in a way that's like, you guys are wrong, you're idiots. Like, again, I don't want to speculate because we're only hearing one side of the story. So like, I don't want to literally sound like Comeback is an idiot who in VOD review is like, yeah, Neil, you're an idiot. I'm the best. You know what I mean? But like that kind of tension, probably be there. But then there's this thing where it's just like I'm thinking the Comeback was pretty good in that game. And I've had players who probably don't agree with all the things I'm saying all the time. It's a good thing that Alpha's agreeable, because Alpha would probably just if he didn't know how to present his opinion so well, I could see me and him having that kind of tension at times, you know what I mean? But it's like I accept that Alpha gonna win me some rounds and he's gonna lose me some rounds, and I don't know.
Yeah.
But
maybe
even the other stuff
the
is like-
balance wasn't that positive. Like, obviously, it was not a decision made after one match. Like, this had to be, and you guys know it. Like, it's not that match was so
No.
terrible, you're out. I don't think that was the case.
But I think that's what
I
makes
think
the
it was
timing of it
sudden,
weird,
though.
that it's after one game.
I think
Because
it
like
was
you would
sudden.
think, no, because like if this happened
probably that
after
might have spawned
kickoff,
some conversations and would have thrived around some doubts that they had before, because the problem with Comeback has been the same for over a year. It's not like
Neil said that they were happy with the new roles. So like the team was happy and playing well in scrims with Comeback on Chamber and Woot on main duelist. And then they had 3 days to find a replacement. Like, if you see a change coming, you do not have 3 days to find a replacement.
that is the weird.
I don't think they saw this coming. I mean, they did to some degree because they knew that the communication was going badly, right? Like they had been having English lessons and the comms had not been progressing at a level. So I'm sure the coaches in the back of their head are thinking like, hey, this is actually not working
Comeback
out
wanted
the way
to
that we
leave
want
I
out
don't
the
think it
stage
was
one,
even about
apparently.
the English. I think that he was not coming in game because he was not. Maybe it's because he was not comfortable in English. But
I think Sicky's
Yeah.
point though is like Chamber, like how much do you need to com on a Chamber? And
Well,
then
you
there's
see-
there's global, there's like international teams
Did you
that don't
see-
com in the same language and shit. I'm just like,
Did you see the round that they lost because of his comm though as well? Round 14
Josh,
on
you
Lotus.
did the audit, so
Yeah, exactly.
you
I
tell
did the
us.
you
audit.
got receipts.
Round 14 on Lotus, I think
this is
it
week one.
I'm noting it down.
Was this week one? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
This
because
is-
Comeback is playing.
This
Yeah,
is
so
week
it's-
one. This is week one. So we're going into the lab for this one. But he's anchoring towards A. He sees the team pivot through to B, and Team Heretics do the Wolves esports special of this week that got famous, and they retake the wrong site because Comeback hasn't commed that he saw them go for the A to B pivot. And so is it this round? I think it is, but you'll have to zoom it forwards a little bit. Was it this one? It might have been round 2. Who the fuck knows?
No, they're on defense, right? So it would be round 2.
Yeah, it was round 2. Sorry, Kurt. Not round 14. Got it wrong. Anyway, the point is that his comm there is supposed to be, they're pivoting through to B. And instead, Team Heretics start retaking A. And Woot dies because he thinks that B is uncontested. He doesn't get a comm that Baby Door is broken, doesn't get a comm that something's happening over towards B, presumably. So, yeah. But it doesn't matter that much because they're on an eco anyway. I just thought it was a very clear example of something going a bit wrong in terms of that.
You
Hey,
feel
look,
sorry for the
this-
magnifying glass though.
A pressure, A pressure, A pressure. No more noise on A. Pivoting over towards B.
Team
And
going A.
team is just still full over towards A. I think these are the rounds as well where you have to be clear on the comms, because the point is that you haven't heard follow-up, right? Like the comm there is no follow-up noise of the progression that you would normally get from the exec.
What? But there was 3 people next to comeback, isn't there?
When they start
not
okay.
not when they
Not the
go
beginning.
towards the.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the game itself, though. The Liquid Heretics game. Is there anything to discuss in terms of Heretics, like, performance with the new guy?
Well, Minnie, you asked like one of the things you don't know, like what's going so wrong with Heretics. Well, I think one thing is kind of clear. Rienz is a bottom 10 player in EMEA right now, and historically he's been like one of the 10 best players in the world.
My question
How
wasn't
much is that
about
a
right
result of other
now,
things?
because Rienz was very good this year. I'm talking about the kind of last part of the modern Heretics in terms of like the end of 2025 going into 2026. Rienz wasn't doing bad then. Now he is, because he's on Sky. And not
He didn't have a good kickoff either, though.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. I concede.
He wasn't this bad, though, was he? I mean,
No,
he
he
was
wasn't-
actually
he
losing
wasn't
them
this bad, I
rounds now.
think.
I don't remember him being this bad in kickoff.
No.
I just remember him not being
I don't think
great.
he was that bad, but like
The kickoff to me
yeah.
for them was them trying a lot of different comps quickly and seeming like they didn't have as much practice as they should have done coming into the event, trying to figure out last second how to use comeback. And then this time around, it looks like they got a very clear identity, which is very nice to see. And I'd be honest, I quite like the identity, but it's just not working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also lose essentially every pistol, and it's still a, somewhat close game, 13-10, and then into a 13-8.
I think that 13-10 was like, Team Liquid had that one in the bag for a while.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I would say. They did lose both pistols by now. But then at a certain point too, I'm just like, Zeta last week looked pretty good in that game, but I knew that like a close result isn't a win. Like a win matters so much more than a close result, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah,
factually.
factually.
Yeah. No, I'd mean that in terms of like viewing. How do I say this? There's a lot of teams that complain that like, oh, we just need to win that one round and we'd win. It's like that's not how it works. That's really not how it works. Like you need to exceed your like level, if that makes sense, and come down. I don't know. This is coach philosophy nonsense and wankery.
No, I want to hear the end of it.
It's like I think that you have to. You can almost never make an excuse for just almost winning a game, because you should be looking to overperform, and then your level drop should still win the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You account for the variance, yeah.
Like Zeta last week, like loads of things went right for them, and it was a close game. And so my view on it was like, oh, quite a few things went right, and like there's like things happening quite well. I don't expect for all these conditions to be the same for this week. And so I'd imagine, people looking at Zeta last week would have been, ooh, this week's gonna be like way closer. And to me, I was like, no, I think actually it's the other way around. Like they couldn't get the win in that situation, that it was their chance to win, if that makes sense. So my analysis on Heretics is like, yeah, it's kind of close-ish, but there's so many problems. It seems like that.
Well, they played KC this week, so that.
I mean, that's back to 2023, bro. Back to 2023. KC Heretics both struggling.
Battle for the bottom. It's great.
Let's talk about NAVI though, because I think that just links so beautifully on from Heretics. You've got NAVI signing Comeback as a replacement for Exit, because Exit's visa isn't in at the moment.
It's like a match made in heaven. Like,
yeah,
we don't have a neon.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
They technically do, but
but this should make I think it should be good, right? Like the way that Comeback wants to play, I feel like he can send it a bit more. Like Roxic and Hero going to clean up. I don't know. They have a vision of how they want to play as well, Navi, more so than
so
Heretics
sad they're
do.
not playing.
Comeback can int and it'll be fine, because like, no disrespect to Closure, but like the reality is he's not doing that well right now. And so whatever Comeback comes in and decides to do, like they have the pieces around it to do whatever they want. So like, I unfortunately predicted stuff before, seeing that Comeback was maybe a substitute here for the game later. But yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I've been really enjoying Navi's kind of improvements. Like I was at first a bit skeptical about the Angel coach stuff, but they seem to like to me, the core now seems Chloric, Ruxic, and Hero seems like a very good core going forward. I think the usage of Chamber for Philo makes a lot of sense. I think that this matchup, I was stuck in an airport for 10 hours. I didn't actually watch this game, but
you missed
the last 2 games for me was just like they got a sub, like
Mm.
shit happens. FURIA pretty
I
good.
think with the comeback thing though, just to quickly touch on that, isn't the language like you're saying? Oh, you can put him on chamber, and then does the language stuff matter? But I assume he's going to be playing Neon now, right?
Yeah,
for
he's
this
going to be
team?
playing
I think it's
Neon.
confidence
but-
in the comps and not so much the language kind of thing.
I think when you're a substitute,
Some people go quiet.
I don't really
You don't-
care if my substitute's not coming. Like his job will be, can
Yeah,
you
but
go
then
just
the
run into
question
sites?
is- If Exit cannot get his visa, you just keep him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that could be a that could be a
Yeah,
thing.
sure.
Because I mean, if it's been on for like a long time. We knew before. I mean, he should have been here before week 1. We're about to jump into week 3. If in 2 months you've not been able to get it, God knows when you're going to get it. But for Navi, it's so cursed to be
Look at this,
Navi's
look at this.
duelist.
This was a nice trap.
Oh, this
play.
was nice, yeah.
Yes, yes.
I did see this actually.
You'll get to wank off over the game later for TMV. Yeah,
What? That is that a slip of the
yeah,
slip of the
I'm
mind?
calling you foot. Kaquka, go on. Sorry.
I completely forgot what I was saying.
We're talking about comeback.
Oh yeah, no, the for Navi, it's always been cursed to be a duelist.
Oh, that's true.
Kolosha was just like
It's in the
suiciding
graveyard
into
of Navi
many-
duelists.
I mean, that's
He's-
maybe that's what Angel
you know,
wants. I
what
don't
else are
need
you gonna
someone in
ask
comp.
from
Just
him?
send him in and die.
This game.
It was
pissed
given
me off.
Wolf in 2023. Deep cut. But yeah.
Oh, what a throwback!
What annoyed you about this game?
What pissed me off about this game is that Navi looked like yeah, well, that was part of it for sure. But Navi looked like a great team, like a London level team for the first map and a quarter, and then the Empire collapsed. And by the end of it, Foot were very clearly better than them by the end. And that, I mean, these kind of things that they were pulling out early were lovely on an individual level. And their ideas, I thought, were very, very good on map 1. Like, they had a classic Angel read of Fracture where he plays a strange composition that revolves around Viper and actually looks really nice. Like, the way that they were running the Viper Omen, they are one of the only teams, I think, that are going to run this style. And it is very well thought out, their approach to it.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest maybe for Death, because I'm not on Death next week, but like I'm
Do you
sure
want-
you saw my VALORANT segment go extremely well. and
The Viper
produced
Walls,
well.
they trolled you? They
We did
trolled
not
you?
review it, and I was so sad that we didn't.
I
Because I wanted
refused,
to see
but,
it again.
Like an idea here was like I was
Hurts.
actually looking for no. If you do that, I'm leaving. Like, okay, I got some. Okay, I'll leave this after. But
Bookmark it, Kurt.
No,
so
no.
whenever
I
you
wanna see
minis,
this.
It was-
minis
No,
whenever
Minnie
Minnie's
had it-
being a bad
Can we
boy.
change it to be Minnie's picture when he's not here and
no,
loading in?
no.
Minnie
no.
had a great segment on EMEA, and
was-
the
it was
producers
good.
trolled him by not bringing up the asset for, I want to say, 20
No.
seconds.
They brought up the asset on my face. It's supposed to be on the floor. I don't know if
So
you knew
here's
this.
the thing.
It was supposed
Right,
to be
but
a
they-
top
I catched
down-
up as it was happening. You know how there is a
Josh,
pro-
it was gonna be sick. It was
Yeah.
gonna be
Yeah.
sick.
I'm sure it was, but
Yeah.
my concern is even when they did bring it up, they made you wait for like 20 seconds while you were just stood there. It was they did generationally troll you with that one.
Yes.
Do you know how there is like a system? There is a program that makes all the screens in the back and the one
Yeah,
the
yeah.
hexagon in the is it? Well, whatever
Hexagon,
shape
yeah.
it is in the middle and everything, they all move at the same time. So whenever there's a halftime, whenever there's a pause, whenever anything, that includes the octagon. So if you want to put anything there, you need to turn everything else off. And no one
Right.
in that room thought that might be an issue in the
Right.
middle of a game. so yeah, that happened, but it was enjoyable
Okay.
to witness.
Yeah. So my point was that like because Angel was one of the people tweeting about all the Viper Wars. And so
Yes,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
I was on Viper Wall watch that game. I was like,
Yeah.
if there's one pixel missing from a Viper Wall here, I'm getting Angel straight onto the floor thing and I'm having them explain everything.
Yeah.
But the reality was they're actually really good. So the segment
Yeah, he
would
does
have just been me
understand the walls.
praising.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
these are Viper Walls from back in 2021 when I feel like us and FNATIC and them in NAVI were very good at the map in EMEA. And like our Viper tech was all very strong. So I think
Yeah.
it was nice to see that with the chamber too. Like I think the Viper chamber combo is like very underexplored for again a lot of those Euro teams that are struggling right now. I think
However,
it makes a lot of sense here.
However, the winners of the match were in fact Foot, and Foot did outplay them significantly on especially Split, but also Bind was pretty convincing too. As soon as you get out of the beginning of the first quarter, like Foot were just the better team. TMV, I'm just gonna open the floor to you to now.
Let's fucking go! Yeah, we're goats. There's nothing else to be said, really. Well, there is. There's quite a bit to be said.
Who's the goatest goat?
I think right now it's got to be Sociable, to be honest, because I was not expecting him to, come in an IGL and be anywhere near this good, to be honest. Like his individual level is kind of insane. I still think there is some things like, I think one thing Foot have got right as well is the general direction, right? They were a team that I was worried was going to get hit by this Waylay nerf really hard, right? Because I think to me it was pretty clear that they were going to go in for Waylay Neon, probably maybe even across the board. So I was quite worried, like with this Waylay nerf, and as you said, Minnie, you were kind of surprised some teams were sticking with it. They decided, no, it's not for us, but it's fine. We can still stick to double duelists, but play Neon Rays instead, right? Or something like that. Maybe Neon Jet on some maps, whatever it might be, right? And so I like that they've done that, and it clearly seems to work. There are still some things that I think, like there were still some moments where like Zeus is kind of, I kind of think when you're playing the Rays Neon with how Neon is at the moment, I would still like to see Sop in some of these situations be kind of, the jumping around, going crazy Neon. I think he bought an op a lot on Attack Side Fracture, and I was like, you're buying an op on Neon and just like there's a round on Fracture where he just went into B main, stared at a Viper Orb for the entire round, and then ended up saving the op. And I was like, bro, you're playing double duelist, you're playing Neon. I get you're good with an op, but like you're playing against a double controller and a chamber. Like either the chamber's gonna kill you or you're just gonna stare at a Viper wall or a Viper Orb the whole round, and it doesn't suit what you need to do right now. So there's still some things I think they need to iron out, but I think on the whole, yeah, it's fucking London, here we fucking come, baby. We're back.
I think they're very good too at playing the defense side in a way that they like crush bad executes into sites. Like they are not one of those teams that are too scared and are falling back away from the attack as it comes in. On Bind, because Na'Vi are uncomfortable with a substitute player, and because Philu actually also didn't play that well on Duelist, maybe he's only been playing Chamber in like most of their scrims, so on Split when he goes back to Duelist. Also, yeah, I mean, historically his Duelist has not been great too.
There's a reason why they picked up a Duelist,
Yeah. You're right with that. But because they're more uncomfortable, the execs looked weak, and Foot were just like, oh, we can smear this team into paste then. And they just obliterated anything that Na'Vi was trying. I think they're one of those teams that if you like, they're hungry for engagements, and if you give them an in, they're gonna jump on it. And right now at EMEA, you've got a lot of teams that are struggling with that kind of stuff. So Foot are gonna eat good.
We only struggle.
Yeah, I think that's a testament to, again, like, so this is Vlad now as the coach who coached Ulf before. And so that kind of death ball style of just sending it, I think he's obviously attuned to and tapping into. And it's a shame to some degree that the old Foot couldn't figure that out, because it couldn't have been that difficult. I mean, again, like I'm not trying to be too negative, but this matter's not, if you're going to play that style, it's not that hard in my opinion. But I'm glad that they're going for it and they're being rewarded for using the strengths of their players and region, and all that kind of stuff. I think Crossley also, I can't remember exactly what he said, but I asked him about like the differences with the old Foot and the new Foot, and he had so many positive things to say about the new direction. I'd have to go back and watch this to get specifics though. But it felt like there was more like of an understanding of what they need to be doing essentially strategically.
Yeah.
Which is nice to hear.
I also asked ZETA how different it was from Mr. Falling, because of course he's been in all of this previous iterations, not all of them, but for the past couple of years. And he said that the biggest difference is that, let me see if I remember this correctly. He said that Mr. Fallen would just do as the coach would say, and it would be very, like, he didn't have a strong opinion, let's say, about things, and would just follow what the coach did, and just up until that length. And he said the Sociable loves trying to control the enemy, and be on top of what they're doing, and that I think has helped a lot with the quick synergy that we are seeing, because playing this death ball style, or like being more aggressive in certain areas, that comes as a more of a difficult task even to teams that have been together for a longer time, just because I don't know, the synergy seems so natural in Foot. I don't know, I like it.
It's crazy that Sociable's been as good as he has. Yeah, I agree.
Good for
I
him.
agree. Yeah,
I think
no, fantastic, genuinely.
Teams are underrating Raze as well. I think that the Neon Raze is kind of the obvious like thing right
very
now
good,
for a lot of teams. It's like Raze is still extremely good, if not best in slot in a lot of instances. So
Didn't help Navi though.
didn't help Navi. Yeah, but Zeus is better than Filu.
Yeah, on the race. Yeah, Filu was looking nice on Chamber though. I think the Chamber idea is still good.
No,
for
I
them.
agree.
But let's talk about the next game coming up. So, or not coming up, the one that
Thankfully, in the past.
ended EMEA. Yeah, thankfully in the past. So the French derby, the Toilette Bowl. Gentlemates playing against Karmine Corp.
What you call it?
The what?
Okay. Did I just?
Yeah, it's La Toilette Bowl. Gentlemates playing against Karmine Corp. Gentlemates are in a bit of a struggle, boss, at the moment, but you know they get an important win here. If you lose this game, you are completely cooked. And I'm trying to remember what I thought about KC. It was better from them.
It probably hasn't changed.
No, it was a bit better. Like, Narrate had
Narrate
a
was
gun in his
great on
hand
Haven.
more often rather than an Odin. He was not Brock maxing this game. Sugetsu
Nari was
wasn't...
rock maxing on Haven.
Yeah, but in the previous time they played Haven, he literally
not
every
single round like the
Yeah.
previous one, but he did a lot. He actually taught Martine how to do it.
Yeah.
I like
the Martine stuff was so weird, man. He's playing
So on
Vito.
the defense, I don't think that it was absolutely terrible. Like there's a couple of things that where he like spams with the Odin here, and then I TP on top of A. They don't expect me to be here,
definitely.
and you know it's cool.
It's
cool
gimmicky.
things here and there. But then Narrate taught him how to do it and on the attack. Rien de rien, that you would say in French.
Yeah, I have many regrets. Je regrette everything. As a KC fan, the Vito got, I would say,
Which one?
both maps. To be honest with you, I was just being general here. Martine on Vito got very little value on Fracture. You could see what he's cooking. Like in theory, he gets to hold in B Heaven and avoid utility and teleport out if he gets pressured. They just never went B Heaven on him a single time. So he didn't actually get any value.
And they had a
out of
KO knife, so half the time he just got knifed in heaven.
Yeah. And then on the only value that he got on Haven was by what you're saying, Kaquka, playing in weird, unexpected high ground positions on A.
That
with
works
an
for
Odin.
like one.
Yeah,
round,
it's like
2 rounds.
It got them some
And
cheeky rounds, but it's not a fundamentally good way of playing.
I don't think anyone should be playing Vito right now, just because they're not gonna like. I'm not pretending I know how to play Vito, and like, because Anders has obviously been talking about Vito about how he plays and stuff. I'm not pretending to be Anders' level of like Vito implementation, but all I want to see as an analyst is you tell me the story of like how you're trying to play it, and I've got to then think, actually, that's going to cause me some problems.
Yeah.
I've not seen a single Vito, I don't think yet, where I'm like, that's going to cause me problems in trying to deal with it. And I think that it's a misuse of Martine, personally. Again, Chamber, even just running it down on some Rays or Phoenix, like it wouldn't look amazing in the
What was
Phoenix,
wrong with
but
the Phoenix?
I mean, he's not doing
What
as
was
well
so
on
wrong
the
with
Phoenix.
I think the theory
Can't scope abuse as much.
the theory on Haven should align it a bit more with the Yoru, right? Because like it's a poor man's Yoru if you use the teleports to rotate around the map. You know, you fight early over towards A, you can TP off to reinforce B, maybe you set up double TPs or something. Not that they were doing this, by the way, but I think that might have been some of the like, why do we want to play it? But then, yeah, in the actual match, like they weren't actually using it to get very much value at all. It was a weird game, bro. It was a weird game.
I don't think the ideas were
But
terrible.
did you,
but it's
Josh? I
just-
was asking about Narrate on Vito. You didn't like that either, or did your mind just?
My mind
that
completely wiped
was
that. I've got to be
protecting
honest with you. My mind completely wiped the fact that Narrate was playing Vito on Pearl.
Yeah.
I genuinely cannot remember it.
I watched
Oh no,
this game.
the reason is because I didn't watch Pearl. Sorry, I didn't watch Pearl at all because it was I had to travel and go to Americas. So I watched the first 2 maps and didn't watch the third. You just reminded me.
I think I watched this morning and I already can't remember the right speed.
And that might probably be your mind protecting you as well.
Maybe I skipped it. I just gave up, I think.
There is
Maybe.
no
I think that
war
you
in
might have
Boston,
seen
so-
like 2 or 3 rounds and then be like, okay.
I
that's
think
good enough.
teams just need to play Chamber if they want to play Veto, is basically my summary. I'm not
I still need to
seeing-
see a good intentional
Yeah.
why veto over chamber.
Another question as it relates to Karmine Corp though is that they ran Dosia on Neon for Haven. They didn't on the other 2 maps. Do you like it? Is it a direction that they should go in more?
I think that it makes sense in the sense
Yes.
that like it makes it cooling simpler for Avas. I think one thing that we didn't touch on earlier was who was it is now IGLing from smokes? Oh, Sociable. And
Yeah.
Sadak is now doing the same. It's just becoming more and more obvious that IGLing on smokes is actually fucking goated. Like as well, Avas is on smokes and they win. Like I'd hate to like
Yeah,
be
how
like
could you
that
know,
with
Mini?
their 4-0 down breach theory, which is absolutely true. Like it's the same with IGLing, I think, where like the role really matters. I think that they should just run this kind of style. Avas isn't like a experienced IGL, so why try and play complicated double initiator stuff? Just send it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Saiketsu on the Vice was also interesting. Like I'm the Vice believer right now. It's unfortunate that Casey of the team with the kind of worst run rate kind of running it, but some of the ideas are good. He just doesn't look comfortable in them a lot of the time.
He's trying to. He was pissing me off again, man, because he's trying to fight aggressively every single round on defense, and it's like throw some variety in there.
It's
brother.
also like
he literally leaps in to try to 1v5 them in a
doesn't
smoke
have
every time.
a chamber or a Euro around the sub to kind of like sometimes be like, oh, the sub's here because we got a bunch of people here, and you need to respect that. It always seems like him alone doing it, and I'm like, the point is to condition that so that you could play nobody there, or you could have 3 or 2 people there, or you could have someone who could teleport away there, and it just seems to be like, no, it's like Getsu with his wall and flash. Get ready, boys.
Yeah, basically, he's the lone defender of the wall. Let's talk about some of the matches that are coming up this week. So last week's EMEA match of the week was FNATIC versus Vitality. That's a very classic good pick for match of the week. And the Timmies, if we look at the Timmy report card, they did well in this one. They picked 59% of them thought FNATIC was going to win, and they got it right.
job.
So genius work, Timmies. This time you'll be able to vote on Foot versus Liquid, because I think that's quite a good game coming up. But actually, there's plenty of decent games in this week's EMEA. So let's start with a good one for bad reasons, I think. BBL plays against GIANTX. Oh, man. I don't feel great about this.
Do you want to play the round 2 of Split again?
Yeah, but also...
Because I think you might have forgotten it.
I know the Giants are poo, but BBL are also a little bit poo.
Josh, why do you see this as like you're kind of like stressed about it? Like I find these situations great. Like this is us putting pressure onto BBL. It's not. We shouldn't feel the pressure here, surely. Like why are you nervous about this?
Because when we get it wrong, it doesn't reflect badly on BBL. It reflects badly on us. People expect us to be Nostradamus. But I agree with you. In theory,
I've never
you could
come
not
away
foresee
from
the future. I think everybody should hate you for it.
I don't think I've ever come away from predictions and thought, oh, people are gonna think I'm a fraud or something. You know?
Yeah. No, it should be BBL's very easily to win.
I sometimes purposely just put the team I want to have pressure on. That's my new tactic. It's just BBL have to win.
They do have to win. This is a must-win game for them. Absolutely.
Oh, if they lose this, they're like,
because I think that
they're in
they only
genuine
have
trouble.
Vitality and FNATIC to play after BBL.
And they do have to win this game.
And if GIANTX lose, like last time, they made changes. Didn't they make them midway through a stage? Like they could actually do that again.
This narrative. You think they're going to?
No, I'm being a bit mean. I am being a bit too harsh. I don't think it's at that point for them. But it is like slowly, potentially, this team to get planted.
Yeah. All right.
It will
Next-
bounce back. During stage 2,
God's
everybody
sake,
will be tired and GIANTX will be in a comfort zone.
Next game. Genomates plays against NAVI. Now this one. We are 50-50 split. Myself and Kaquka both going with Navi, and the boys on the right going with Gentle Mates. Does anyone feel particularly confident about this, or is this more of a coin flippy kind of situation?
I would have gone Navi if I knew Comeback was subbing.
Right.
To be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I still think mates have a chance, like even with comeback. I think Navi fundamentally are a more sound team right now, I would say.
But why are you speaking as if comeback is Demon 1 after Champs 23? Like what?
Because
like
you should just
comeback
give
has
them a
not
bit
been
more-
having.
Because the thing is with Navi, like they just need their duelist to do a little bit more. Because they've got the
yeah, but
players
that has
on
been
the
the
other
thing
end.
for the past.
Yeah, but you got to have a
6
certain
years.
level.
So
Wait,
maybe
so-
it's not their
Yeah,
duelists.
but I'm not talking about
fault.
them winning London. I'm talking about them beating a gentle mates who can't figure out what they fucking want to do.
Well, they can't win
Can't
London
believe
because that's going to be
they-
foot.
They're just saying Comeback's crap.
Yeah.
That's all I'm hearing.
No, I'm not saying comeback scrap, but I don't think it makes or break a team. I see you're putting it as in, oh, if I knew that comeback was going to be playing there 1,000%.
It's really
winning
hard
this.
to have this conversation with a player as a sub because I'm basically just beating on some kid who's just unfortunately in an unfortunate spot where he's not doing very well.
Yeah.
Like he's really not doing that well. Comeback, I got this weird feeling in my stomach that he's got something to really prove, and he's in
Yeah.
an environment where Angel knows has historically been able to use that kind of.
He's
little bit
never
of
won an
spice, you know
EMEA
what I mean?
stage game though, Minnie. That's on our.
What Comeback hasn't won?
Comeback
an EMEA
has never
stage
won
game?
in EMEA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He lost every game with gentle mates. and
Like
he lost-
what more a better time than him to step up?
Absolutely.
Like he's
It-
obviously
yeah.
a good player, and he's gonna have like I think no pressure. So I just got this feeling that he just drops bombs for some
Okay.
reason.
I mean,
Big
Hope he
mates.
does.
well, no, he said he would have picked Navi.
I would have if I
Yeah.
Well,
realized.
you can swap if you want. I mean, I'll swap
Sure,
it
I'll-
for you.
When I saw it wasn't like
I guarantee. Yeah.
yeah,
So now you
Yeah.
do care.
because
about
I
the
would have gone
guarantee.
to I would have guaranteed it.
Oh,
'cause I like
I see,
guaranteeing
but now you don't
teams.
care.
Yeah,
now I
yeah.
don't care. No.
Oh, okay.
Let's have a look at the next game. The next game is Eternal Fire playing against Team
8:30
Vitality.
already. But what
Exactly.
the-
We've got to get
how
moving.
How long have we been doing this?
Oh
Way
It's-
too
it's
long.
You guys
splitting
decided
into
to
again.
talking about
you guys decided to
Heretics
talk
for a
about
fucking hour.
comeback for freaking an
Yeah, we
hour
were
and a half,
fucking
and then you
yapping about
completely
Heretics for a
skipped
while.
Into
Team
your
Liquid
mini.
and the entire
Okay,
match.
it's so
Who gives a
annoyed.
fuck about Team Liquid?
You guys
This is
talked
what you
about
get,
a
Kurt, when you-
week-old
Kurt.
match with a player that hasn't won a match in fucking EMEA yet. It was so excruciating. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep
This is
going.
what happens. This is what happens when you don't have me on the thumbnail. This is my revenge. Why am I not on the thumbnail this week?
I don't know.
I
I don't know
I'll
why.
host
Nice.
next time, Kurt. I'll fucking move us on.
Okay.
You think I'm spending more than two seconds on comeback? Fucking hell.
Okay. Vitality against Eternal Fire. Great game. 50-50 split.
That's all you need to know.
It should be a good one. Should be a good one. I mean, lots
Wait, this
of
is-
firepower.
How is this not
This
match
is
of the week?
actually a
This is a
very
great
good game to talk about, but
Go on, Minnie. You get 30 seconds.
no, I'm not. No. It sounds like we're all done. I got Americas to do for the first time this week. I'm just
Yeah.
here for the long time. You know what I mean?
Okay, a long time, not a good time, maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna make this as
That-
visual
Kurt,
as
that's
possible
what
for
the show
Kurt for the
could be
next
called.
hour and a half.
Call this a long time, not a good time. That episode 200 and whatever the fuck.
Okay, next game. Foot plays against Liquid. Both of
What is
those
it?
could have been match of the week candidates. This one is match of the week. Foot versus Team Liquid.
So we're not going to talk about Karmine Corp versus Team.
Oh
Liquid?
my god.
Oh,
bro.
sorry, did I skip
You're
one?
the one
Oh yeah,
complaining. We spent
Casey,
too long
Casey
on
Heretics. Sorry,
comeback.
sorry, I
Your
fucked it
brain
up.
is
Casey
protecting you,
Heretics.
Josh. Your
This
brain
brain
is
Casey Heretics.
protecting
Casey
you.
Heretics.
Match
Oh
of
my
the week.
god,
This should be match of the week.
this one's turd of the week. This one. I mean, why do you think Carmen? I mean, why do I think
The fuck do you
Heretics are
think
going to win? Who
Heretics are gonna
cares?
win?
I don't know. Both of these teams are in the doldrums right now, but I guess Casey are trending upwards. It would have been
DOS 9.
diabolical.
Good
to-
for
It's
Casey.
gonna DOS 9 all over them.
Actually, good for Casey.
Oh,
But yeah, I
it-
think Heretics will win. There's not much to this.
it's the perfect timing for Casey to get this win. Like you couldn't ask for a more broken and battered Team Heretics. You gotta take
I
it.
hope
when you
whomever
can.
wins this just bounces back and just makes playoffs and just doesn't make sense, you know? I need to see a big bounce back.
Yeah,
AC
I don't want
bouncing
it.
back.
I
To
don't want
what?
it. They did well.
Maybe
I
some
mean,
of
they
it-
got to
their
Madrid.
cards.
They got to Madrid. I'll never take that away from us.
More than 2 years
Right.
ago, by the way. Now.
Next game. Foot plays against Liquid. This one is the one that you can actually predict. This one is match of the week. This one is the one that you can predict in our community tab. See if you get it right. See who's actually going to win between Foot and Liquid. I think this one's going to be split in terms of the predictions, but I guarantee TMV's going Foot.
Yeah, because you gone fucking Liquid. That's why.
Yeah, well, everyone's gone Liquid apart from you. And honestly, I think
Last
it is a
week
really
I convinced
close game.
Minnie to change his mind. Minnie, you hate Team Liquid. You don't like Sliggy. Think
yeah,
about
but the problem is like I can't keep it
When
up.
they
'cause
get
I-
in
'cause-
bed and he's
what-
like, "Oh, you predicted against me. That was rude."
No. It's
No?
I don't care about Sliggy. It's the when I'm on the analyst desk for the last 3
Yeah, me
weeks and Liquid keep winning games, I can't keep saying I don't think this team is going to do that well when they clearly are. And I'm convinced that they are actually quite good right now. Now I'm just like the Phoenix stuff's looking good. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Should be a good game, though. I think Eternal Fire Vitality and this one, both good games in EMEA. Let's finish it out with an absolute banger, though. The final match of EMEA
Jesus
is
fucking
FNATIC
Christ, smile.
playing against Pacific. Yep. There you go for that one. I mean, that is a game of Valorant that will be played. But unfortunately, I don't
Pacific
see
win.
so
So
much
happy
chance.
I'm not working that day because I cannot sit there with a straight face being like, stakes for this game, guys. Amazing.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those where if an
talking
upset
about
does happen, crazy.
stakes. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It just slipped my mind. The only team that can 100% lock in playoffs this week
Oh yeah.
is Foot. If
Oh.
Foot are to win, they lock in playoffs. They're the only team in that situation. So TMV, just like I want you to go completely,
Fucking get this shit.
Oh god. Okay.
Easy. Get me off the show.
Yeah, that
Fucking
does
hell.
it. That does it for EMEA. That
luck,
does it for
Minnie.
EMEA.
Good luck, Minnie. You'll
T-
chat with this guy, by the way. He's the
Whose
slowest.
problem is the whose problem is the show?
He's, what is it?
Whose problem?
Utopia, that show with the sloth hyping in. That's this guy hosting.
It's Sideshow's fault for hosting. Are we just
Yes,
because
because he can move things along if he wants. But
I
he's always like, tell me more about.
I think
Comeback
he's
and-
just yeah. So
You
I
he
think
got
I think
wronged?
I enjoy hearing from people, but yeah, who's got 4 hours to listen to Plat Chat every week? Okay.
Apparently.
Yeah. Kurt's forced to. Kurt's trapped here more than anyone.
No, to be fair, I should do a better job speaking up. Like maybe message you instead of just.
No. I mean, this one was always going to be long because we've got three regions and we got the Leo Faria thing. But yeah, we've gone.
What
for
did
a
Leo
long time.
say? Any?
Oh, we'll
No,
repeat it.
watch
We'll
it.
repeat
You can watch it.
no,
Tranquilito, eh?
no.
Chill.
Just
Let's get a TR for you, whilst everyone else who's got to this point has already seen.
Maybe
the
imagine that
full
somebody
Leo
has
Faria
only
segment.
watched the EMEA bit.
Um,
If you were to say,
they-
if you were had to sell
they
to
said
them to
EMEA
go watch
is in-
the entire
I'm
interview
I'm just saying
with
it's
Leo
not how
Faria,
podcasts
why will
work.
they see
Podcasts are
LDRB? I don't
generally
think that's
for the
difficult.
audience
he
who've
confirmed
already
EMEA's
seen
in
that.
Barcelona.
Okay.
He confirmed that on Plat Chat. EMEA
Yeah.
in Barcelona.
Could you imagine?
Yeah,
Too late.
that's unbelievable.
Too late,
to
mate.
Kaquka,
Too late.
Unfortunately. All right, let's get rid of everybody. Goodbye, everyone, and we're
Goodbye.
going to move over
Apart
to
from me.
Americas. Yeah, apart from you, we're going to kick
Goodbye.
out
Good luck,
Kaquka and
Kurt.
TMV. Thank you
you
for
just
joining
wasted
us.
everyone's time.
I'm gonna
It's
go make some
like-
dinner.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
wasted
goodbye.
everybody's time, and I know that Dryad has a hard out, so we actually do have to.
Oh,
speed
what are
run
you doing?
Americas.
Don't keep me.
This
Oh,
person?
what's happened to Minnie? Yeah.
Is it just us three?
Yeah, it's just us three.
Surely we
Hello.
can't waffle as
Wait,
long
just
with
three?
just 3 of us.
Who died?
Yeah, who died? TMV died. TMV died, but that's all right. Oh my god. Okay, let's do Americas, and let's do it with some pace and show that it was actually TMV holding the whole thing up. Crew Sentinels. Let's start with Crew Sentinels, Dryad. You've got an opportunity to talk about Crew. They won their game. PogChamp, we finally got to see them play.
Yes.
Let's move on. Next game. No, what? It's the most concise summary of all time.
No, I mean, I'm really happy with Crew. I feel like I've heard about my cat is distracting me. Anyways, I feel like I've heard about Crew doing really good in scrims for quite some time, like literally since the beginning of the year. So I'm really glad that it's showing. I think I feel like all of the teams always talk about how whatever they do something in scrims, they look good, and then that never really converts. I feel like I'm really happy what they did. I feel like everybody had questions about MW and if he was gonna do well, if he was gonna perform at all or not, and he was really good. The team seems like they had more than enough time, obviously, to work and play together. So
he was using his utility. He was pressing his buttons.
Incredible.
That is actually, I mean, that's the bar for MW. He can always shoot his gun, but it's whether or not he presses his ability buttons, and he was doing it.
And also, not even only that, but down to last year, he was struggling when he was playing the solo duelist.
Yeah.
And then they made him play double duelist with Kesnet, so he would be a bit more supported, a bit more confident. And it felt like he didn't really need that anymore. And that is what the coach was saying during the interview, that it seems like Dante just needed the right system to support him so he can perform the way that he usually does.
Yeah, when I first watched this, I was like a bit annoyed because this was the opening game, I believe. So it was like I was watching it like wishing that the EMEA teams looked like Crew in some respects. Like I was like, oh my god, they're actually fucking good. And they're not even supposed to be like I don't know what the power ranking is for them, but like I presume they're supposed to be like dark horse territory.
Yeah, dark horse. I think that's a good way
rather than like top 3. And I was like, they probably beat all our teams. Like they look pretty good. They got the firepower, Sadak on the smoke side, GL, like everything like just looked nice.
It was good.
They were playing as Sentinels that didn't look to be putting up as much as a fight. But yeah, the read on Sentinel role, playing a lot of Vice, was it Vice and Chamber? I think they played.
Yeah,
which I think like people keep complaining about Sentinels being weak, and then keep playing Killjoy Cypher. And it's like I quite like that Americas is having a little bit of a Vice kind of flair to their game, which is quite nice to see. Dante's Neon was something I was looking at. It was passing the eye test. Like I've not really watched him much before, but it seemed really good. And then like Sadak's interactions with him on the stage seemed very like leadership coded. He was just like being very playful in certain moments, which was really nice to see.
So they said that they've taken the Loud 2022 system where one of the vets sponsors one of the newbie players. Sadak isn't that guy. So the way that it used to work on Loud is that Sadak had less and Sassy had Aspas, and they would like focus on them and make sure that they were comfortable and help them, and positional coaching, that kind of stuff. And in this roster, can you help me, Dan? Who is it that has who? It's like Sadak is just focused on his own shit. And
I would imagine Les has silence, right?
Yes, I think Les has silence.
Because Sentinel role.
Yeah, and then dude, I can't.
When did they say that though?
Oh, they said it in some interview.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was going to talk about that too. But like, I think that system, in a weird way, it's almost like the adoption process works also very well for the parent, so to speak. Because MW, and even maybe less a little bit, my murmurs behind the scenes, like when, certain talent I've spoken to or people behind the scenes, is that like MW was supposed to be a little bit of a, they call him like the hero or something, which I think kind of sums it up to me. Like he's a bit of got a little bit more of his own ego into the game maybe, or server. And so by having that adoption process, he has something to focus on in a sense. So I think it works really well to have a player that you could displace anything that he might be kind of annoying the IGL with. Like Sadak's basically chilling, was the boys around him, you know what I mean? The process for Sadak is just with the coach, I imagine, which makes his job pretty chill.
Yeah, it seems like they work really well together. That is something that I also heard from Sonic, that the reason that they really decided to go with MW was because, everybody's kind of hesitant with him because of the past years where he was not really performing the way that people expected. But MW was really passionate about, willing to play whatever that he needed, willing to learn anything, any other role, any other support character that he needed to. So I think that is a side of MW that we haven't seen before. That is the reason that behind the scenes was why they decided to pick him up, and I think now it's showing. My only thing is, I hope this was not because they were playing against Sentinels with a sub, but because they're actually good.
Well, let's talk Sentinels for a little bit then. So Victor's subbing. We don't need to focus on Victor too much, to be honest with you. Hopefully they get Joe back in at some point and are able to play with him. The more interesting thing, I think, is their meta read, mostly, and how that's translating into comfort for the players. Jonah P also had his mouse issue and like the warm-up shit and that kind of thing. I don't think those are particularly relevant to dwell on, like Victor and Jonah P's performances, because I think it makes you like skip over the fact that they're playing Veto on Lotus and then ISO on Breeze and stuff. Like these are unusual approaches for a team.
Yeah, I don't think it does matter that the ISO is. I think that the Phoenix just would be better in a lot of those instances, and I think that the Veto, like we were saying on EMEA, is like I just watched a Veto sit on A site and just give the red carpet for attack the entire time and essentially get no value. And he wasn't playing forward ever. He was just a passive Veto doing a bad chamber passive cosplay. And so there was definitely some doubts being planted for me about Sen's kind of read and even approach.
Yeah.
They haven't had as much time, but realistically, these kind of changes, you're making these kind of changes, you kind of want to hit the ground running to some degree.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like you want at least the theory to look good, even if you're nerfed by the fact that you are not playing at your best.
I know that everybody knew about Ewok from RQ, and I feel like he's a coach that people really know in Pacific, but I feel like I'm not really familiar with him. Is this something that he did in Pacific as well? That was he cooking with the comms or not really? I just can't figure it out if that's something that
I don't,
you know.
My from my memory, because he wasn't coaching for them this year, right? So you're having to dig into the brains of RRQ from last year.
Yeah.
From memory, though, I think RRQ were actually one of the more basic teams in terms of their compositional approaches. They did play some unusual stuff at times, like they used to play Waylay on Sunset when nobody else was doing that, but they always had an idea behind it of like the theory. So they had like stun and dash theory that they were bringing out into those games. So anytime they were playing something unusual, you could tell immediately why they were doing it because they built the system around it. Whereas like this comp that we're watching at the moment, the ISO, I think it's just such a basic setup to me. It's an alt snowball comp, like when you're on the attack side. But if you don't get the snowball going, I'm not really sure that there's much that you can do with it that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing is he's supposed to be like, it's well known for like anti-strats. I usually hate the anti-strat kind of discussion because people often just use it as like a get out of jail free card for analysis. Just be like, oh, anti-strat. And it's just like, yeah, but can you actually tell me what that means? But I do think that has some truth to it. It can't not have some truth to it. The amount of people that have kind of said it and things like that. And so I guess some of his strengths would be coming out later in stages rather than your opening game, if that is like something.
Yeah.
Well, who do they play next though? Aren't they cooked?
I think they play 100 Thieves. So I mean, actually, a huge rivalry game. Like they're not cooked.
Yeah.
They're like they just have a lot of pressure on them. I would say. Like cooked would be going up against FURIA. Right
How
now.
long do they have Victor for? Or do we know? Do you have any
What do you mean?
indication?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, Jowen's Canadian, right? So it shouldn't take a huge amount of time. Like it's, as far as I'm aware.
I heard by next week he should be here. Like next game.
I've
The
heard
100
this shit
Thieves or
so
the one
many
after?
times.
So 100 Thieves, sorry.
For the game against 100 Thieves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on though. Let's talk about the clash of two big teams in Group Alpha. MIBR playing against G2. I like this one. I like this game. I thought that MIBR came out and looked pretty good. I like the way that they're approaching this as well. Get Zekan onto the Neon. The stuff that I was worried about with MIBR from kickoff was that they were playing very like basic old-fashioned compositions, and now they're actually leaning more into what's current. So I mess with that.
Yeah, and the Vice as well. Like Vice in the comps looking quite interesting. I think again, Neon Rays is one of those kind of underrated duos that I think people missed out on, and I think that them running it's pretty good. I think that I think they kind of saw. It'll be interesting to see what happens when the inevitable Neon nerf happens. How they're going to approach after that. But right now, in terms of a double duelist kind of angle, I think they've got one of the best kind of reads, to be honest.
Why was Zekan trolling you and saying that he was going to play a passive role now?
I would love to know that. I wanted to interview him after so bad because he just lied to me. He was like, yeah, no, I'm focusing it. It's a more passive role. It's going to be very different now. No more. And then he's fucking whatever.
They're just trolling. Players are out here fucking lying to your face. It's crazy. Thingy did that in the interview as well, actually. Who am I thinking of? God damn it. Koala Noob. Koala Noob said, I'm not.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Koala Noob was like, I've really had to change my role. I'm not going to be on the English role.
I was asking the desk that because that's what I heard, but I think they understood something different. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he said he was gonna play passive and he was fucking just running it down as well, playing Phoenix. I don't know.
Our team did
people
the
out here
same in the
lying.
EMEA, saying he was going to play some Euro. Like these players are just ruining our broadcast. How dare they?
Yeah,
the
they're actually
quality was
fucking
way
lying.
worse too because he was just in the recorded interviews that we do. He's just like, yeah, and it's been very difficult. It's the first time ever. Like I fucking believed it.
Yeah.
The Angel School of trolling is being passed down to Koala through EMEA.
They're dead. They're like no selling it so well as well.
Yeah.
It's so believable when they say it. I didn't realize Zekin was trolling when he was talking about it. What do you think about G2 though? G2 going for Harbor on both maps, going away from the double duelist look that was working for them, but you could argue it's not a double duelist meta anymore because we've got like 55-60% pick rate at double duelist, so it's not like everyone's doing it, but that was what was working.
Of all the angles that they could go for, like they're a team that has options for double duelist. They have chamber options. They have a lot of different. They could do the Phoenix stuff. Like I would argue, like if I go down the list of players right now, I'm like Valen, Harbor. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm looking at Leaf being like, okay, Leaf's one of the best Viper players of all time, in my opinion. Like Harbor Viper, that could be cool. But then there's Harbor Omen, and I'm just like, yeah, that's not how it should go, in my opinion. Like I think Viper is the one you want to pair that Harbor with, and Leaf did not look good on that kind of primary controller. Once again, if it feels like G2 have come into a stage with an off read, it's not as bad as playing Breach, but it was an off read. The execution was pretty good, but I just think that within a few games or by playoffs, they're not going to be on this anymore.
Yeah, it's strange. I haven't seen anybody else running this kind of thing.
I also think Jog is actually better as a secondary duelist. I would prefer to just have Jog on Phoenix. If they want to go down that route, I would want Jog on Phoenix and then maybe Baby Bay on like Neon or something. He was pretty good on the
Pearl
Vice.
Look that they had was so nice, where Leaf was running the Veto and Jog was on the Phoenix for that game, and then they never ran it again. I was so sad. They
ran Veto?
I'm not talking recently. I'm talking at kickoff. The only time I remember Jogan were playing Phoenix was when they played Pearl with Phoenix Veto, and it was fucking cooking. It was crazy.
Didn't they play it on Haven, and Jog was frying every Haven?
Oh
game?
yeah, sorry, they were as well. Yeah,
his ACS on like Haven is like 280 or something.
Yeah,
across like 5 games, which is ludicrous. Yeah. So like I thought that was the kind of bread mark that the kind of the template to go forward with almost. The issue is that I think on that map, Leaf was having to fail for Yoru, maybe? Yeah, Yoru. I think there's some problems with Leaf. Like, I feel like he could just play Chamber too, and there's some kind of... I don't know. It's so interesting. I love G2 so much. Like, one of the teams I used to like really enjoy. And slowly but surely, like, I'm enjoying them less, I feel like. The pivot to double duelist was interesting last... at the start of this year.
You're describing them like they're a band, and you're not big on their recent albums.
Yeah, it's true. That recent hits, like,
yeah,
it does help that like producer Anders isn't part of that scene anymore, and I got a lot to say for his production style. It's like I quite like it. But yeah, I'm not as and I liked their new genre that they went for, like flipping the style a little bit, the double duelist. It was a weak imitation of Paper X, and Paper X, platinum selling band.
Yeah.
How long can I keep up this analogy from?
Everyone loves the big hits.
The
from
kids
Paper
love Paper X's albums. But yeah, I think they've just not hit.
I think they're a bit from what Josh Ortiz said in the interview, and also what we got to see. It just seems like they're trying to figure it out because they were, they're playing a lot more aggressive. We were talking about how different they look compared to before going into kickoff. And now what he said was just that even though they did like that aggression and they did like that playstyle, what made G2 good and what made them the G2 that we've known for years is how good they are at playing together, or those quick fights where they need to set things up really quickly. And they didn't have that anymore because they were sacrificing that for playing fast. So
funnily enough, they
seems like
actually
they're
didn't play
figuring
off
it
each
out.
other. They didn't play off each other that well on Split.
Yeah.
Like most of the times where MIBR were outclassing them was where MIBR had better team fighting, and
Exactly.
they ended up breaking up the situation into a bunch of ones for G2. Yeah, but yeah.
So I think they're trying to figure that out. I think that they're trying to figure out what the balance is between how they used to play and also how fast and aggressive they want to play now.
I think that they if you watch G2's games with the double duelists in Americas where they're just like stomping people, but like it was almost like watching AI try, like if you fed AI Paper X VODs or like an alien and told them you now need to replicate this, and like they mistranslated it. That's what G2 was playing like. They didn't.
Right.
They were just solo running it down constantly, and like.
But also,
purposefully,
that means that America's is bad enough that they lose to AI Paper Rex, which it's true. It's a true read from you, but like that's an indictment of America's as well, that they can't force G2 to play better.
I think at that time, just playing the double duelist aggressively was enough.
Yeah.
Cat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It was almost like there was a missed opportunity to truly develop as a team in that moment. Instead, they went for the 110% option of just like inting all the time. Like it was like Josh asked them to int.
I'm sure he did actually. I think he probably wanted it to be a learning moment for him.
I didn't think that that's a good way to do it though, because I don't think they've actually truly understood the limits. They've just had one option, and now they don't have that option anymore.
Let's move on to the next game. 100 Thieves played against EG. Bit of a grueling game. 100 Thieves, though, come out with the victory. It's a strong performance, I think, really, from 100 Thieves. They, I think, still look like they've got good ideas of what they want to be doing. They pretty much dismantled EG. And the Timotino looks great, even when he's not on the Waylay. I like the double duelist look. Asena's Neon was really popping as well. Making space for Timo. The movement was good.
I think this is all on the caveat, though, that they played EG. And so I don't think... Like, my notes about this team are all pretty negative in the sense that, like, they're building not around Cryocel's ability to use the operator. I think that using Asuna as a primary duelist is a mistake. I know that he's supposed to... Yeah, I would rather Timo was on primary. Like, I was watching Anders stream during this match, so I know that that's a take that I probably just copped from him. But like, I think that Asuna on the Phoenix would make a lot more sense. I think Asuna's more a fragger than a entry player. I don't think he's an entry player personally.
That's strange. I think I have the exact opposite opinion. I think that Asuna is more of a player who desires to go in as the first guy. Like, anytime he's on duelist at any point, he is the most aggressive person that you have in the lobby.
Is he good at it though?
I don't think he needs to be if he's making space for Timo, would be my argument.
I think I have a different opinion on this whole like entry fragging. Like every time Bren talks about Jogamo's entry ability, I cringe a little bit because I'm like, I think that he ints like all the time, and I think this whole narrative around G2 like not setting him up enough is like not real. And I think that there's just I don't know. Again, I'm not endemic to Americas. I don't watch every game in like detail, and I've not followed Asuna's career. But my gut instinct on him is that he is a second duelist player, and not a primary entry.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like, I think Asuna's, he's definitely a fragger. I can't really think of scenarios where you're seeing the value of, okay, Asuna just made the space, the team was able to capitalize from it. I feel like that is not the type of player that we see, or like he's not the person that we think of when we think of somebody that is making space for the team. And that has been for, since the beginning of 100 Thieves. So I think he's really good at playing these aggressive roles, but I would agree that Timotino is the best one at making space. And not only that he's best making space, but also that the team is better at capitalizing from what he's doing. At least
Oh,
what he did in
yeah.
kickoff was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think Timo's the better player as well. But it's just like, if you're going to run a double duelist setup, how do you want them stacked up together?
Mhm.
When 100 Thieves play against other teams, though, are you expecting them to struggle? Like, for example, their next match is against Sentinels, and the way that you're framing this is like, EG was so bad that 100 Thieves got by, even though you have issues with them. Sen were also
I think
bad,
it's more about
but they're
matching
not.
them up against like the actual teams we know are looking good and have been good this year.
Right,
So
okay,
your top
okay.
3 teams, like 100 Thieves, look really good in kickoff, and I think the coaching staff and players have shown that like a realistic goal is to try and get to global events. And so I'm keeping that kind of standard. Like they might run into some problems potentially with the way they constructed these roles. I could be absolutely wrong. I'm just like, given my kind of coach take in the way that I would probably immediately want to use these players, I guess.
Sure. I want to move us along. I don't think EG bear speaking about, to be honest. Like,
That's crazy.
Is it? I don't think it is.
I get it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Loud and Envy, because I mean, this game was some low level.
This was the greatest game we've ever seen, I think.
This is the first time I started laughing during a cast and couldn't control myself, by the way.
Oh, really?
I don't do that very often. I'm normally very good at that. When we had an op v op 1v1 on Lotus, and Luke Show just leaps like a salmon upstream straight into Kesnit, I was fucking cracking up, man. I couldn't control myself. There were moments in this game of astonishingly bad shit happening all over the place. And I haven't experienced that in a while.
I'm so glad, because what happened was there's all those tech pauses that day. And so day 1 was really good, and I was like, oh my god, the Americans are good. And then day 2 happens, I'm like, 100 of these are banging it, tech pauses. I'm feeling good. My region's not as bad with tech pauses right now. And then we go into the second game, and I watched 5 rounds, and then I stopped.
Of Lotus, it was at the map 1.
There was a clip that I wanted to show where I was just like, this is how bad it was. But I don't even know if we need the clip. If the actual read is like it was,
you don't need to
actually
convince
just
anyone.
really
It was dire.
bad.
It was absolutely dire.
Like-
Let's watch the round anyway for comedy's
So
sake.
this is like, you can see on the right, like we got a Viper who's worked at A, and right now they can hear an interceptor going off on C. So they know there's a forward bunch of people C, and we have A control right now. And instead of just going back to Viper right here, why are they running through a smoke dry against what is probably 3 people? Who puts an interceptor deep on mound and you hear it? And then your Viper's got all of rubble control. Like this is like what, like sometimes I watch games and I'm just like, I can't believe I had to watch.
By the way, though,
or
Minnie,
how that's just that bad. Like I don't get it.
the team that you're criticizing here, fairly, actually
won.
ended up out calling with their assist. This is their assistant coach IGLing. The beginning of this half, Envy pounded them. Kesnit just ran around and did anything he wanted. The rest of the game was abominable from Envy, like all of the rest of the game, and Loud scrapped through and got their first win since July of last year with an assistant coach in the team.
I will give some credit though. Batty was on my scouting list actually, like last year.
Oh, really?
So he's not like a terrible player or something.
His KO that he played in maps 2 and 3
was good.
Was actually good. Like his KO util was really quite nice, and he set himself up with some good moments. His fragging did not look like it was tier 1 level, but he was getting some good value out of the KO pick. We've got to talk about Eggster though, and what's going on with Envy. Bren was framing it in a beautiful way. He said he's gone from being the one trick of all one tricks. He played 97% Yoru prior to this game. 200 games of Yoru, 7 games of everything else, all time. And then he went from that to trying to be Forsaken, where he plays a different role and character in every single map. And Bren was like, why the hell have you gone from one extreme to the other with this guy? You gotta ease him in gently.
Yeah, there's this thing where it's like, because Astra exists, teams don't trust. Like they were swapping between Omen and Astra because of that problem. So yeah, sorry, I have a lot to say about Envy, because I think in general I don't think it's just an Eggster problem. I think that the first thing I would have done is I actually look at Yoru very closely, because I still think that it's probably fine to play. I don't think it's actually that bad. I think if you're literally Eggster, I would rather him be playing Yoru, especially if he's going -30 across 3 different agents.
Yeah.
The other
Yeah, I
approach is
agree.
like just play chamber. Like why are we why again? It's another veto game, day of veto, where they're just shit with veto. Like what are they thinking? Like 6 to 22. Like if he was just on chamber, he ain't going 6 to 22.
Yeah.
So or Demon 1. Like why the fuck is Demon 1 not on chamber? Demon 1's best performances this year were playing with C9 playing
Yes.
chamber.
Yeah.
Like I thought that C9 had figured it out, and then they gave him the recipe to how to use Demon 1, and he's not been on chamber once since that point.
I think Envy have completely lost everything that made them good. Like literally everything. Their
Yeah.
their identity, their vision, their leadership. They've lost. They lost players. Now I think Rossi's IGLing instead of popping as well. They've lost their identity too. They've lost Eggster's one
Extra's
trick.
on Harbor.
Yes, he was playing Harbor, and he was anchoring A, like doing the Boaster thing
bro,
that didn't
yeah,
make sense. And they literally are running like the FNATIC composition with the ISO and the Harbor, and straight up ripped the stuff that was working badly. It was appalling, man. They also didn't orb optimize, didn't try to make a snowball happen. When Demon 1 hit an ult onto Batty diffed him, even though he had
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
even though he had shield. Batty, the assistant coach, wins a crucial
Do you
1v1
think
inside the
any?
ISO.
Do you think any of
Oh my
this is
God.
like the Because one of the parts of this team is like his glass cannon, right? It's like, like I love the fact that this team is glass cannon in the sense that they were supposed to be one of the worst teams in this region because they were Ascension team. But if you design the team in a way where like there's a really high skill ceiling, but also a really low floor, that's the way I would probably want to set up a team coming
Sure.
up, because last place is last place anyway. Like who cares? Like we might as well aim for the stars kind of thing. Do you think that this is like potentially that moment where it's like all of the big personalities and kind of I don't know. I don't
I think
explain
it's
it 'cause
already
I don't
happened.
know these players.
It's already
but-
happened, Mini, I think, with Inspire
Alright.
leaving. I mean, Inspire
Yeah.
got kicked, right? And like
Yeah.
Inspire got kicked. They've changed the IGL around. Like it's already happened.
When
They-
did they
they've
ever
eaten
announce
themselves.
that? I mean, I know Rossi was sitting in the middle and it seemed like he was calling, but did they ever say that he was the one IGLing from now on?
Don't know. But
I
he
mean,
is,
it
isn't
seemed
he?
like that was the case.
So,
Yeah, I'm just
yeah.
surprised.
But I think everyone was expecting an explosion with this team, but actually, I think what's happened is just a quiet death of identity, and now they are a team that's honestly not even worth talking about, except to say, "Oh my god, what a clusterfuck!"
Yeah, they're trying to play Valorant that's too like, whereas the like if they lost every game playing like the rankers style. Sorry, I thought we froze. I think that I'd be much happier.
Yeah,
Like, I don't want them to try and play good Valorant and then be bad at it.
yeah. I'm not sure they were trying to play good Valorant actually.
I mean, the comps are suggesting a little bit of good Valorant. But you'd have to play good Valorant to play some of those comps. It's gonna
Oh, I
get
see what you
upsetting.
mean. Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to be playing immaculately to make ISO Harbor work. Let's move on to a game that I think is more juicy, more of a delicacy. Leviathan crushing the shit out of Cloud9. Finally, vindication, justification for this Leviathan squad.
yes.
The talent difference in this game was astonishing to watch. There were so many spots where the Lev players should never be getting away with what they did, and they just do it anyway, and
I
do
think
it
this
over
is
and
a-
over again.
This is a great segue from Envy. Look at if you look at all maps there, Neon's playing the same agent over and over again. Not one of them played more than one agent. That's a good
Yeah.
start. They are
Mhm.
playing literally the most aggressive 3 agents that you can who are good right now in Neon, Phoenix, and Chamber. Like, isn't this just what Envy's template should be? Is just watching Lev right now and being like, let's try and do that. We're probably not as good as them realistically, but this is a pretty good fucking way to play the game right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
agree.
is.
Yeah.
But in terms of what was going on in this game, they made Cloud9 look like
Yeah, I
talentless
mean, I was
wrecks.
I was watching it, and then I got to points where like they lost like a 4v2, and then there was like what was it I wrote down? Like there was like a 4v2 and like a 5v3 anti-bonus post plant, and I was like, you can like
Yeah,
my analysis stops there really, where I'm like,
Yeah.
well, if you're losing those rounds, then no wonder why you're fucking struggling in these other rounds, because it's mostly going to be probably mechanical on some level.
yeah. I
The
mean,
pro was strange though. They started defense pro and they kept stacking B over and over again. And there was like they kept Lev weren't going B in the moments that C9 were stacking it. And so I thought there was a weird read thing going on too, where I didn't quite understand setups too. But generally, Valorant's won or lost mostly by shooting people in the head right now, so that's a bit of a problem.
There was a lot of shooting people in the head going on.
Yeah.
This one was a 2v. I guess is it technically a 2v5?
This is the two. Yeah, this is one of them. Like they shouldn't be winning this round.
No,
Like,
there's no way that they should be winning spots like this, and yet they are. I mean, you know, they're ISOing players in some situations. You know, like Zeppa dies here in a spot where he's pushed up real heavy and not playing his life, not playing the advantage. But there's also just like astonishing moments where Lev absolutely outskilled Cloud9. And I think when I'm watching this game and thinking about how other matches are going to happen, C9 are not, they're not a bottom feeder team. Like, people are going to meme on them after this game because they looked like it, but they actually, if you zoom out a bit, they aren't a bunch of like horrendous players. So if Lev are doing this to C9, there are a lot of other teams that they are going to be doing this to. Not everyone, I'm sure, but there's going to be a bunch of teams that they can just run over, and it actually doesn't matter like too much how they're playing as long as they're making plays.
I think for everybody, the theories that we had at the beginning before we got the chance to see C9 and Lev is what's showing right now. So we talked about the off-season changes for Cloud9 and how, you know, they made some changes, but it seems like nothing was really keeping up with the upgrades that everybody else was getting. I feel like now it's showing that they're just still kind of in the middle, kind of the same they've always been. And they're always, you know, if nothing changes, they're going to continue to lose to teams like Lev. And on the other side for Lev, we talked about how they have pretty much four people that can play duelist. And this time around, they had more time. They were able to play way faster than they were doing during kickoff. And really figure out how they wanted to play. I feel like Sato at the beginning was really struggling kickoff. Now he was running it down the Phoenix. They also started having Spike play the Neon that he didn't really play before. He was just playing at Challengers, and he was amazing. Yeah, you have so much flexibility with the team, especially with a team that wants to play aggressive. So that's kind of what we expected from Lev, and they're showing it. And also, this is also what we expected from Cloud9.
I put for Lev, it's like I wrote, like it felt like Nongshim levels of aggression, but with more structure. Like you still have that owner structure in there, I feel like, but they've kind of just sending it more, which is kind of what owner's been criticized for in the past. I feel like it was a bit slow, methodical, defaulty style.
Yeah.
On C9's side, I agree with you completely, and I was kind of gonna tag on with that. It's like, could they? Imi's gonna hate me for saying it, but like, I think that as soon as Demon 1 played as well as what he did with them, I would have been like, we need to just keep him. Have Oxy and Demon 1 on Chamber, like Chamber every map, and then Oxy just running it down on Neons or something. I would take that risk immediately if I was I mean, it's easy for me to say because I'm not in that position, but like, it feels like a little bit safe with the roster construction.
Definitely.
Yes.
My point was not that C9 are a great team, by the way. My point was just like, I don't expect C9 to be in struggling as much as a
no.
NV,
I was
EG, those kind of teams.
No, I didn't read it like that. I was just I wanted to say that, and then Dan was saying about how
like safe the roster construction,
safeness,
for sure. We have an interview actually with kiNgg where we were able to catch up with him with Sage Dadwin asking some questions. So I want to have us respond and react to this interview that we got ready. I don't know if Kurt's got it. Yeah, here we go.
So, hi everybody, Sage Dadwin from New Jersey. I am here with LEVIATAN IGL kiNgg after their series today against Cloud9. So very quick, I've got one question for you from Sideshow, and he asked you he's saying that Lev feels so much more confident and aggressive than kickoff. So then what were the main things that you worked on after missing out on Santiago, during that boot camp period?
I would say that after losing in kickoff, we looked like inside ourselves a lot, and we were asking us the question if we were playing like correctly in a way, Of course, at the very beginning, we really thought the meta was gonna shift into like a slower type of game, blah blah blah. But then we saw the input of the double duelist. A lot of teams were succeeding on double duelist. So we kind of wanted to meet in the middle about like playing a smart game and also like being aggressive when we have to. So it was thanks to us losing. We we gained our confidence also because we knew kickoff was gonna be rough. No, we were with a stand-in, and so now we're in full form. We played a lot in Santiago because we went for a boot camp in Chile, and it helped us a lot. We practiced against the best teams in the world, and yeah, definitely. I would say that thanks to us losing, we improved a lot and we did a lot of. I want to say this word, but I don't know if I'm correct. Return to form. Or? No, it was like never mind. I'm not gonna say because I don't know how to say it. So yeah, it was all thanks to that.
I want to actually just ask to follow up on that because I spoke with Owner before and kind of following up on the aspect of the aggression. He was talking about how back during kickoff when you guys got eliminated, you guys didn't want to play that slow type of play style. But I guess what were the main realizations or building blocks to be able to come back to this aggressive style that a lot of the players on this team have identified themselves with?
I would say it was a work between me and Owner. I'm always the kind of IGL I would always like to follow the coach, especially if I trust him a lot. So I do trust a lot of Owner. And whenever we lost a kickoff, I did have some inputs that we talk about, both of us, of course, in private. And that is when we met in this middle ground. We talk about certain stuff. I cannot leak, but that's where we talk how we wanted to approach after losing in kickoff. And yeah, it was basically us talking and how we wanted to lead the team to a certain way.
Awesome, King. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. All right, then.
I'm very glad that they had that level of reflection on what was going wrong for them.
My interpretation is that King sounded like he was like the one looking at Nongshim kind of teams, I guess, like the Flash teams. And it seems like the mixture is them looking at that and then Owner being that traditional, like almost EMEA levels of like structure protocol kind of system. And I think it's at the moment it's looking good. Like obviously we have to see, but
yeah.
Also, I think it's a very good foundation.
Both of the LATAM teams that went to Santiago and presumably were like practicing there too because crew were there, Lev were there. I mean, that's a really good idea to go and do that. Like more teams, I think, should also be doing that, where you go and boot camp in the same area where the Masters event is going on, just to have track with the best teams in the world, especially if you're a squad that needs to reinvent yourself or hasn't had the time to play in kickoff.
Yeah, I think that helped BBL probably coming into, because obviously in Paris, like PaperX was coming constantly and stuff. So I definitely think that's a buff for sure.
Let's go into our next game. FURIA played against NRG. We Plat Chat fucking guaranteed that FURIA were not going to win this game. This is the third time.
Why did you guys do that?
Oh, because we're stupid. Because we are stupid. Then, yeah, this is the third time that we've guaranteed against FURIA, and they've won every time. They are undefeated in Americas.
I think you just have to keep doing it then. I mean, they're gonna keep winning, so.
Yeah, there's no shot that
they
we're doing
looked
it
insane.
Again.
They looked like the best team. They looked like the best team.
They really did, I think. I mean, I was glazing their post-plant play. Post-plant and retake stuff on the cast. Like, they just outplayed NRG in all of those spots.
Yeah, I think I had a clip actually from the post-plant. So I think it was like 4 in a row they won on Pearl. And then there was one specifically, one that was like a 5v5 where like, it kind of highlights how, like, you see, like, so there's a retake Killjoy ult coming in, immediately Killjoy ult back, and so obviously they have to, like, run away back long, but then they just knew instinctively to then use the Astra ult to scale back into the site very quickly, and then just the decision to have the certain agents going forward and the certain agents who are back in, like, split seconds, like, some of this is in like, the Neon shouldn't be running through like an idiot there, but, like, in terms of, like, fundamental understanding of a post-plant for a team that's not supposed to be having the depth they do. Like, this is a 4v2, it looks bad maybe, but like they've got the Astra and Killjoy here who are basically win the round. Astra smokes themselves off and just plays like a sunset B long, B main kind of post plant here where they just spam through smokes. Like all the decision making felt like it's like a mix. I think a post plant is a mixture of protocols and individual decision making. And I felt like it highlighted how both of those things are working for FURIA right now.
Yeah. I think they had such a nice mix of aggression as well. On Split, they're playing a composition that on paper looks very defensive. They're running the Viper Vice stuff. And yet they're throwing in a lot of aggressive looks with it too. They had a set play where they ran fully down mid into market and then deeper into spawn. Like, this team is cooking, bro.
I thought that round highlighted how NRG really don't like playing against double duelists, in my opinion. Like, I think that, like, if you can't see the writings on the wall, like, they knew that push was happening, like, a few seconds before it happened, and they still died to it.
I'm not sure they... Do you think they did? Because I thought they assumed they'd escaped it by backing all the way out of Ramen. You know what I mean?
Sure, but you know a Neon is about 5 meters away from you.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? Even though it's behind the wall, like, you know they're there. Like, I think that, like, it's not the most... Sometimes on broadcast, I'm trying to find examples of, like, the most obvious way to highlight the thing. So it's like, obviously, as a coach, like, I don't think this actually highlights how they struggle against double duelists. Like, it's more macro and stuff. But I think in that micro way, them dying to that push after knowing it has happened kind of does that job for you a little bit in a way that, like, the viewer understands. So, like, I think that was, I still think that highlights that the aggressive double duelist stuff, they just don't love to play against sometimes. Yeah, it's a problem in general.
The NRG comms as well, they were saying that Koala was the greatest player in the world after one of these rounds where he gets into... I mean... He's like...
He's worming around an elbow, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he was... I think in that round he'd, like, TP'd into the heaven smoke and was just owning them. But, I mean, he was just doing essentially whatever he wanted against them. But, well, like, another 5v5 post plant that they win here is, again.
Yeah, I thought with Furia's, like, compositional approach, like, again, it didn't lean into some of the stuff I expected to be win conditions.
I don't understand the split comp. I mean, I feel like the comp before just made sense.
From NRG or for Furia?
NRG.
It's just the deadlock for Vice.
It was they were playing Neon and they were playing.
Oh, okay.
They had Matt on Neon and Ethan on Sky. And I think everything else was around the same. I mean, obviously the deadlock was...
Yeah, another deadlock as well. Broke was playing Vice at some point, but I can't remember if that was on this map.
I think he was on this one. Let me check. I'll just check.
But yeah, Bonkar said that it was from Som's chat, jokingly. But I mean, but yeah, I think people are thinking about the deadlock, but I don't know. They got crushed. They played way too much.
They ran Neon Vice before instead of the raised deadlock. So the way I see it is like they've shown the kind of that style a lot before, and they just wanted the little bit of like, you know, raise and deadlock technically should combo well together. So they've just added a little bit of spice around it. I think ultimately though, the deadlock just isn't as good as the Vice right now. Is probably the takeaway. Yeah. It's very interesting that America's breed on split right now is going very much towards trying to counter double duelist with like the Vice and the deadlock rather than play the double duelist. So that's an interesting, you know, and it's also showing the 9-3 defense side going into like an 8-4 or whatever. Yeah.
We also have an interview with Bonkar too, so I'd like to hear from the horse's mouth if we could to get a little bit of a reaction afterwards.
Hi everybody, ZETA with Plat Chat. I'm here with NRG Bonkar.
Yep.
So, hello, welcome.
Hello. Yo.
I've got one question for you from Sideshow, and it's just how is the team looking at this meta compared to the previous one? And he was talking about how the deadlock was specifically a very niche pick.
For us, it hasn't changed that much, to be honest, because we didn't play the Yoru too much or the Waylay too much. The deadlock is something we keep testing. We found some success in Prac. We felt comfortable. The point was to help us with our attack, but that didn't work today. And defense was good for some reason. So yeah, that was the main reason.
And that was something you were working on just post Santiago, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, just testing a lot of agents. We felt that Sentinels were underutilized in general, like Vice, Deadlock, Sage, even Cypher on some maps. Like they were heavily overlooked, is what we were thinking. And we just tested things, and we found a deadlock on split, and we felt comfortable with it.
So it's like in those 2 weeks, the first week was just resting back, adjusting to the LA time zone, and then the week leading up to, I guess like during media week until now, was just testing out the different agents to what could fit in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, some maps takes longer than others figuring out your comp, but we've always done the same things with comps of like, we keep testing until we find what fits us. It was legit, and also with who's playing what on maps. It was doing champs the day before we had our first game. I think it was against EDG. We changed roles on Abyss like legit the day before. We only had one prac to make it feel better. So we really grind out the testing phases to make it good in the long run, and we're not only looking short term.
And any final words for Plat Chat community and NRG fans?
Plat Chat community, awesome. I watch every single episode. It's nice. Keep it up. And also to NRG fans, thank you for the support. We appreciate it a lot. We see y'all. We hear y'all.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Bonkar should not be watching, and also good luck watching this one. It's 4.5 hours long. Fucking good luck for that.
He just skips the energy segment. He's not watching anything else. Surely.
Yeah, surely. I mean, yeah, they got. I don't know. It's tough to say. They got battered. Obviously, Bonkar's saying that they added the deadlock in there to help them on the attack side. They couldn't win an attack side round. Like they were just absolutely getting manhandled. But the same happened with their defense stuff on Pearl. Like
I think the defense on Pearl felt like unlucky to me. Like they were stacking the right sites quite often and then just literally not shooting, which I think is rare for NRG. Like Mada was like missing op shots on like pretty static targets as well.
It felt really off from them.
Yeah, I felt like the takeaway for me was like there are meta issues for this team. I think like they don't have they don't love the idea of double duelist. They don't love the chamber. They don't. It feels like they are, in some respects, like the ceiling might be lower than what it should be for a team of their caliber. But I think that game was an off game, personally.
Yeah. We've got to move things along here, so let's go into the prediction segment and rattle through these to finish out the show. The end is on the horizon. We have to look at our viewer report card though for Americas. G2 versus MIBR. The Timmies, they were correct again. They did everything perfect this week. Geniuses. Which means that they get a final score, I think, as well. What's their final score? What's the grade? An A+. Look at that. You're Yoru doing differential equations in your head. You're a genius. Let's see whether you're aligned with us on these ones. So first match to predict is Cloud9 versus Envy, which, you know, two teams that really struggled this week, but in different ways.
This is it's gonna be a great game. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I can't even remember why I put Envy.
I mean, are you good? Are you good on this one?
Is Chris trying to speed us along?
Yeah, you can't change it to make it into a guarantee anyway. I feel like this game, I gotta be honest with you, don't care very much about it as well. Next game's even fucking worse though. FURIA versus EG. That one's a guarantee. We're definitely not guaranteeing against FURIA there, are we? We've just seen them
Okay,
look
well,
like the best team in
if
America.
they lose this game, it's gonna be on you.
Don't say that.
On
Don't
you,
put that
Josh.
evil out
Nobody
into-
else.
Don't put that evil out. into
What
the world.
percentage would you give this? Because I think this is one of the highest percentage games I would give this year.
Yeah, this is a 95.
95? I was thinking like 85-15. 95, all right.
Oh,
No, I think it's not quite that guaranteed, but it's in the ballpark. Like EG would have to have insane individual glow up moments to stand a chance. It's crazy. Next
Furia,
game's
I'm
good
so
though.
sorry.
Next game's good. The next one is actually good. G2 plays against LEVIATAN, and you've got match of the week. This is the one that you can vote on in the community tab. You got a feeling what that we're gonna
guarantee the team. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
What?
Not quite.
Wait.
Not quite.
Why?
What? Okay, so I've gone for G2 for any audio listeners that have stuck with us for 4.5 hours, and the other two have gone with LEVIATAN. I am thinking here that Lev ran over Cloud9, and the skill gap is not there is no skill gap in this game, in my opinion. Like, there shouldn't be a skill gap to the same degree at all as to what there was then. And I think Lev were still getting themselves actually in some tricky spots, but they bailed themselves out of every single tricky spot. And so your overall impression is just like, oh my God, they're incredible. But I think those tricky spots G2 will close out. And so I think this is one of those games where G2 grind out a victory, even though Lev look really good.
I think right now, individually, the Lev players look better, which is obviously rare to say for G2 because they're all really good individually. But right now, with what they're playing, with what they have Leaf playing as well, I just think Lev is a lot more comfortable. And also, I forgot what I was going to say, but they're better. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I could absolutely see Lev winning this game. I don't think it's crazy, but I do think it would have been wild to guarantee it.
Oh, what I was going to say is that I think kiNgg is one of the only IGLs, especially in Americas, that can match up to Valent's IGL.
Okay.
I'm worried about the G2 anti-strat a little bit. I didn't watch the Lev game so deep that I knew exactly what G2 would do, but I am slightly worried about G2 are probably the most capable team in the league to shut down a playstyle that might be one-dimensional, and I don't know if Lev's playbook is one-dimensional or not yet.
Shall we go into another game of absolute shite, I think? MIBR plays against Loud in a Brazilian derby, and smile for the camera for this one, because MIBR are definitely guaranteed in this game,
Oh, my fucking Colombian brother.
Okay, come on. Don't even cope here. Like,
imagine though, imagine. Well, okay, hear me out.
Okay.
It's possible. If they got Erde to play, if they got the... Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they can.
You think if Erde was here playing and IGLing, you think they'd beat MIBR?
I think they could.
Look at yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself in the mirror and say that. You're having a laugh.
Oh, I think they could.
Okay, next game, though, I think is actually a good one. We're oscillating between shit game, good game. And this is the good game coming up. NRG are playing against Crew. This is Sarak and Les. Oh my God. Okay. So again, okay, audio listeners, I've gone with NRG. The other two have gone with Crew. I'm going for, like, historically, they have been a good team. And I feel like you two are going with, but they've not looked great recently.
My style for Reds is just vibing now. Like, I don't care to be right anymore. I just vibe. So last week I did Eternal Fire beating BBL, and I'm now getting cocky. I'm just like, I'm just throw out fucking haymakers and just see what happens. So I think that Crew, I think it's because I like Crew so much when I was watching. It was actually a team that, like,
I agree.
I feel like I could be a fan of. Like, they played some really cool stuff, and it was actually enjoyable to watch. Their aim was phenomenal, and I trust Sadhack's, like, bowling style and the strategy. So energy still good, but I want Crew to win.
Mechanically, Crew look really good, and also I love recency bias. I'm big on that.
That is all Valorant is.
Yep.
My pred is based on the fact that NRG played against probably the best team in Americas currently, and Crew played against a coughing baby.
Yeah.
So let's have a look.
If it was global event, I would do your strategy. I do that every global event for predictions. It's like you pick the more experienced, like, good team. But this is regional slop.
Let's go into the final match. Coughing Baby against 100 Thieves. and Dan Dryad has gone with Sentinels actually here. 200 Thieves picks and a Sentinels pick. Dan, what's the reason for the Sentinels pick?
I think Jerwin will be back, and I know they look a bit questionable, and it is not because they had a sub, but in general with some of the things that they were playing and how they were playing. But I think they'll be able to fix a lot of those things soon. I think that also happened in kickoff, and obviously very different context. But once they realized that they were not really playing what was the most optimal for the team, they were able to make the adjustments soon enough. I think they should be able to do the same, and I think Jerwin is amazing, and people have no idea how good he is.
Okay. Yeah, cool. I mean, I'd like to live in a world where Sentinels are playing well. Jonah P, I'm sure, will play a lot better as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Should be a fun game. That one is actually a fun game and a good game because it's one that's important for both of the teams, and the level I think should be decent if Zen are playing, well. But that does it. We're finally wrapped up 4.5 hours in. It only bears for us to finish with Wyatt's weekly award, the most important segment, which we must absolutely not skip.
God!
Oh my god.
Oh! Oh!
Holy shit. I've never seen that
I've
one.
never seen one that's not
That is
before.
that is brand new. Where has that come from?
I
Kurt?
made that a long time ago, and it finally got out there, huh?
That's
Perfect
amazing.
timing.
Today.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Okay. Now Kurt selected the Wyatt's weekly award winners here, and I think he's done a great job of it. Team Liquid Brazil making it to challenges. I didn't even realize that this was the thing. That's fucking awesome. Team Liquid Brazil is the Game Changers team for Team Liquid, and yeah, that's awesome.
That's we got in North America, we got Shopify. In Latin America, we got Crew, and then in Brazil, we got Team Liquid. They'll make challengers. Really cool.
It'll be fun to see. Presumably the GC teams will play a lot more in OQs in 2027 as well. So I think it's actually a good thing for the Game Changers team to get more integrated into the main circuit while still having their own too. So that'll be awesome.
That's
Yeah,
very
it's cool.
true. GC scene should keep improving with that.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity. I wish Leo was here to ask him about that. GC as an idea.
You know what? Let's pull it back in and let's do another hour. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's go longer.
Yeah. I wanted to shout out some people.
Oh.
What's going on with it?
Oh, there you go.
I
He's
thought
not
Achilles
actually
was
here.
gonna dictate on the GC scene for us.
I thought Achilles was going to come in and just, I don't know, derail us even further. We're getting delirious out here. We're getting
I just really
delirious.
want to shout out. I was watching Desk Americas. I want to shout out. Josh, for one thing, for giving me some notes on my Desk segment. So that. But also, I was watching Emily and Athena, and I feel like were improving quite a lot at this stage. It felt like they were taking a lot more risks, and it felt like they were leading conversations in a way that was
My God.
interesting.
Yeah, they're great. We're going to get them on Plat Chat as well. We've had them on at various times. But
I banned Athena from the show, so we won't see her. We might see Emily though.
Okay.
That's it. There's no explanation. Josh froze.
Did he just...
And I banned
He's
Josh
gone.
as well. Thanks for watching, everybody. Bye.
What?
Man.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah.